It was Halloween Eve, and the Weasley kitchen table was a riot of orange and black, pumpkin pasties, squash fritters, and steaming bowls of spiced gourd soup. Ron sat staring at it all, his face twisting through indecision. He opened his mouth, shut it again, then tried once more, clearly torn. Finally, Harry reached over and gave him an impatient nudge. "Ron, what are you doing?" Harry asked. Ron's shoulders slumped. He drew in a shaky breath and let it out in a slow exhale. I'm not going to the Halloween party." At once, Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Ginny turned to him. Harry and Neville looked stunned. Hermione and Ginny looked appalled. But the moment the words were out, Ron felt a surprising rush of relief. "Sorry," he continued, "but after talking it through with Sherlock, I've decided I'd rather spend the evening with living people, at the Hogwarts feast, than wander around a party full of ghosts." Ginny threw up her hands. "Please, we all know you're only in it for the food." Hermione shot him a disappointed look. "Quitting on us now? That's low, Ron." He gave her an awkward shrug, cheeks flaming. "Well, Ginny, if you think I'm deserting the team, maybe you shouldn't go either?" "Weren't you going to say you'd only escort me?" Ron began, but Hermione cut in sharply. "Ronald, if you're planning to desert, don't drag your sister along." "Exactly," Ginny chimed in, gripping Hermione's arm. "I won't desert anyone." She shot Harry an apologetic look. "Really, it's just a party. Why are we talking about desertion?" Ron shuffled his feet, aware he wasn't making much sense. But Sherlock's description of the feast, the idea that nothing living would be left to eat, had given him the creeps. It sounded utterly horrifying. At 7 o'clock that evening, as the Halloween banquet was just about to begin, Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Ginny slipped quietly through a side door into the dungeons. Acting on Sherlock's warning, they carried extra food and drink, better safe than sorry. After all, Sherlock's deductions had never been wrong. They passed the crowded Great Hall, its tables groaning under pumpkins and bubbling punch, and Harry couldn't resist glancing back at the revelry, wondering what lay ahead. Harry paused in the doorway of the Great Hall, momentarily awed by its Halloween transformation. Hundreds of ghostly candles bobbed on invisible strings overhead, their soft glow dancing across golden platters heaped with every imaginable delicacy. He let out a long, regretful sigh. Why had I waited so long? Hermione followed his gaze toward the Gryffindor table, and Neville and Ginny fell in behind them, none daring to look back. As the four students melted into the crowd, Ron edged closer to Sherlock, worry etched on his face. "Sherlock," he began hesitantly, "do you think I overreacted back there?" Sherlock lifted an eyebrow. "Overreacted? What makes you ask that?" "I promised Nearly Headless Nick I'd attend his death day party, and then I bailed at the last second. Even Ginny's giving me that look." Sherlock's expression softened. "Ron, you're entitled to your own choices. Remember, it was Harry who told Nick he'd come, not you." Relief washed over Ron. Of course, Harry Potter had been the one to make the promise. He straightened up and gave Sherlock a grateful smile. Now that felt better. Now he could hold his head high. Elsewhere in the castle, the Halloween feast began precisely on schedule. The Great Hall had been transformed into a pumpkin paradise. Jack-o'-lanterns glowed from the rafters, and long tables groaned under piles of roasted pumpkin seeds, spiced pumpkin bread, and steaming pumpkin pies. The spicy sweet aroma curled into Ron's nostrils, reminding him once again how sensible it was to give the ghost's death day party a miss. With the skeleton dance troupe still delayed, Ron snatched a chicken leg from each platter and set to work with both hands. When the last tendril of meat vanished, he turned his attention to a generous slice of pumpkin pie, wrestling with the flaky crust as though it were a stubborn opponent. Then a shadow fell across his head. Ron paused mid-forkful and looked up to see a tall, elegant girl standing before him. Her dark green robes marked her as a sixth-year Slytherin and as one of the house prefects, Gemma Farley. Ron's eyes darted to his right, where Sherlock stood quietly, watching the scene unfold. Of course, Gemma had come for Sherlock, but she hadn't forgotten Ron either. "Long time no see, Sherlock," she purred, her lips curving into a knowing smile as she gave him a light nod. Then she turned to Ron. "And little Weasley." She winked at him, as if sharing a private joke. Sherlock gave a polite bow. Ron managed a mouthful of pie grin in return. Gemma and Percy Weasley Ron's older brother, had served together as prefects, and their acquaintance dated back years. Unfortunately, Ron and Percy hadn't exactly been on speaking terms lately, so Ron hoped Gemma wouldn't ask him too many questions about his family affairs. With her greetings delivered, Gemma glanced between the two boys, obviously ready to pick up her conversation with Sherlock. Ron wiped his chin on the back of his hand and settled back in his seat, curious to see what would happen next. Gemma Farley seemed positively radiant tonight, her usual poise and beauty heightened by the festive glow of floating candles. Ron's fork froze halfway to his mouth as she approached the Gryffindor table. "Prefect Farley," he blurted, his cheeks reddening. Sherlock merely set down his pumpkin juice and looked up. "We just saw each other a week ago," he said evenly. Gemma's brow flickered in mild surprise at Sherlock's bluntness. She shot Ron a quick, knowing glance, suppressing a reply she clearly wanted to give, and then turned back to Sherlock with a cool, graceful nod. "I'll be waiting over there," she said, indicating a quiet alcove by the entrance. With that, she swept away, her Slytherin robes trailing behind her and drawing admiring glances from every corner of the hall. Sherlock remained impassive, but Ron couldn't take his eyes off her. A strange sense of déjà vu rippled through him, and as he picked up a sweet pumpkin tart, a memory snapped into place. This was exactly how it had been that Saturday morning when Harry had finally floored Malfoy. Last week at breakfast, Sherlock was casually eating melon when Gemma Farley breezed over and called him away, right in front of Hermione and me. Hermione was furious afterward and didn't hesitate to voice her displeasure. Now, just 7 days later, Gemma has done it again, approaching Sherlock in the very same way while he's halfway through his melon. Hermione let out an exasperated, "So that's why you insisted you'd only seen her a week ago." It clicked for me in that instant. "Well, what you said was a bit, never mind. You're Sherlock, after all." I bit my tongue, deciding not to add that he wasn't exactly a master of small talk. "Are you going to see her?" I asked. Sherlock was already on his feet, just as he had been last time. If Gemma was making the effort, he wasn't about to refuse. He gave me a curt nod and left the Gryffindor table. I shook my head and turned back to the feast before me. Some people really do attract admirers, but me? I'd much rather focus on a good meal than chase after girls, at least at our age. Gemma barely had to blink before Sherlock appeared, exactly on time, in front of the same hollow suit of armor where he'd found her last month. The dim torchlight danced over the polished breastplate, lending the corridor an air of conspiratorial hush. "Miss Gemma, are you sending for me again because of Malfoy?" Sherlock asked without preamble. "Sherlock," Gemma corrected, frowning. "Please, just call me Gemma." "Very well, Gemma." He inclined his head once, crisp and formal, as though he'd corrected his pronunciation of a particularly tricky Latin phrase. She bit her lip. He jumped straight to the point, and she'd had to remind him about her name again. "Never mind," she said, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. "Clearly you're mind to get right to business." Gemma let out a soft sigh. Yes, she'd come to see Sherlock about Malfoy, but part of her harbored other questions, too. Chief among them, what she really felt about this infuriating, brilliant detective. Every encounter left her sorting through a storm of emotions, and yet she'd resolved to put personal matters aside. Right now, she needed facts. As a prefect, she'd learned about Harry's scuffle with Draco the very instant it happened. Given what she knew of Marcus Flint's volatile temper and Draco Malfoy's gift for provocation, she'd guessed the broad strokes of the quarrel without setting foot in the dueling area. Still, caution compelled her to verify the details before drawing her own conclusions. Hence this late-night rendezvous under the stone arches. Sherlock raised an eyebrow, silently inviting her to proceed. Gemma squared her shoulders. "Tell me exactly what you saw," she said. "Every detail matters." Sherlock frowned as he scanned the report. Malfoy's misconduct has seriously tarnished Slytherin's reputation and even injured Colin Creevey, but I wasn't there to stop him, so I couldn't hand down a punishment right away. "It's all taken care of," Gemma replied calmly. "You mean the punch Harry gave him in the corridor? Gryffindor lost house points for that, and Harry ended up with detention." "My friend was willing to face any fallout before he acted," Gemma said. Sherlock leaned forward. "Then I'll need you to make Malfoy apologize, to both Harry and Colin." I don't think that's necessary, Sherlock added, surprised by his own interjection. Gemma tilted her head. I do. Do you really think Draco will listen to you? Sherlock asked skeptically. He already has, Gemma said, a satisfied glint in her eye. Sherlock's eyebrows shot up. Oh, and just what convinced him to comply? Gemma's lips curved into a knowing smile as she prepared to reveal her secret. Gemma slipped her hands behind her back, leaned in toward Sherlock, and offered him a teasing smile. I told him that if he didn't want to end up like poor Flint the Troll, he'd do well to follow my advice. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. I never thought I'd have such a deterrent effect on Malfoy. Sherlock, you really are underestimating yourself, Gemma said, her tone light but confident. He cocked his head. Oh, and how am I underestimating myself? Listen, Gemma began, adopting a conspiratorial whisper. In my conversation with Malfoy, I saw just how deeply his fear of you runs. Say your name, and he visibly trembles. The moment I hinted that Flint's disastrous semester, remember the troll attack, had your involvement, his resistance evaporated. He practically begged to apologize to Harry and Colin Creevey on the spot. Sherlock fell silent, staring into the distance. Could Gemma truly believe he'd engineered Flint's misfortune? The truth was simple enough. Flint had attacked a student and paid the price when Harry and a few others intervened. Sherlock had no hand in it. Noticing his frown, Gemma gave him a playful wink. I never said it was your doing. My point is this. When I first asked you to investigate the attack on Flint, you turned me down flat. If you'd agreed back then, the whole mess would have been cleared up months ago. Sherlock's lips curved into a half-smile. So, in your mind, my reputation is so formidable that merely offering to look into something would frighten Malfoy into good behavior. Precisely, Gemma replied with a satisfied nod. Your name is its own kind of magic. Chapter 202, The Secret Room has been opened. Sherlock had beaten Flint. Gemma knew it. Sherlock knew she knew. Gemma even knew that Sherlock knew she knew. Yet between them, pretense was necessary. Neither could afford to let the other relax or reveal too much. They shared a long, loaded look in the dim corridor just outside the hidden chamber. Gemma drew in a breath, about to speak, when a sudden, desperate scream cut the silence. No! In an instant, both of them froze, and then spoke together. Argus! Filch! They stared at one another, eyes wide. Sherlock blinked in astonishment that Gemma could identify the caretaker by voice alone. Gemma, in turn, was equally taken aback by Sherlock's use of his first name. Argus Filch, Hogwarts' famously surly caretaker, was almost never called anything but Filch. Even as a prefect, Gemma would never have dared address him by his given name. Yet Sherlock had done so without hesitation. Whatever was unfolding beyond those rickety wooden doors had suddenly become infinitely more complicated. Interesting. Gemma's eyes glinted with curiosity, and a faint smile curved her lips. I'm going to take a look. Want to come? Lead the way, Sherlock replied without hesitation. As they strode down the corridor, their voices dropped to a low murmur. The noise seemed to come from upstairs? Gemma asked. Exactly, 3rd floor, by the sound of it. How can you be so sure? Just experience. Gemma arched an eyebrow. That explains everything, she teased. Wait, look at all those people. They turned the corner to find the 3rd floor hallway absolutely packed. Normally deserted at this hour, it now thronged with students fresh from the feast. Their bellies were full, and their laughter still lingered in the air, but all of them were craning forward, eager to catch sight of something in the corridor's center. Let's go in, Sherlock said decisively. Gemma gave a quick nod. As a prefect, she stepped forward and, with a few courteous requests, smoothly parted the crowd. Seconds later, they stood side by side at the heart of the gathering, ready to discover what had drawn everyone here. Sherlock barely paused before his heart leapt. This was unmistakably a crime scene. In the torchlit corridor, Harry, Hermione, and Neville stood huddled together, looking stranded amid the stream of students spilling out of the Halloween feast. The air buzzed with gossip and laughter. He stepped forward, eyes drawn to a large puddle on the flagstones. Its surface gleamed coldly in the flickering light. But the real shock came when he looked up at the wall between 2 narrow windows, about a foot off the ground. Scrawled in what looked like blood, the words glowed ominously in the torchlight. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. An eyebrow arched as Sherlock surveyed the scene. A faint, desperate mew caught his attention next. At first he'd thought it was Filch's gruff voice, but bending low, he saw Madame Norris, the caretaker's cat, lying crumpled beside the wall. Her fur was matted and damp, one golden eye half closed, and she trembled with each shallow breath. Sherlock knelt and gently touched her flanks. The cat's labored breathing was a stark reminder that this was no ordinary prank. Something deadly had awakened within Hogwarts' ancient walls, and its first victim lay hissed and shaking at his feet. Her tail dangled from the torch bracket, her body rigid as a board, her eyes wide and unblinking, an impossibly eerie sight. Sherlock took it all in less than 3 seconds, yet he knew this was only the beginning. There were still more clues to uncover. It's you! You killed my cat! Argus Filch's roar shattered the silence as he charged at Harry, his face twisted in fury. You killed her. Before Filch could strike, Sherlock stepped forward and gripped his shoulder. The caretaker came to an abrupt halt, astonished by the sheer strength of that single hand. Calm down, Argus, Sherlock said quietly, his tone brooking no argument. Sherlock! Harry, Hermione, and Neville breathed in relief the moment the detective appeared. They had never felt so helpless, haunted by a terrifying anniversary ghost and scrambling with only meager supplies to sustain them. Had they ignored Hagrid's warning to bring food and drink, they'd have fared far worse. At least now, thanks to his intervention, they were safe and no longer starving. They never imagined their trip back would end like this. Whispers and mutters had spread through the corridors, and in moments, a crowd of classmates surrounded them, their eyes full of suspicion. Before Harry, Hermione, and Neville could protest, Argus Filch, the cantankerous caretaker, stormed in, his face flushed with anger. You 3 are responsible for this mess, Filch spat, brandishing his lantern like a cudgel. Harry opened his mouth to argue, but a chorus of accusing voices from the other students drowned him out. Hermione bit her lip, torn between anger and the sting of helplessness. Neville's fists clenched at his sides, but even he seemed powerless against the caretaker's fury and the crowd's judgment. Then, as if summoned by their need, Sherlock appeared. He stepped forward calmly, his dark eyes locking onto Filch. With a single, fluid motion, so swift it might have been a trick of the light, he disarmed Filch, pinning the lantern to the floor. The hall fell utterly silent. Hermione's breath caught in her throat, and tears sprang unbidden to her eyes as she realized they were saved. Sherlock! Filch sputtered, struggling against the invisible force that held him. It's you! Sherlock's voice was measured. Yes, it's me. He released the lantern and crossed his arms. Argus, if you truly want to find who's behind this incident, your best move is to stand down and observe. Filch's face twisted. Why even ask? It's obviously them who did it. Sherlock's gaze sharpened. Because you're jumping to conclusions based on friendship, not evidence. Filch opened his mouth to retort, but Sherlock cut him off in a low, steady voice. If you'd rather the real culprit escapes than admit your mistake, carry on making a scene. A hush swept through the assembled students. Even the older ones exchanged startled looks. Never had they seen anyone, let alone a student, speak to the caretaker with such authority. Sherlock stood unwavering, and in that charged silence, Harry, Hermione, and Neville felt a surge of relief. At last, they had an ally who would see truth before prejudice, and who would not let them suffer for a crime they did not commit. Sherlock's reprimand landed like a bombshell. After all, this was Argus Filch, every student's personal bogeyman, yet completely at the mercy of Hogwarts rules. Who but Sherlock would dare to scold him so brazenly, especially with Madame Norris already dead? The watching students braced for Filch's wrath, expecting him to erupt any second. Instead, Filch stiffened, then slowly lowered his gaze. A long beat passed before he mustered the courage to look back up, his eyes pleading. Mr. Sherlock, please, he croaked. You have to help me find whoever did this. Everyone froze. Filch had actually calmed down? Unthinkable. Sherlock allowed himself a small smile. Finding the culprit is exactly why I'm here. He gently released Filch's shoulder and turned to Gemma, who had just arrived at his side. Gemma, get the others to cordon off the scene. No one's to come near until I say so. I won't be long. Understood, Gemma replied, rallying nearby students to form a respectful perimeter around the crime scene. Sherlock watched them at work for a moment, then squared his shoulders, eyes glinting with determination. The investigation had, and would have from the very start, only one purpose: to unmask the person responsible for the tragedy of Madame Norris. Gemma stiffened when she heard Sherlock speak. She swept her gaze across the throng of students and immediately spotted Percy and Penelope standing side by side. Very few people knew they were dating. Gemma was one of the privileged, except Ions. Their occasional barbs and public spats never fooled her. Beneath that teasing rivalry lay genuine friendship. In fact, Percy and Penelope had been so eager to share their secret that they'd told Gemma about their relationship almost as soon as they began seeing each other. Just then, Professor Filch's suspicions fell on 3 Gryffindor students. As Gryffindor's prefect, Percy was naturally drawn into the investigation. He and the other 2 prefects, Gemma and Penelope, quickly moved to form a barrier around the 3 suspects, preventing them from pushing their way toward the center of the hall. Meanwhile, curious onlookers turned their attention to Sherlock. He prowled the edges of the scene with clinical precision, striding across the flagstones, halting to crouch and scrutinize a scuff mark, pressing his ear to the cold stone walls, then straightening to stroke his chin as he pondered his next move. Everyone watched in fascinated silence, eager to see what the great detective would uncover. Sherlock crouched beside the chalky lettering scrawled on the wall in the motionless form of Madame Norris. From his coat, he produced a delicate magnifying glass and a retractable tape measure. Filch's eyes narrowed as Sherlock's hand hovered over the cat's limp body. The caretaker's fist clenched, eager to intervene, but for reasons even he couldn't explain, he stayed his hand. In under 5 minutes, Sherlock straightened up, sliding his tools away. There's nothing more to observe here. Next, I'll need to question everyone involved. Filch let out a shaky breath. And what have you discovered? Sherlock met his gaze coolly. Argus, the good news is, Norris isn't dead. What? Filch's voice cracked with relief and disbelief. A hush fell over the gathered students. Harry, Hermione, and Neville, everyone's primary suspects, exchanged anxious glances. A handful of onlookers opened their mouths to speak, only to fall silent under the stern eyes of Gemma, Percy, and Penelope. Sherlock raised a hand, silencing the murmur. I said Madame Norris is alive. He really wanted to dissect Mrs. Norris and see what was inside, if only protocol hadn't forbidden it. A petrified creature's anatomy would be endlessly fascinating. Filch's agitation was palpable. He stared at Sherlock, his lips trembling. Sherlock, are you sure? Sherlock met his gaze evenly. I can't say what caused Mrs. Norris to turn to stone, but I've confirmed she's still alive. Her vital signs are there, I'm certain. He turned to the gathered faculty. If someone could spare me an office, I'll need a proper space to begin my examination. So, here's the question. Sherlock's calm declaration cut through the murmurs in the corridor, and every student turned to him. To their surprise, Headmaster Dumbledore, his half-moon spectacles catching the torchlight, and Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, and Snape stood among the onlookers. No one had noticed their arrival. A soft glimmer danced in Dumbledore's eyes as he stepped forward. In truth, the entire faculty had been here for some time, watching Sherlock at work. But the crowd's attention had been so firmly fixed on the young detective and the makeshift crime scene that only a handful of students realized the teachers were present, and those few had been swiftly hushed by Sherlock himself. Ironically, it was Sherlock, wholly absorbed in his investigation, who first spotted the headmaster and professors lurking in the shadows. At Sherlock's prompt, Dumbledore moved almost at once to the wall inscribed with hastily scrawled words. He read them over in silence, then reached up and gently unhooked Madame Norris from the torch bracket where she'd been perched. The cat gave a soft meow as Dumbledore cradled her in his arms, a small, familiar comfort amid the charged atmosphere. Sherlock, well done. Truly, very well done, Dumbledore said quietly, his eyes warm with approval. He turned to Filch. Argus, please come with me. Filch, now steadied by Sherlock's assurance that Madame Norris was safe and sound, nodded and fell into step beside the headmaster. Dumbledore then addressed the others. And you, Mr. Potter, Mr. Holmes, Mr. Longbottom, Miss Granger, please join us. Harry, Hermione, and Neville offered respectful nods. As the students directly involved, they understood they'd need to recount the evening's events. Sherlock Holmes simply inclined his head. In scarcely any time, he'd taken complete control of the situation, so much so that he'd already suggested moving to a more private location for further questioning. Dumbledore's gaze swept across the professors gathered nearby before settling on Professor McGonagall. Minerva? Professor McGonagall, Dean of Gryffindor, had her office in a tidy study along the second-floor corridor, the closest room to their current location. With a silent nod, she led the way, and together the headmaster, the teachers, the 4 students, and Sherlock departed down the torchlit hallway, ready to piece together every detail of the evening's extraordinary events. Since all of the affected students were from Gryffindor, Dumbledore instinctively started for the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Before he could take another step, Gilderoy Lockhart hurried forward. "My office is right upstairs, Headmaster. If you'd like to go there first." Dumbledore paused, then recalled exactly where on the 3rd floor Lockhart's office lay. He offered a slight nod. "Thank you, Gilderoy." At once the hushed crowd parted, clearing a path for the professors. Lockhart practically fluttered alongside Dumbledore, beaming with self-importance. Professor McGonagall exchanged a few whispered words with Professor Snape before falling in behind them. "It's just like last Halloween," McGonagall muttered to Snape, her lips barely moving. She was, of course, referring to the troll incident that had nearly turned the school upside down on All Hallows' Eve. Across the courtyard, Professor Sprout watched the Gryffindor prefects shepherd their housemates back toward the castle, a worried frown on her face. She remembered all too well how chaos had nearly erupted that same night last year, and she wasn't about to let history repeat itself. Professor Flitwick shook his head. "Ever since that person left, Hogwarts has enjoyed lasting peace all these years. Could it really be?" Both he and Dumbledore's eyes flicked to the inscription carved high on the wall, then back to one another. The Chamber of Secrets. For Harry and Hermione, this was their second visit to Gilderoy Lockhart's office. Harry especially remembered their first, an interminable, nearly 4-hour interview that had left Tay, he placed stamped indelibly on his mind. But tonight, as the party, Professor Flitwick, Dumbledore, Sherlock Holmes, Lockhart, Harry, Hermione, and Neville stepped inside, the room felt different. Shadows quivered on the walls, as if the portraits themselves were holding their breath. Sherlock's gaze swept over the polished bookshelves and glass cases. He paused before a row of framed photographs depicting Lockhart in heroic and occasionally absurd poses. There he was, sneaking up on a pair of shrieking witches whose hair rollers still dangled. There he was again, mid-leap, brandishing his wand at an unseen threat. Each image captured Gilderoy's trademark grin, as if daring the viewer to question his bravery. At that moment, the real Professor Lockhart swept forward in a swirl of lavender robes. With a graceful flick of his wand, he summoned a cluster of candles to life on his desk. Warm light sprang up, filling the room with dancing shadows. Harry, Hermione, and Neville exchanged uneasy looks. They edged their chairs into the dimmer corners, out of the candlelight, but kept their eyes trained on the important figures at the center of the room. Their gazes drifted repeatedly to Sherlock, hoping for some clue in his expression. But the detective remained wholly absorbed in scrutinizing every inch of Lockhart's cluttered sanctuary. Exchanging small, disappointed nods, the trio turned back to the unfolding scene, bracing themselves for whatever revelations might come next. Meanwhile, Dumbledore gently set Madame Norris on the smooth, polished tabletop and began a painstaking examination. His long, crooked nose hovered just above her tawny fur as he leaned in, bright eyes gleaming behind his half-moon spectacles. With delicate precision, his slender fingers probed her limbs, as thorough in his inspection as Sherlock had been moments before. Professor McGonagall bent over beside him, squinting so closely that her face nearly brushed the cat's back. In stark contrast, Professor Snape lingered in the shadows behind them, half-hidden and decidedly ominous. Sherlock caught the tight line of Snape's jaw and the flicker of tension in his eyes, as if the potions master were desperately struggling to keep something in check. At the edge of the room, Filch had barely entered before collapsing into a chair beside the table. Though Sherlock had confidently declared that Madame Norris was not dead, Dumbledore's solemn intensity rekindled the caretaker's fears, and Filch sat frozen, dread pooling in his eyes. He buried his face in his hands, too afraid to look at Madame Norris. He half expected Dumbledore to pronounce, "It's hopeless, let's cease treatment." Meanwhile, Gilderoy Lockhart, proprietor of the office, was striding back and forth before Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, dispensing unsolicited advice. "I recall a remarkably similar incident in Ouagadougou," he chattered. "There were a series of attacks there. I detailed every grisly moment in my autobiography. Fortunately, I equipped the villagers with enchanted amulets, and the threat was neutralized almost immediately." He swept a dramatic arm toward the wall lined with framed portraits of himself, all of them nodding in solemn approval. In one, his hairnet was even askew, as if caught mid-breeze. Sherlock observed this with a raised brow, unconvinced. Suddenly, Dumbledore looked up at Argus Filch, who had been hiding his face. "Argus, Madame Norris is not dead." At this, Filch shot upright, his eyes wide. "Really, Headmaster?" Dumbledore inclined his head gently. "She's alive, and out of danger, thanks to Professor McGonagall's intervention." Filch let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding and hurried forward to check on his beloved cat, relief washing over his features. Just as Sherlock observed, the victim's vital signs are still present. "Their current state is simply the result of petrification," Dumbledore said, his gaze sweeping over Harry, Hermione, and Neville. "But exactly what happened here, I confess, remains unclear." "Ask him!" Filch shrieked, turning his blotchy, tear-streaked face toward Harry. Dumbledore shot the caretaker a reproachful look but did not question Harry. Instead, he addressed another student. "Sherlock, what is your assessment?" At the headmaster's words, every eye in the room turned to Sherlock. Even Gilderoy Lockhart looked genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected Dumbledore to seek a second year's counsel. Sherlock met the headmaster's gaze calmly. "They didn't do this. To be precise, it's impossible that they could have," he replied with quiet certainty. Relief washed over Harry, Hermione, and Neville. Although Sherlock was only in his second year, his confident assertion made them feel as if the mystery had already been solved. Dumbledore gave a slow nod. "You're right. A second-year student couldn't possibly have done this. It would take dark arts far beyond their level." "Even so," Filch blurted, his pudgy face darkening to a furious purple, "this has to involve them somehow." Sherlock caught the caretaker's outburst and leveled him with a steely gray stare. Under that gaze, Filch recoiled, neck hunched. "I mean, they were there, weren't they? Otherwise, why else would they show up at that exact moment?" While the professors exchanged surprised looks, wondering how Sherlock could cow even Argus Filch, Professor Snape's cold laughter cut through the tension. "Heh! Is the great detective about to give us another one of his performances?" Snape's sarcasm was as sharp as any of his brewing techniques. Sherlock, however, remained perfectly composed. He turned toward the potions master and replied evenly, "This isn't a performance, Professor. It's a straightforward deduction." Snape raised an eyebrow. "A deduction, you say? Then perhaps you'll be kind enough to explain why your three little friends happened to be there in the first place." Chapter X. Dim candlelight flickered along the stone corridor, casting long shadows against the ancient walls. From beyond the towering oak doors came the distant murmur of music and laughter. Inside the great hall, the Halloween feast was in full swing. Yet here, away from the revelry, stood four figures: Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, and to the student's surprise, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Professor Severus Snape's dark robes billowed as he stepped into the lantern glow. His cold steel-gray eyes swept over the trio of Gryffindors before settling on Holmes. "Everyone else is enjoying the feast," he said in a low drawl. "Why are the three of you skulking about in this corridor?" He lingered on "the three of you," as if daring them to speak. Sherlock, unmoved, met Snape's stare and inclined his head. "Professor," he said evenly, "I can explain. Exactly 1 week ago, my friends received an invitation from the Gryffindor Ghost Knight to attend his Death Day party." Harry and Hermione exchanged relieved glances and rushed to back him up. "That's right," Hermione said. "He really did invite us." "Hundreds of ghosts showed up," Harry added eagerly. "They can confirm we were there." "Then," Snape cut in, his voice slicing through their words, "why didn't you return to the feast afterward?" He took a silent step forward, candlelight glinting off his sharp features. "After this so-called Death Day celebration, why did you choose to wander up here in the corridor instead?" Hermione and Neville both turned to Harry, eyes wide. Sherlock's expression flickered with sudden understanding. "Because—" Harry swallowed and glanced at Holmes out of the corner of his eye, bracing himself for the revelation. He'd had a perfectly good reason for heading to the third-floor corridor. He just knew no one would buy it. So he settled on a more plausible excuse. "We were tired and wanted to turn in early." Chapter 204. I Am the Principal. "Don't you have dinner?" Harry asked, glancing between his friends and Professor Snape. At once, Snape's gaunt face curved into a triumphant smile, as though he'd already unraveled their secret. "I can't imagine the refreshments served by ghosts at their party would satisfy mortal appetites." Hermione folded her arms. "We're not hungry." Harry tapped his bag. "Besides, we brought our own food." Neville murmured something too softly for anyone but himself to hear. Snape's brow lifted. "You went to a ghost party and still insisted on packing your own provisions?" For the first time, Snape's confidence wavered. Surprise flickered behind his dark eyes. "We." "Silence!" Snape cut in, pivoting to stare at Neville. "Mr. Longbottom, explain yourself. What's actually going on here?" He ignored Harry and Hermione's eager defenses. They were far too crafty, especially with Sherlock quietly covering their tracks. But Neville, every professor who'd ever met him, assumed he was a cub sneaking into a lion's den. Under Snape's piercing gaze, Neville's voice trembled. Because. A shiver ran down his spine as the potions master waited, unmoving and unblinking. A secret had always been buried deep in his heart. The one person he feared above all others was Professor Severus Snape. So when the potions master turned to him and asked a direct question, he couldn't get a word out. He stammered instead. "Sure, Sherlock told us, before the party." Snape's cold gaze pierced him. "Told you what?" He said, "to bring food." At last, Neville blurted it out for him, cheeks red as he struggled to breathe. Snape spun on Sherlock, who met his glare with a casual shrug. "See, Professor," Sherlock said with a faint bow, "you're not the only one who can think ahead." Beneath that polite tone, Snape's fury simmered. He opened his mouth to retort, but before he could speak, Dumbledore's voice cut through the tension. "Argus," the headmaster called to the caretaker, "Professor Sprout has recently acquired some mandrakes. When they reach full maturity, we can brew a potion to revive Madame Norris. Severus, I'll need your expertise." Snape barely suppressed a scowl. "I'll handle the brewing." No, Gilderoy Lockhart exclaimed, waving a manicured hand. "I've brewed mandrake reviving potion countless times. I could do it in my sleep." "With all due respect, Gilderoy," Snape began, but his words fell into a sudden hush as everyone turned to look at him. Lockhart's boastful interruption had drawn all eyes away, and for the moment diffused the dark cloud hanging between Snape and Sherlock. Behind his trembling mask of calm, Snape seethed. But at least the immediate crisis was averted, and the mandrakes would soon be ready. Meanwhile, the party guests, still clutching their picnic baskets, would have to wait a little longer before Madame Norris's restoration. And Sherlock? He just smiled as if he'd won yet another little game. Professor Snape turned on Lockhart with a cold glare, pure contempt in his eyes. "I believe I am the potions master at this school." Lockhart froze. A long, uncomfortable silence stretched between them before he stammered. I could help." "I don't need your assistance," snapped Snape. Oh, right," Lockhart muttered, shrinking back. Snape dismissed him and refocused on Harry. Harry's heart skipped a beat. After everything, the man still remembered him. "Headmistress," Snape said, addressing Professor McGonagall, "I believe some of the special privileges Mr. Potter currently enjoys should be revoked." Holding up a hand, he added, lips curling in sardonic amusement, "The boy who lived is no different from any other student. I recommend removing him from the Gryffindor Quidditch team until he can demonstrate proper behavior." Professor McGonagall, who had remained silent throughout, neither the dark arts nor potions being her specialty, could contain herself no longer. "Severus," she exclaimed, stepping forward. "That cat wasn't bonked on the head with a broomstick. There's no reason to bar the boy from playing." Professor McGonagall's voice rang out so firmly that even Sherlock's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Clearly, she took Quidditch very seriously. Across the staff table, Dumbledore turned his bright blue gaze on Harry with an intensity that made the boy feel momentarily exposed, as though every secret he'd ever harbored lay bare before the headmaster's eyes. Harry glanced at Sherlock, drawing strength from his friend's steady presence. With Sherlock by my side, I can face anything, he thought. Following Harry's look, Dumbledore shifted his attention to Sherlock. Sherlock, what is your opinion? A murmur of confusion rippled through the staff room. Dumbledore kept returning to the same question, almost as if it were a personal motto. Yet Sherlock answered without hesitation. Until he's proven unfit, he's eligible to play. Exactly, Dumbledore nodded, beaming at both McGonagall and Sherlock. I'm in agreement with Minerva and Sherlock. Professor Snape? Snape's dark eyes flicked between them, his expression etched with displeasure. Headmaster, I must protest. This is far too lenient a stance for 2, indeed, 3, students who've recently made rather a mess of things. Being the famous detective, or the chosen one, doesn't entitle them to special treatment. Severus Snape's voice cut through the room like a whip. Minerva McGonagall's jaw tightened. Severus, Albus already made himself clear. There's no evidence that Harry has done anything wrong. Snape's dark eyes flashed. I'm not talking about guilt or innocence. I mean their privileges. Those must be revoked. Albus Dumbledore regarded him calmly over his half-moon spectacles. Severus, I am the headmaster of this school. A muscle in Snape's cheek twitched. You'll regret this, Albus. With that, he slammed his parchment down, pushed back his chair, and stormed from the room. The door banged so hard, the windows rattled. Argus Filch looked around, bewildered. Surely he, the caretaker, should be the most outraged. His relationship with Snape was solid, and Madame Norris was his pride and joy. Why was the potions master so worked up over student privileges? Dumbledore sighed and turned to the 4 waiting students. You may go. McGonagall cast a long, searching glance at Sherlock Holmes, as if she had words she daren't speak, then merely nodded. In silence, Sherlock led the group out of Lockhart's office. Harry, Hermione, and Neville followed closely behind, their faces a careful mask of composure. They'd expected Sherlock to lead them back to the Gryffindor common room, but instead he turned away from the portrait of the fat lady and guided them up to the 4th floor. He paused before an empty classroom, gave the door a slight push, and slipped inside. Hermione, Harry, and Neville exchanged curious glances. Sherlock's confidence in these winding corridors was uncanny. How many times had he walked this very path? Once they'd all entered, Hermione gently shut the door behind them. Sherlock's slate-gray eyes flicked over his 3 friends, the dim lamplight casting shadows across his sharp features. At last he spoke. So, Harry, you heard the voice again, didn't you? I did, Harry admitted, his excitement barely contained. I knew you'd figure it out. I heard it calling me down here. Hermione and Neville turned to one another. Neville's brow furrowed in confusion, but Hermione's eyes narrowed as she pieced things together. Sherlock, Harry, you're keeping secrets from me, she accused softly. Harry's face fell, and Sherlock inclined his head slightly. Again, he murmured, as though the pattern were all too familiar. Hermione's heart pinched. Of course, Harry had told Sherlock about this phantom voice before. She should have been the first he confided in. But somehow, once more, she'd been left in the dark. Chapter 7. Sherlock brushed off Harry's anxieties with a casual wave. Never mind the little details. Tell me exactly what you heard this time. Still tear you apart? Harry's eyes were wide with urgency as he nodded. Yes, it went. Tear you apart, kill you. He swallowed hard, then pressed on, hungry, for a long, long time. Then, it's time to kill. And finally, I smell blood. I smell blood. He rattled off the chilling fragments in one breath, then exhaled heavily. When those words first echoed down the corridor, Hermione and Neville had both flinched, but Harry ignored them, sprinting toward the sound. He reached the 3rd-floor hallway just in time to see the same grim scene they'd been summoned to investigate. Harry glanced at Sherlock. Should I have warned the others about the voice? Absolutely not, Sherlock replied, his tone firm. This stays between us. Harry and Hermione exchanged startled looks, then turned to Neville. To their surprise, Neville cleared his throat and raised a trembling hand. Professor Burbage said, hearing voices that no one else can hear and seeing things no one else sees are never good signs. Sherlock's steel-gray eyes lit with a faint glow. "Is that so?" he murmured, leaning back against the wall. The reminder of thestrals, those silent omens of death in the wizarding world, sent a shiver down his spine. Indeed, nothing about this was a good sign. Harry's green eyes flickered with worry as he confronted Sherlock. "What on earth is happening?" he blurted. "The whole situation is so strange. Look at the writing on the wall. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. The heir lives within you, Harry Potter. Madame Norris is petrified, and now Ginny's gone missing. Sherlock, what do you make of it?" "Calm yourself, my friend," Sherlock replied, his voice cool and measured. Harry's agitation visibly lessened at the sound. He drew in a steadying breath. "First things first, where did Ginny go?" Before Harry could say more, Neville stepped forward. "Let me answer that one, Sherlock." Harry shot him a pleading look, but Hermione beat them both to it. "Allow me," she volunteered, and Sherlock inclined his head, silently urging her to continue. Hermione ran a hand through her hair. "After the ghostly gathering, we all agreed it was ill-advised, but I never imagined how hideous it would be. There were hundreds of ghosts milling about, moaning and rattling chains. They did serve food, but it wasn't meant for humans." Harry and Neville exchanged uneasy glances, recalling the awful banquet. Huge slabs of rotten meat, charcoal black cakes, worm-infested haggis, and cheese cloaked in green mold, Hermione shuddered. "I nearly lost my lunch." Harry covered his face. "Hermione, please, enough." But Hermione pressed on. "While you two were arguing, Ginny slipped away. She said she needed some air, wanted to explore the castle grounds on her own. I didn't think much of it at the time. By the time we noticed she was gone, the ghosts had dispersed, and the bloody baronet was giving chase." Neville nodded. "We searched everywhere, but it's like she vanished into thin air." Sherlock tapped his fingertips together, his dark eyes scanning the room. "So Ginny disappears shortly after the petrification of Madame Norris. The warning on the wall speaks of an heir, and we know the Chamber of Secrets has been opened, which means—" He paused, choosing his words. "We are dealing with someone who knows the castle intimately, someone who can move unseen. A traitor among us, or at least someone with inside knowledge." Harry's jaw tightened as he processed Sherlock's deduction. But who? And why target Muggleborns, or those of mixed blood, like Hermione? Sherlock folded his arms. "That remains to be discovered. We must retrace Ginny's steps, examine every corridor she could have taken, and interview anyone who might have seen her after the feast. Time is of the essence. If the chamber is truly open, Ginny may already be in grave danger." Hermione swallowed hard. Neville's face mirrored her fear, and Harry's determination flared. Together, they turned to follow Sherlock out into the dimly lit corridor, each of them bracing for what lay ahead. Everything they'd witnessed that night was more than unsettling. Sherlock didn't want to think about it again. Neville, standing beside him, nodded in agreement, his face still pale with terror. Hermione let out a long breath. It was dreadful. The bloody Baron stalked the corridors. Peeves was chaotic as ever, and Myrtle kept appearing out of nowhere to wail about her death. She paused, shaking her head. Then nearly headless Nick had the nerve to ask if we were enjoying ourselves. "We only managed to say that thanks to you, Sherlock. We'd brought enough food. Otherwise, we'd have been stuck hungry and freezing in that drafty hall." Hermione's eyes softened as she looked at him. She hesitated, then added, "Honestly, we couldn't take any more. We decided to leave as soon as we could." "A wise choice," Sherlock agreed quietly. He turned his attention back to them, his expression serious. "Tell me everything you saw and heard at the Death Day party." And so they recounted each ghastly detail. For nearly headless Nick, what should have been a solemn commemoration had turned into a nightmarish ordeal. 205, A Study in Scarlet, 2. Nearly headless, Nick had gone to great lengths to plan a lavish banquet for his 500th death day. In ghostly terms, half a millennium is worth celebrating, so he decided to invite a handful of living guests to join the festivities on Halloween Eve. His primary charge to Harry, one of those living invitees, was simple: sing Nick's praises to the other specters in attendance, thereby earning his host some well-deserved respect. Harry, eager to comply, sought out Sir Patrick, leader of the notorious Headless Hunt, and declared in solemn tones that Nick was indeed a fearsome and impressive fellow. But Sir Patrick, who had seen more death days than he cared to count, saw straight through the compliment. Why should he believe any mortal's flattery? After all, to a 1,000-year-old ghost, humans sounded as if they were narrating someone else's life story. Before Nick could stifle the growing embarrassment, Sir Patrick gave a sharp whistle. At once, members of the hunt unleashed their favorite pastime, head hockey. Ghosts lobbed one another's severed heads across the grand chamber like pucks, ducking and weaving to score imaginary goals. The living guests recoiled in horror, but the ghosts found it exhilarating, far livelier entertainment than Nick's carefully drafted speech. What Nick had hoped would be a dignified celebration dissolved into gleeful chaos. Heads whirled through the air, bonnets and cobwebs flying off in the swirl of spectral athletes. Laughter and triumphant cheers echoed among the marble columns. No amount of haunting decor or solemn toast could compete with the Headless Hunt's impromptu sport. Poor Nick could only watch as his banquet turned into a riotous arena, ghosts chasing heads and each other in a macabre game that ended only when the moon dipped low and the living guests, white-faced and wide-eyed, took their departure, vowing never again to eat at a ghost's table. The guests had completely upstaged their host, and poor Nick, despite every effort, had been soundly beaten. The three known as the Little Lions didn't stay around to see what happened next. They'd already bolted, fed up with the spectacle. Halfway down the corridor, Ginny suddenly stopped and announced she needed the restroom, so Neville and Hermione waited while she slipped away. That was when Harry heard it again, a soft, insistent whisper that only he could perceive. Without thinking, he broke into a run toward the sound. Neville and Hermione glanced at one another before sprinting after him. Breathless, they chased Harry until they spilled onto the third-floor landing. Sherlock, having already pieced together what came before, listened as Hermione caught her breath and recounted the episode. He tapped his fingers together, thoughtful, then looked up. "My dear Hermione," he said at last, "if I were you, I would have gone off with Ginny the moment she asked." Hermione let out a rueful sigh. "I know. I wish I had. If I'd been with her, maybe today only Harry and Neville would be under suspicion." Harry's eyes narrowed at the unintended slight. Hermione hurried to explain. "Oh, Harry, I'm sorry. You know I didn't mean it like that." Sherlock raised a hand to steady them both. "No need for apologies. The point is simply that, had you accompanied Ginny, this entire incident might never have occurred." A hush fell over the three of them as they absorbed his words. Harry stared at Sherlock in disbelief. You mean Ginny?" "Exactly," Sherlock replied evenly. "In this matter, Ginny is a primary suspect." Harry's brow furrowed. "But why her?" Before Sherlock could answer, Hermione burst out. "Professor Dumbledore himself said this was an exceptionally advanced piece of dark arts. Second-year students couldn't possibly manage it." Her eyes flicked to Ginny, as if that alone proved the first-year Weasley innocent. Sherlock inclined his head. "My dear Hermione, I have no doubt Ginny did not petrify Madame Norris herself. But once the cat was already frozen, hanging it from a torch bracket and scrawling a message below takes no particular magical skill, only opportunity and, unfortunately, cruelty. You remember the bloody inscription Quirrell left last Halloween?" "Of course I remember," Hermione whispered, recalling how Sherlock had painstakingly deduced the details of that chilling note. "Good," Sherlock said, leaning forward. "The handwriting on this new message is identical to Quirrell's. It must be the same person. And the traces we found at the scene, finger smudges on the bracket, traces of chalk on the parchment, indicate a young girl, barely over 5 feet tall." Hermione's heart skipped. "Are you saying?" Sherlock's eyes shone with conviction. "Precisely what you're thinking." Sherlock crouched beside the muddy footprints, his keen eyes tracing every ridge and groove in the soil. "Notice the proportions," he said quietly. "The foot is unusually small, and see how the grooves in the earth are perfectly parallel? Those laces belong to a brand new pair of boots. At first, the wearer must have been hesitant, see how the prints wobble, but then she settles into a confident, methodical stride. Taken together, these traces don't prove beyond doubt that Ginny did this, but they make her the prime suspect." Hermione, Ron, and Harry exchanged astonished glances, speechless. From somewhere in the castle a distant bell chimed. "It's past midnight," Sherlock noted, straightening up and winking. "I believe that calls for lights out." Hermione opened her mouth to argue, but he raised a hand. Don't fret, Hermione. This is only my hypothesis. There are still gaps in my reasoning. Tomorrow, why not ask Ginny directly? Even better, if you can borrow something in her own handwriting, her class notes perhaps, that will allow you to compare with the inscriptions we found. Ron peered around the deserted corridor. All right, he said, but where is Ginny now? Is she all right? Hermione asked, glancing from Sherlock to the rest of the group. She's fine. Did you even notice her just now? Sherlock replied, a faint smile playing on his lips. They stared at him in confusion. He waved a hand dismissively. You were so fixated on that cat you didn't see her, but when I looked back, Ginny was standing right beside Ron the whole time. So whatever's happening, at least she isn't in immediate danger. Hermione still looked uneasy. They all had questions, but Sherlock was insistent. Let's head back to the dormitory, he said. It's late, and we need rest. They didn't argue. After all, as Hermione had warned, attending a ghost's death day party could be a draining ordeal, and tonight's revelations had only added to their fatigue. The walk back through the silent corridors of Hogwarts felt endless, but finally they reached the cozy warmth of the Gryffindor common room. Ron was already asleep, and Mo curled under his blankets like a contented toad. Morning arrived all too soon. Ron sprang from his bed, hair in utter disarray, eyes alight with curiosity. So, tell me everything that happened last night, he demanded. Harry took a deep breath and recounted their entire evening. The eerie feast, the whispering ghosts, the cryptic warnings. He left out Sherlock's theory about Ginny. Ron listened, wide-eyed, and then added, Oh, and after Sherlock slipped away with Gemma for a bit, Ginny vanished too. Moments later, she reappeared at the Halloween feast as if nothing had happened. Sherlock merely arched an eyebrow. Ginny was safe, for now, but the mystery had only deepened. After the feast ended, she even witnessed Harry, Hermione, and Neville being caught red-handed, and she and Ron had arrived on the scene before Sherlock and Gemma did. I knew it, Ron exclaimed, grinning as he clapped Harry on the shoulder. You must have run into something odd. Otherwise, why would you let Ginny come back on her own? Harry managed a forced smile. Neville said nothing. What's with the long faces? Ron prodded, eyeing them suspiciously. Neville's always timid, but Harry, you look ready to faint. A little scare like that get to you? Last semester you faced, who himself. Ron's teasing almost made Harry blurt out the truth, but he held back. Neville, true to form, remained equally unmoved, slow on the uptake, but steady. On the walk to class, everyone could talk about one thing, the attack on Madame Norris. Filch's bizarre behavior kept the story alive. He paced around the spot where she'd been found, no doubt expecting her assailant to return, and clutched a rag as he tried to scrub away the chalked message on the wall. Madame Norris. Scour's all-purpose magical mess remover, Filch muttered, brandishing the wand-like device at the incriminating words etched into the stone wall. Sherlock leaned forward, reading the label through narrowed eyes. Scour's all-purpose magical mess remover, he repeated. He flicked his wand experimentally, but the offending graffiti only glowed brighter. I suppose it doesn't consider that particular inscription a stain. Ron leaned against the corridor's cold stone, grinning. Well, that renders it completely useless, doesn't it? Harry watched Ron's carefree smirk, and for a fleeting moment envied his ignorance. If only he could remain as worry-free. Yet he knew it was kinder, at least for now, to let Ron stay in the dark a little longer. Just before lunch, Hermione exchanged a quick glance with Harry and Sherlock, then marched over to join Ron. What's up? She asked, folding her arms. Caught off guard by her directness, Ron's grin faltered. He ran a hand through his hair. Ginny's been down in the dumps all morning, he admitted, voice dropping. Hermione's expression softened, but before she could press him for more, Filch sighed in frustration behind them. The wall still bore its glowing message, and the all-purpose cleaner sat impotent in his hand. Harry cast one last glance at the stubborn lettering. He'd have to deal with it himself. There was more at stake here than a bit of magical vandalism. But first, he'd let Ron and Hermione sort out their worries about Ginny. For now, a little ignorance and a malfunctioning cleaning charm would have to do. Hermione shot Ron a sharp look. If you hadn't left her last night, do you really think she'd be so terrified? Ron blinked. Me? You're blaming me for this? If you'd stayed, Hermione said, her voice cold, there would have been someone right beside her. and someone to wait with her when she went to the bathroom. But Ron found himself speechless. Before he could protest, Hermione delivered the clincher. "You're her brother!" Ron's face fell. He rubbed the back of his neck and finally muttered, "Okay, fine. It's my fault." Hermione softened a little. "Go back and comfort her. You know how much she adores cats." "All right," Ron grumbled, trudging off. Once he'd gone, Hermione turned to Sherlock, cheeks still flushed. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be so harsh." Sherlock inclined his head slightly. "If the outcome is improved, I'd say it was justified." Harry, standing nearby, offered a wry smile. He was more than happy someone else had handled the delicate situation. Together, the three of them slipped away from the crowd and made their way to the empty fourth-floor classroom they'd used the night before. Sherlock stood in the doorway for the third time. Gemma had shown him this classroom on his first visit, noting how it was almost always empty. That detail stuck with him, so he slipped back last night, and again today. As before, the room remained deserted. Hermione closed the door behind them and let out an exasperated sigh. "I already spoke to Ginny," she said. "She insists that after we left the loo, she never saw us again. She went straight to the feast." Later, she and Ron watched the entire capture unfold. Harry ran a hand through his hair. "Ron told me exactly the same thing." Hermione reached into her robes and pulled out a slim notebook. "These are Ginny's notes from Professor Lockhart's first-year Defense Against the Dark Arts lecture. I told her I was just curious about his teaching style. She didn't suspect a thing and handed them over." Harry exchanged a reproachful look with Hermione, but remained silent. Sherlock, however, wasted no time. He grabbed the notebook, flipped it open, and frowned as he scanned the cramped handwriting. Chapter 206, We Are Different. Sherlock's eyes were locked on Ginny's notebook long before Harry and Hermione noticed his unease. When they finally caught his gaze, alarm bells went off in both their heads. "What is it?" Hermione asked, stepping forward. Sherlock said nothing at first. He flipped the notebook in his hands again and again, then, frustrated, he tossed it onto the table. "The message on the wall wasn't written by Ginny," he announced. Harry and Hermione exchanged worried looks. Hermione pressed on. "Why not?" Sherlock folded his arms and began in his characteristic rapid-fire style. "The letters start exactly 1 foot above the floor. That height matches the natural arm swing level of someone roughly 5 feet tall. If Ron or I had done the writing, the words would sit at least 2 inches higher. Then there are the footprints. The impressions are deeper at the toes than at the heels, meaning the writer spent most of the time on tiptoe. And lastly, the traces around the scene point to a pair of women's size 36 long boots. Oh, and the bracket hook they rested the notebook on is fixed 4 feet 3 inches from the ground." He paused, the implications hanging heavily in the air. Harry's voice was barely a whisper. "So it wasn't Ginny." Hermione's face went pale as she stared at Sherlock, realization dawning. "Then who?" Sherlock offered no answer. He simply watched the two of them, every muscle taut, as if daring anyone to question what came next. Sherlock held up the broken bracket and turned it slowly in his hand. "To hang something this cleanly in midair, you'd need a levitation charm," he said, tapping at the metal. "Yet under my magic magnifying glass, there's not a trace of enchantment. Instead, these tool marks along the edge tell me someone did it by hand." He shifted his gaze to the uneven scrawl on the wall. But the writing, it's nothing like the handwriting in her notebook, and both Ron and Ginny swear they're telling the truth. Hermione bit her lip. "Sherlock, is it possible Ginny disguised her handwriting on purpose?" He shook his head firmly. "No. To alter your own script so thoroughly takes long-term professional training. Ginny's neither old enough nor skilled enough for that." Harry leaned forward. "Then Ginny couldn't have done this?" "She had no motive," he agreed. Sherlock rose and began to pace the empty classroom. Chamber of Secrets, the fabled heir, a petrified cat, yet we still lack too many clues. He stopped and faced them. "Tell me once more everything that happened last night, from nearly headless Nick's death day party back to Gryffindor Tower." As Harry and Hermione recounted each detail, Sherlock closed his eyes and replayed the scene in the attic of his mind, hunting for the missing piece that would crack the case wide open. Despite their best efforts, the investigation had hit a dead end. Sherlock had personally located Ginny to make sure she was unharmed, then combed the school for anyone else fitting Riddles' criteria. He actually identified several potential suspects, but pinning down their whereabouts on Halloween night or getting samples of their handwriting proved nearly impossible. Before long, the case stalled. Meanwhile, Hermione threw herself into researching the Chamber of Secrets. By the time she reached the library, after assisting Sherlock with Ginny's questioning, she discovered that every copy of Hogwarts: A History was checked out. "The waiting list is already 2 weeks long," Madame Pince told her apologetically. Hermione let out an exasperated groan. "If only I hadn't left my copy at home," she muttered. "My trunk's so stuffed with Professor Lockhart's enormous books, there simply wasn't room." She strode up and down the aisle, brows furrowed in thought. Then, her eyes brightening with sudden inspiration, she stopped dead in her tracks and exclaimed, "Ah!" "Could you really just give up on Professor Lockhart's books?" Ron asked with a sneer. Even though Lockhart had finally shown his true skill, Ron couldn't resist poking fun at him whenever chance arose. Hermione ignored the jab and turned to Sherlock. "Sherlock, is there any way you can get your hands on that book?" she asked. Sherlock tucked the Halloween cards, bearing the handwriting of several key suspects, into his coat. "With all due respect, Hermione, I doubt that book will lead us to the Chamber of Secrets." Hermione frowned. "Why not? Have you already read it?" "Not yet," Sherlock said, "but every copy has been borrowed from the library, and no one has uncovered any new information about the chamber. That silence tells us more than any discovery would." Hermione frowned thoughtfully. "But you said the Chamber of Secrets was just a legend. Why would any serious historian include it in a textbook?" Sherlock leaned back in his chair, a faint smile playing at his lips. "True enough. Still, if you're eager to see what the author actually wrote, I can arrange a copy for you." Hermione's face brightened. "You would?" "Oh, that would be wonderful." Sherlock nodded. "Funny thing is, Gemma Farley borrowed one recently, and she hasn't returned it yet." Hermione froze. "Gemma Farley? The Slytherin prefect?" "Exactly," said Sherlock, peering at her with mild curiosity. "Surprised?" Hermione waved a hand in front of her, trying to sweep away her shock. "I suppose I just didn't think you and she were friendly. After all, she's a Slytherin." "My dear Hermione," Sherlock replied, "I've told you before, Gemma Farley embodies the very best traits of that house." Ron snorted in agreement. Percy said the same thing. He swears he dislikes every other Slytherin, but he makes an exception for Farley. He snapped his fingers. "Wait, didn't she come to see you on Halloween night, Sherlock? Wasn't it about that book?" Hermione gave Ron a wry glance. Sherlock shook his head, a teasing glimmer in his eyes. "Not quite, but her visit did have something to do with it. According to her, she only borrowed the book after that incident occurred." "I understand," said Sherlock. Hermione raised a hand. "Wait, didn't you say that on the eve of Halloween, Prefect Farley came looking for you?" "Yes. Why?" Sherlock's brow lifted. Ron glanced at Hermione. "Prefect Farley found Sherlock and said she had something important to tell him. Hasn't that happened before?" Sherlock turned to Hermione, puzzled. "Is there a problem with that?" Harry shifted uncomfortably. He thought he knew where Hermione was headed, but prudently held his tongue. No problem at all," he mumbled. Hermione opened her mouth to argue, then seeing the expressions on Ron's and Sherlock's faces, decided against it. She sank back into her chair, saying nothing more. Sherlock pulled out a sheet of parchment and scribbled a quick note. He handed it to Watson. "Fetch Gemma and bring back Hogwarts: A History." True to form, Watson was back in under 10 minutes, triumphantly bearing the hefty volume. Tucked inside was a neatly folded reply from Gemma. Sherlock unfolded it and read aloud. "Dear Sherlock, Watson's speed never ceases to amaze me. It seems our rapport grows stronger by the day. Yours, Gemma." Sherlock smiled as he returned the letter to his pocket. The book, once again in their hands, would help unravel the mystery that lay before them. "Dear Mr. Holmes, thank you for requesting a copy of Hogwarts: A History. I have no reason to refuse. This small favor hardly compares to your invaluable assistance during the chaos after Halloween. Enclosed, you will find the volume you seek. As for its return, I trust your usual discretion. Once your investigation is complete, you'll see it back to the library without feeling bound by its more inflexible rules." One more thing. If Prefect Weasley dares to spout his Slytherin exception theory at young Weasley again, please remind him that my prefect's badge is not to be used as a handkerchief for Gryffindor's finest. Wishing you every success in your inquiry. Sincerely, Gemma Farley. Beneath her signature, a swift sketch of a small serpent curled its tail around a galleon. Strange, lie identical to one circulating in the darker corners of the wizarding world. Sherlock folded the letter and straightened up just as his three friends leaned in, eager to read. He said nothing. Their silent nods told them that, as long as he didn't forbid it, they were free to look over his shoulder. Ron's eyes widened as he slammed the letter down on the table. "Sherlock, did you really tell Prefect Farley what Percy thinks of her?" Sherlock shook his head calmly. "No, but it wasn't exactly hard to deduce." "Why? Never mind. I won't even ask." Harry, meanwhile, had buried his nose in the enormous book they'd just borrowed. He looked up in mock horror. "Blimey, it's no wonder no one ever uncovers anything about the Chamber of Secrets. This thing is a monster. The table of contents alone is half the length of some books." Hermione watched them both with an inscrutable expression. After a moment's silence, her voice took on a curious, almost teasing tone. "So you and Prefect Farley are that close already?" Ron, usually blissfully unaware of these subtleties, caught the odd lilt in Hermione's question. He shot a warning glance at Harry, who returned it with equal urgency. Their silent exchange was clear. "Don't let anything slip." Sherlock cocked an eyebrow at Hermione, clearly puzzled by her line of inquiry. Then he smiled, a hint of mischief in his eyes. "My dear Hermione, friendship is a relative measure. Compared to most students at Hogwarts, Gemma and I are quite close. But next to the few of you who truly know me, it's hardly anything to write home about. Frankly, she at least understands, better than some professors, that a prefect's badge isn't just a key to the bathroom. It's a symbol of responsibility. As for you, if you're determined to uncover the Chamber of Secrets, you'd do better to look elsewhere than keep retracing the same useless paths." Harry and Ron both let out relieved sighs. Hermione, however, still looked unconvinced. Sherlock's directness was so unusual that suspicion nagged at her. She straightened her shoulders and asked, "All right, then, why should I search somewhere else for the legend?" Sherlock tapped his chin thoughtfully. "It's simple logic. If 50 students have simultaneously pored over a history of magic, and not a single one has shouted, 'Here's the Chamber of Secrets,' it proves the meticulous compiler never actually recorded the legend. Of course," he added with a half-smile, "there is the other possibility. Given the book's bulk, they simply haven't finished reading it yet." Sunlight filtered through the high windows of the library as Sherlock snapped the dusty book shut. Harry and Hermione exchanged a look. "Whatever angle we take," Sherlock said, tapping the cover, "I don't think poring over this tome is the best use of our time. There's a far more efficient approach." Hermione raised an eyebrow. "More efficient? Sherlock, what are you suggesting?" "Instead of chasing rumors," he replied, "why not go straight to those who actually know the facts?" "Who would that be?" Hermione asked. "Professor Dumbledore, of course, Professor McGonagall, and even Professor Binns, the ghost who's been teaching history of magic since Hogwarts was founded." Hermione folded her arms. "I can't speak for Dumbledore or Binns, but McGonagall definitely won't volunteer anything." Harry shot up from his chair. "That can't be right. Remember last year, she argued with Snape on my behalf about Quidditch. She's always been on my side, and you two know she likes you even more." Sherlock gave Harry a cool look. "Actually, I spoke to her last term about Quirrell and the Philosopher's Stone. She told me in no uncertain terms not to repeat anything that might disrupt the school." Hermione sighed. "Maybe she really doesn't know the details. Harry, I don't think we should push her." Harry frowned. "That doesn't sound like you." Hermione smiled wryly. "Well, you're sounding a bit like Sherlock, eyeballing everyone for secrets. But McGonagall's attitude was clear enough. I wouldn't go back to her." Harrier, an hand through his hair. "Very well, then we ask Dumbledore." Ron's eyes widened as he shook his head in disbelief. "Didn't he actually tell Snape the other day, 'Severus, I am the headmaster'?" "Ron, this really isn't the time for jokes," Hermione said, her voice sharp. "I'm not joking," Ron insisted. "He really said it." Harry, Hermione, and Ron were still bickering over whom to consult about the Chamber of Secrets when Hermione finally held up a hand. "I say we start with Professor Binns," she announced. "If he can't shed any light on it, then we take our questions to Dumbledore. Sherlock, what do you think?" Sherlock snapped shut the massive history of Hogwarts. A wise choice. He looked over at Watson. "Watson, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you again." Hermione's brow furrowed. "Sherlock, what do you mean? We haven't even read this book yet." "It's unnecessary," Sherlock said coolly. "By my calculations, this volume contains no mention of the Chamber of Secrets. Return it to Madame Gemma." Watson nodded, lifted the hefty tome, and set off toward the librarian's desk. Ron shot Hermione a triumphant grin. "I told you," he murmured. Hermione shot Ron a glare, then turned back to Sherlock. "But how can you be so sure?" Sherlock inclined his head. "Elementary, my dear Hermione, it's time we pursue more promising leads." "You couldn't have finished that book already, could you?" Harry asked, amusement dancing in his voice. After all, it had been barely an hour since Sherlock had first laid eyes on it. To Harry's astonishment, Sherlock simply nodded. "I have." The three of them, Harry and the two others who'd been debating earlier, stopped in their tracks and stared at him. They'd witnessed Sherlock rapidly flipping through every page, but absorbing an entire book in under 60 minutes? It sounded impossible. Noticing their incredulous looks, Sherlock allowed a faint smile to curve his lips. He tapped his temple lightly. "As I've told you, my mind is like an empty attic. When I need information, I file it away, and when I need it back, I retrieve it. That is exactly what I did here. Tucked every detail of this book into storage, and once I'd done that, I realized it contained nothing of use to us." Ron stared at Sherlock in utter disbelief. He even grabbed the thick book from Sherlock's hands, flipped it open at random, and read aloud, "All living organisms." Before he could finish, Sherlock repeated the sentence word for word in under 3 seconds. Ron tried again with another passage. Same result. Ron's jaw dropped. "All right, Sherlock, you've convinced me," he admitted, shaking his head. "I always thought Hermione was the only one who could devour textbooks like that, but I should have known better. Ow!" He yelped as Hermione delivered a sharp kick to his shin. Grimacing, he glared at her. "What was that for?" Ignoring Ron's complaint, Hermione turned back to Sherlock, curiosity shining in her eyes. "If you can do this, why don't you always read that way?" Sherlock leaned back, fingers drumming lightly on the book's cover. "I do. Well, mostly." Hermione raised an eyebrow. "Mostly. With this method, speed isn't the issue. Retention is," Sherlock explained. "I can't truly achieve a flawless photographic memory." He tapped the spine of the book thoughtfully. "Even my so-called memory palace must obey the laws of human cognition. It's governed by something called the Ebbinghaus forgetting curve." Ron frowned. "The what curve?" Hermione sighed. "Not Einstein, Ronald. The Ebbinghaus forgetting curve. It describes how, the moment we learn something, we begin to forget it unless we review the material." Sherlock nodded. "Precisely. Speed reading and near-perfect recall are useful, but without repetition, even the best memory palace can't keep everything intact indefinitely." I stared at the open book in my hands. "The rate of forgetting," my friend explained, "is initially very fast and then gradually slows over time. Right after you learn something, you forget most of it. That's the famous Ebbinghaus forgetting curve." "Famous?" I frowned. "Why have I never heard of it?" He shrugged. "It's common knowledge, at least in my circles." I rolled my eyes. "Only in your circles, and Hermione's, I guess. Hey, that's a compliment this time. Don't brush me off." He gave me a half smile. "Truth is, my grasp of the magical world isn't complete, so parts of this book still elude me. Whenever that happens, I shove those sections into my memory attic. A few days later, they vanish unless I deliberately retrieve them. If I really want something to stick, I have to follow the Ebbinghaus curve, reread it at spaced intervals until it's cemented in my mind. But honestly, I don't need to do that now. All I care about is whether this book mentions the legend of the Chamber of Secrets." And it doesn't. Silence fell. I closed the book, my heart pounding. No Chamber of Secrets. Just nothing. Shock swamped me in waves. Shock and disbelief and the unsettling realization that I had nowhere left to turn. "But there must be a wealth of useful information in this book," Hermione blurted out as she shook off her shock. "Isn't it a shame to simply wipe our minds clean of it?" Sherlock gave her a faint, knowing smile. "I've already extracted every valuable passage and stored it in a dedicated wing of my memory palace, with extended retention protocols in place. The rest, deemed irrelevant, has been selectively forgotten." Harry, Hermione, and Ron exchanged astonished looks, a tinge of envy in their eyes. To choose exactly what to remember and what to discard at will, that level of control seemed almost supernatural. What they didn't realize was that Sherlock's so-called memory palace was still under construction. One day it would blossom into the legendary Mind Palace of which stories are told. But that, of course, is a tale for another time. That very afternoon, in Professor Binns's History of Magic class, Hermione, never one to be deterred, raised her hand and asked for more information on the Chamber of Secrets. As expected, Binns droned on in his usual sepulchral tone, and the result was mixed at best. Professor Binns, who had been teaching history of magic at Hogwarts since its very founding, was one of the few staff members who knew about the legend of the Chamber of Secrets. Unfortunately, he dismissed it as nothing more than myth. He trusted only solid, verifiable facts. Nearly 1,000 years ago, the 4 founders of Hogwarts set out to gather children who manifested magical ability. They scoured the lands, found promising young witches and wizards, and brought them to the castle to educate and train. In those early days, the founders worked together in near-perfect harmony. Over time, however, a deep rift formed between Salazar Slytherin and the other 3. Slytherin believed that Hogwarts should be far more selective in its admissions. He insisted that only children of pure-blood wizarding families deserved magical instruction. He refused to accept Muggle-born students, convinced that those with non-magical parentage couldn't be trusted. "Those who are not of my kind are bound to have different hearts," he declared. Naturally, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, and Rowena Ravenclaw vehemently disagreed with him, and the founders' unity began to fracture. Before Hogwarts became the unified school we know today, its 4 founders each prized a different virtue. Gryffindor prized courage, Ravenclaw prized wisdom, Hufflepuff prized loyalty, and yet none of them based their criteria on blood status. Over time, however, an irreparable rift developed when Salazar Slytherin began to insist that Hogwarts should admit only pure-blood students. As the old proverb warns, those whose aims differ cannot work together, and in this case, the founders' aims could not have been more at odds. The conflict finally came to a head between Salazar Slytherin and his closest friend, Godric Gryffindor. According to the school's official records, what Professor Binns dryly referred to as the only real, reliable facts, their quarrel was so bitter that Slytherin stormed out of Hogwarts and never returned. Any rumors of secret rooms or hidden magic they attributed to Slytherin's departure were, in Binns's opinion, mere legend. But Hermione Granger was not so easily deterred. She pressed the ghostly professor with polite persistence, determined to learn every scrap of information on Salazar Slytherin's supposed mysteries. At last, with a solemn creak, Professor Binns gave in and delivered the tale of the famed Chamber of Secrets. He told them that before his departure, Salazar Slytherin had indeed constructed a hidden chamber deep within the castle's foundations. Within it, he concealed a monstrous creature of his own choice. Then, with his last magical wards, he sealed the chamber shut, vowing that no one would ever open it again until his true heir stood before the entrance. Only this heir, bearing the same bloodline as Slytherin, would possess both the power and the right to break the seals, unlock the chamber, and unleash the terror inside. Why would anyone dare open the Chamber of Secrets and unleash its monster? The answer, they said, was chillingly simple: to purify the school, to wipe out every witch and wizard deemed unworthy of magic. In this twisted logic, only purebloods were fit to learn. Everyone else, Muggle-borns, were enemies of the heir. When Professor Binns at last droned out the old rumors, he was at pains to dismiss them as nothing more than an unproven legend, a preposterous story unworthy of serious thought. But as soon as he mentioned the chamber, the whole class snapped to attention, peppering him with questions about its validity and its supposed horrors. Clearly exasperated, Binns brusquely steered the conversation back to the International Confederation of Wizards 1982 convention. Once more, the classroom drifted into its familiar stupor, heads nodding as students fought to stay awake in history of magic. "Sherlock, what do you make of it?" Ron asked as soon as the bell rang. Sherlock merely smiled and shook his head. "History is written by the victors, Ron. Just because Professor Binns labels something real, reliable, and recorded doesn't mean it's all true. And the reverse holds too," Sherlock said coolly. "You're saying the Chamber of Secrets actually exists?" Ron's voice wavered. "Rumors and whispers rarely arise from nothing," Sherlock replied. "Where there's smoke, there's usually fire." Harry's jaw dropped. "Oh my God." "Merlin's beard," Ron echoed, staggering back in surprise. The two boys stared at Sherlock, stunned. His meaning was unmistakable. The Chamber of Secrets was no mere legend. Hermione alone kept silent, her head bowed as if lost in thought. After a moment, she snapped her eyes open. "You didn't jump to this conclusion based solely on Professor Binns's lecture, did you, Sherlock? You must have had other information." "Indeed, Hermione," Sherlock purred. He narrowed his gray eyes, steepled his fingers, and leaned forward. "Allow me to connect the clues. First, when Madame Norris was petrified, Professor Dumbledore showed no surprise. Instead, he immediately identified that a mandrake-based potion had been employed. This suggests he's encountered such incidents before and already understands both the petrification mechanism and its cure." Sherlock rose from his chair and walked to the window, the late afternoon sun tracing the sharp lines of his profile. Professor McGonagall's uncharacteristic fury at Snape's questioning of Harry might be blamed on her love of Quidditch, he continued, yet she went conspicuously silent when Dumbledore brought up the Chamber of Secrets. The curious reactions of these two senior professors hint at a hidden, unrecorded chapter in Hogwarts's past, a genuine danger far more real than any textbook legend. He turned back to the three of them, his voice growing more urgent. "And consider this. Professor Binns dismissed the whole chamber story as nonsense, yet the very details he recounted perfectly match the inscriptions we found on the wall. Until today, almost no one at this school knew those secrets existed." Sherlock's eyes narrowed as he laid out the truth he'd uncovered. Even if this attack was nothing more than someone exploiting the legend of the Chamber of Secrets, rather than the actual opening of it, the conclusion is inescapable. The chamber really does exist. He paused, the gravity of his words hanging in the silent hall. Then, fixing his gaze on the assembled witches and wizards, he continued in a low, measured tone. "But the deeper question isn't how the legend was used. It's who has inherited Salazar Slytherin's will. Who among us will next dare to turn this dark page of Hogwarts history?" Chapter 208. People must rely on themselves. Since Madame Norris's attack, Hogwarts hadn't seen any new victims. Argus Filch, however, refused to rest. He chased every rumor, every corridor, and even sought Sherlock's insight on more than one occasion. But as days stretched into weeks, the panic over the Chamber of Secrets slowly faded. Hogwarts A History was dutifully returned to the library shelves, and life at school settled back into its usual rhythm. That morning, Defense Against the Dark Arts offered a welcome diversion. Professor Gilderoy Lockhart strode in, brimming with enthusiasm, and announced that Neville Longbottom would demonstrate the behavior of a werewolf. Neville looked pale at the prospect. He was to unleash a bone-chilling howl and, at the same time, convey the reluctant submission of a creature cornered by a stronger adversary. Taking a deep breath, Neville transformed into something half-man, half-beast before the class. His roar echoed off the stone walls, raw and powerful, yet threaded with unmistakable hesitation. When he finally dropped his shoulders and let his shoulders slump, it spoke volumes of fear and resignation. Lockhart clapped his hands in delight. "Marvelous work, Neville. That's the most authentic portrayal I've ever witnessed. Everyone, watch closely. This is exactly how I subdued a werewolf single-handedly, wand pressed to its throat." "All right, Neville, your turn. Step up," Professor Lockhart announced with a flourish of his rose-tinted robes. Neville Longbottom swallowed hard, flipping frantically through his battered copy of Wandering with Werewolves. The incantation is— No, wait, that's not right." "Marvelous," Lockhart declared, clapping his hands in delight. "Absolutely marvelous. Now, Neville, give us a howl, louder." Red-faced and trembling, Neville let out a pitiful yelp. Around the classroom, his classmates winced sympathetically, already well acquainted with Lockhart's theatrical methods and Neville's enduring spot on the receiving end of them. Now, observe closely, Lockhart continued, sweeping forward as if on a grand stage. Drawing upon every ounce of my remaining magical energy, I summon the human restoration complexus. He tapped his wand against his palm and flicked it toward the snarling werewolf at his feet. The creature let out a long, tortured groan. Neville, encourage him. Howl even louder, Lockhart commanded. Neville complied, his meager howl echoing off the walls. Within moments, the beast's coarse hair receded, its wolfish fangs slid back into gums, and the hunched figure shrank down to a trembling man in tattered clothes. See? Simple, elegant, and supremely effective, Lockhart proclaimed, bowing deeply. Another grateful village forever freed from the horrors of the full moon, thanks to their hero, Gilderoy Lockhart. A smattering of applause rippled through the room. With a benevolent nod, Lockhart turned to Neville and declared, 30 points to Gryffindor, my boy, for your enthusiastic contribution to today's demonstration. Finally, it was time for the practical portion of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Since Professor Lockhart couldn't conjure an actual werewolf, he'd summoned a huge, shaggy beast instead. Still enough to send a thrill through the students. They erupted in excitement. This was exactly the hands-on experience they had been waiting for. Lockhart showed them how to cast the sleeping charm just right, then demonstrated a swift kick to incapacitate the creature without harming it. One by one, eager young witches and wizards stepped forward, mixing precise spells with carefully aimed boots. By the end, the monster lay peacefully snoring, and the classroom rang with cheers and laughter. Just as the final bell rang, Lockhart raised a hand to still the crowd. Before you dash off, remember your homework. Write a poem celebrating my triumph over the infamous Wogga Wogga werewolf. The best entry earns several copies of my autobiography, Magical Me, each personally signed by yours truly. The students poured out, already brainstorming rhyme schemes and heroic flourishes. Only Harry remained. Lockhart gave him a knowing look and waved him forward. Harry's heart sank. What did the professor want now? More help drafting fan letters? He took a slow breath, steeling himself for whatever came next. But to his surprise, Professor Lockhart suddenly turned the conversation to Quidditch. Harry, he said, leaning forward with a bright smile, tomorrow's our first match of the season, isn't it? Harry blinked. Yes, Professor. And if I'm not mistaken, Lockhart went on, it's Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Harry nodded. Yes. Lockhart's eyes gleamed. I hear you're quite the player, aren't you? Harry flushed. Well, no. I've just been lucky. Gryffindor needed a seeker, and I was asked to join the team. Nonsense, you're being far too modest, Lockhart declared. I was a seeker myself back in the day. They even wanted me on the national squad, but I preferred devoting my efforts to toppling the dark arts. Harry managed a surprised, really? Of course, Lockhart said with a flourish. If you ever want some extra training, just come find me. I'm always happy to share my experience with someone who could use a bit of polish. Later that evening, Harry relayed the exchange to Ron and Hermione in the Gryffindor common room. Ron snorted. Honestly, you'd sooner believe I'm Merlin reincarnated than take Lockhart at his word. Hermione frowned. Ronald, why do you find Professor Lockhart so hard to believe? Ron waved a hand dismissively. Come off it, Hermione. If he'd really been a top seeker, don't you think he'd have mentioned it in one of his books? Harry shrugged. Never mind him, Hermione. Wasn't it Professor Lockhart's approach to handling Colin Creevey that worked wonders last time? You might as well ask him again. Hermione's reminder struck a chord. After all, Lockhart's advice, treating fame as a mutual exchange between celebrity and fan, had actually tamed Colin's over-enthusiastic stalking. The boy still idolized Harry, but no longer lurked behind every Quidditch post. Still, Harry wasn't entirely satisfied. He wanted more options. As he often did when stumped, he tried to find Sherlock, but the detective had vanished. Hermione and Ron were sitting by the fire in the common room. Harry caught sight of their empty chairs. Where's Sherlock? He asked. Hermione closed her book. He had some new idea in Defense Against the Dark Arts and took off the moment class ended. Harry's shoulders slumped. Oh. Hermione leaned forward, earnest. Look, if Lockhart's so confident, it's worth another try. Ron shrugged, unconvinced. I don't know about that. Despite Ron's doubts, Hermione's faith bolstered Harry's spirits. After all, Slytherin House now boasted 7 Nimbus 2001 brooms, likely a gift from Colin, and Harry really hoped Lockhart could provide some genuinely useful counsel. Deciding to give the professor one more chance, he rose and headed off, determined to see what wisdom Lockhart could offer this time. Harry paused at Professor Lockhart's door, cautiously peeking in. The moment Lockhart spotted him, the professor sprang to his feet, beaming. "Harry, my boy, you've come to the right person. Did I ever tell you about the time I faced down the Hungarian horntail seeker in the Wagadoog League? With one flawless bell-shaped dive, I snatched victory from under his nose at the last possible second." Harry managed a non-committal, "Uh-huh." Lockhart waved his wand theatrically. "Now, to teach that little snake Malfoy a lesson, it's all about aura, Harry." "Right," Harry said, arching an eyebrow. "First," Lockhart continued, "when you pull off a backflip on your broom, be sure to fling that charming mop of hair out of your face. The collective shriek of the stands will practically lure the golden snitch right to you." Harry blinked. "Seriously?" Lockhart leaned in, lowering his voice. "Second, coat your broom handle with a drop of Felix Felicis. No, wait, that's anti-slipping potion. Back when I took on the vampire team." A crack of thunder rattled the window. Lockhart jumped, hand to his chest. "By Merlin's beard, and when you're playing in the rain you must shout, 'Lockhart will win,' as you dive." Harry stared, mouth slightly open. "Thanks, Professor. That should help." Lockhart straightened his robes, still grinning. "Anytime, Harry. You know where to find me if you need more pro tips." "Because his vision will be blurred, Malfoy will be disoriented. He won't see you coming. Just make sure you go in with full momentum." Professor Lockhart had called out as Harry left the pitch. An hour later, Harry trudged out of Lockhart's office, his face pinched with frustration. "Honestly, I can't believe I fell for that." Back in the Gryffindor common room, he sank onto a couch opposite Ron and Hermione. His eyes were tired and flat. "I knew Lockhart loved to brag about his adventures, but I didn't expect him to treat Quidditch the same way." Ron burst into laughter, slapping the arm of the couch like it was the stand-up stage. "Hermione, are you going to keep defending him?" Hermione bit her lip, looking uncertain. "I'm not saying he's clever, but he really believes his own tips work. They might even work for someone, just not for you, Harry." "Hey," Ron protested, "at least the idea of using Felix Felicis was halfway smart." "Enough," Hermione snapped, her voice firm. She turned to Harry. "Using Felix Felicis in a match is against every school rule. If you're caught, you'll be banned from Quidditch for life. Please, don't even think about it." Harry ran a hand through his hair. "I know, I won't do anything stupid." He paused, then offered a small, rueful smile. "Next time I'll trust my own skills and my regular broomstick." Lockhart must have misspoken when he called the potion Felix Felicis. He later admitted it was really an anti-slipping solution. "Heh," Ron teased, a Cheshire grin tugging at his lips. "I actually think his slip of the tongue was more honest than his correction, but don't worry, I'll zip it." Harry and Hermione both shot him pointed glares, and Ron, wisely recognizing defeat, quickly changed the subject. "So, Hermione, what's Sherlock been up to lately? He's practically a ghost." "I haven't the faintest idea," Hermione replied with a shrug. "He always says he's onto something critical, and then he disappears." Ron laughed. "At least he gives you a heads up before vanishing, but he wouldn't dream of missing your match tomorrow, would he, Harry?" "Impossible," Hermione said firmly. "He'd never leave me to face that alone." Harry, for his part, simply nodded, his eyes alight with determination. Saturday arrived before most of the castle stirred. Harry woke well before dawn, when the sky was still pitch black. He lay rigid in his bed, mind racing, unable to steal even a wink more of sleep. He stared at the ceiling, muscles tense with anticipation. "I can sense you're quite nervous right now." The voice was soft, unmistakably Sherlock's. "Sherlock?" Harry bolted upright. In the dim pre-dawn light, two keen gray eyes flickered at him from the foot of the bed, a quiet, knowing smile playing across Holmes's face. Sherlock had slipped out to the Forbidden Forest again last night, and Harry hadn't even noticed when he returned. Groggy, he blinked at the ceiling until he realized someone was watching him. When did you get back?" he asked. "Earlier than you," Sherlock answered, voice calm in the half-light. Harry sat up and rubbed his eyes. "You didn't go for your morning run today?" "No," Sherlock said simply. Harry smiled, though he didn't need to ask why. He knew Sherlock had stayed behind to keep him company. For a few moments, both lay quietly in the dim room, listening to the soft stir of dawn. When the sky beyond the shuttered windows grew a shade brighter, Harry drew in a breath. Sherlock, if we lose... He stopped himself. His mind kept drifting to those gleaming Nimbus 2001s. The other team would be mounted on the fastest brooms money could buy. What chance did they really stand? I know what you're worried about. Sherlock sat up and reached over. But the difference between a Nimbus 2001 and a Nimbus 2000 isn't as big as you think. Here. He tossed Harry a tightly rolled parchment. Harry blinked in surprise, caught it, and unrolled the scroll. In the faint morning light, he read Sherlock's neat handwriting, every line promising a plan far sharper than any broomstick. In the annals of broomstick design, the Nimbus series stands out as one of the greatest achievements in magical transportation. Introduced by the Nimbus Broomstick Company, founded in 1967, the series revolutionized the way witches and wizards took to the skies. The original Nimbus 1000 was a breakthrough, capable of reaching speeds up to 100 miles per hour and executing precise 360-degree turns on a dime. It combined power, agility, and rock-solid reliability. Its success paved the way for incremental upgrades, the Nimbus 1001, 1500, and 1700, each offering the same core performance with minor tweaks, but none quite matching the excitement of the debut model. Then came the Nimbus 2000, a true landmark in broomstick history. Sleek and gleaming, it featured a perfectly balanced mahogany handle and impeccably straight twigs at the tail. More than just eye candy, the 2000 raised performance standards across the board, earning immediate acclaim from professional players and casual flyers alike. It seemed destined to remain the crown jewel of the company's lineup for years. Yet, barely a year after its launch, the Nimbus Broomstick Company surprised everyone with the Nimbus 2001. Built as an upgrade to its predecessor, the 2001 delivered greater thrust, sharper responsiveness, and an overall aerodynamic refinement. In every measurable category, speed, handling, and endurance, the Nimbus 2001 outperformed the 2000, setting a new benchmark and proving that the race for broomstick supremacy was far from over. Harry scanned the parchment Sherlock had pressed into his hand. Speed up by about 5% year-on-year, stability up 3%, and the price 30%? He looked up, perplexed. Sherlock, what's this supposed to prove? Sherlock's lips curved into a faint, mocking smile. Look closer. The biggest improvement the Nimbus 2001 has over the Nimbus 2000 isn't speed or stability, it's the price tag. Harry frowned. But surely a 5% speed increase and 3% better handling means something? Technically, yes, Sherlock conceded, voice cool. But in a real match, those marginal gains are practically invisible. Yet the makers hiked the cost by 30%. When you analyze data obsessively, a single percentage point can be exaggerated into a major selling point. He met Harry's eyes, his tone sharpening. Compared to other broom models, the Nimbus 2001's upgrades are minimal. What truly matters, Potter, is how you play the game. If you want to beat Slytherin, you must abandon any amateur assumptions about equipment and devote yourself entirely to the match. Harry felt his cheeks flush under Sherlock's unwavering gaze. I understand, but... No buts, Potter, Sherlock interrupted firmly. Unless an opponent's broom is an order of magnitude better, the outcome hinges on the seeker. You must rely on your own skill and instincts. As long as Sherlock speaks, everything will be fine, Harry whispered, meeting Sherlock's steady gaze. His heart swelled. He'd known it all along. Despite everything on Sherlock's plate, he'd never forgotten Harry. Not only that, he'd even taken the time to compare the specifications of Harry's old Nimbus 2000 with the brand-new Nimbus 2001. Sherlock's kindness left him speechless, and yet no words were needed between them. Brothers for life, after all. Realizing it was nearly breakfast, Harry straightened his robes and joined his roommates in the corridor. Together, they made their way down to the Great Hall, only to find the Gryffindor Quidditch squad unexpectedly gathered around the empty long table. Every face was tense, every stance rigid with unease. At the sight, Sherlock's brow furrowed. He'd underestimated the pressure the Nimbus 2001 placed on the team. Harry, buoyed a moment ago by Sherlock's quiet confidence, felt his nerves return in full force. Harry sat at the wooden table in the Gryffindor common room, his breakfast untouched. "Come on, Harry, at least eat something," Ron muttered around a half-chewed cheese bun, eyes narrowing as Harry pushed his plate away. "I'm not hungry," Harry replied, shaking his head. Hermione slid off her own chair and softened her tone. "A slice of toast, maybe? Just a bit of toast." "I really don't want any." Harry's shoulders hunched as he stared down at the table. Ron and Hermione exchanged a tense look, then both turned to Sherlock, who had been quietly observing them from across the room. This was exactly how it had been before Harry's first Quidditch match last year. No matter how hard Ron and Hermione tried, Harry wouldn't eat until Sherlock intervened. Miraculously, Harry had taken that bite of toast and gone on to win the match. Now they desperately hoped for a replay. Sherlock met Harry's gaze and spoke with cool authority. "Harry, you need to eat. You'll burn through a lot of energy out there, and as Seeker, you're the first one your opponents target." Hermione and Ron both exhaled, relief flooding their faces. Sherlock had done it again. Everything would be all right, but then Hermione's eyes went wide. "Wait, that voice," she frowned, leaning forward. "Why does it sound like a girl's?" Harry and Sherlock both froze when the voice rang out. Only it wasn't Sherlock's. They glanced up in surprise to find Cho Chang standing gracefully before the Gryffindor table. Her cool Ravenclaw robes swished as she offered Harry a small, encouraging smile. "Cho, what are you doing here?" Harry blurted, blinking in astonishment. Cho folded her arms, her eyes bright. "Isn't Gryffindor's Quidditch match today?" She slid into the empty seat opposite Harry. Seeing the slump in his shoulders, she frowned. "Don't look so defeated. Do you remember what I told you before?" Harry hesitated. Which thing?" Cho sighed, half amused, half exasperated. "The most important factor in any match is the person, yourself." Harry shook his head. "I know that, but—" "First things first," Cho interrupted gently. "Eat something. If you don't believe in yourself, how can you expect your teammates to believe in you?" Harry looked into her earnest, dark eyes and felt a spark of confidence flicker to life. He reached for the piece of toast Neville had handed him moments before and took a bite. Sherlock let out a soft whoop of relief. Meanwhile, Hermione and Ron exchanged helpless shrugs. Ron whispered, "So much for our pep talk," and Hermione could only offer an ironic smile. At least Harry was finally back in the game. As the clock edged closer to 11, the students began filing out of the Great Hall, scarves and banners in hand, all headed toward the Quidditch pitch and the excitement of the match ahead. It was one of those sweltering summer days at Hogwarts, thick, humid air hanging over the castle grounds and distant rumbles of thunder echoing from the mountains. Inside the Gryffindor changing room, the team slipped into their scarlet robes and settled on to wooden benches. Captained by Oliver Wood, they waited for the customary pre-match pep talk. "Ladies and gentlemen," Wood began, scanning every face until his eyes lingered on Harry's for a heartbeat too long. "It's time." Fred and George Weasley immediately started jabbering over one another. "This is it," Fred announced, a grin splitting his face. "The moment we've been training for," chimed in George. "Pipe down, you two," Wood snapped, flashing them a withering look. "Yes, Slytherin's brooms are faster than ours. That's a fact we can't deny. But let's not forget who's on those brooms. We've worked harder. We've flown through rain, wind, even hail." "Too right," George interjected. "My robes haven't dried since August." "Seriously, shut it," Fred added, ducking Wood's glare. Wood inhaled deeply, forcing himself to stay calm. "Our teamwork, our practice, and our determination beat any engineered broom. Today we'll prove it. We're going to make Slytherin regret ever setting foot on the pitch." He turned to Harry, voice softening. "Harry, here," Harry replied, pushing his hair out of his eyes. "Cho Chang said something I want you to remember. It's not about having the best broom or the highest connections. It's about skill, heart, and showing everyone that being a seeker takes more than a famous last name. Today you fly for Gryffindor. Are you ready?" A chorus of "Aye" and "Let's do this" rose from the benches. Harry stood, fitting his gloves, the weight of expectation settling on his shoulders, and the promise of triumph resting in his heart. "Harry," Oliver Wood hissed as he pulled him aside just before the match, "the longer we stall, the worse it gets for us. We either finish this quickly, or we face total disaster out there. Make every Slytherin regret letting that little git Malfoy buy his way onto the team. The power's in you. Trust it." Harry clenched his fists at Wood's urgency and gave a firm nod. As the Gryffindors swept onto the pitch, the stands erupted into cheers. Professor Snape's recent point deductions had hit not only Gryffindor, but Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff as well, and now everyone was itching to see Slytherin take a fall. Even the rival houses had reason to cheer us on. Madam Hooch stepped between the two captains, broom in hand, and called for a handshake. Oliver Wood, compact and sinewy, stepped forward opposite Marcus Flint, broad-shouldered and solid. They clasped hands in a vice-like grip, eyes locked, each man silently warning the other that neither intended to give an inch once the whistle blew. "Listen for my whistle," Madam Hooch called, though she'd seen everything. She knew all too well how fierce the Gryffindor-Slytherin rivalry could be, and as long as no one committed a foul, she'd rather leave them to it. 3, 2, 1. The stands erupted as 15 broomsticks launched into the slate-gray sky. Harry shot upward faster than anyone else, including the referee himself, squinting against the wind as he scanned for the glint of the golden snitch. On the ground, Hermione perched at the edge of the pitch, fingers laced around her knees, heart thudding with nerves. In theory, she knew Quidditch inside and out, probably even better than Oliver Wood, whose entire life revolved around the game. In practice, though, she'd barely flown at all. Every weekend, the pitch belonged to the 4 house teams, squeezing out her and Sherlock's training time. She only stayed behind when Gryffindor was on the field. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were more forgiving, but to avoid whispers, she and Sherlock slipped away afterward. And with Slytherin, well, there simply wasn't a chance. She pressed her lips together, determined that next time, nothing would keep her from learning to fly. Ron pressed the binoculars to his eyes, hunting for Harry's motion on the pitch. "Bloody hell! That little git Malfoy actually dared to provoke him," he muttered, watching Draco swoop under Harry like an arrow. Even at a glance, it was clear Malfoy's skill in the air outmatched Ron's. And that speed wasn't just the NCS to the Nimbus 2001. Reluctantly, Ron lowered the binoculars and turned to Sherlock. "Holmes, aren't you worried at all?" At once, the others swiveled to see the detective's reaction. True to form, Sherlock remained perfectly composed, his face betraying no hint of concern. Seamus frowned. "Holmes, seriously, why so calm? 10 seconds ago, Malfoy had Harry on the back foot." Dean nodded in agreement. "And we're talking about a Nimbus 2001 here, one of only 7 in existence." Sherlock met their gaze evenly. "It's really quite simple. Harry is far stronger than Malfoy." A hush fell over the group as they exchanged doubtful looks. The answer was blunt, almost crude, yet, beneath its simplicity, it held an unsettling confidence. Was Sherlock right? Only the rest of the match would tell. The ones truly worth worrying about are never people like Malfoy, Sherlock muttered under his breath. Hermione leaned closer, frowning. "Sherlock, what did you say?" He shook his head dismissively. "Nothing." Though his primary focus was the Quidditch match, Sherlock's eyes kept drifting toward the stands. Spectators whispered among themselves, puzzled by his unusual attention. Without warning, a summer downpour swept across the pitch. Heavy raindrops splattered Harry's face, and water beaded on his glasses until his view of the game was a blur. 30-0, Slytherin. Lee Jordan's excited voice rang out over the crowd's roar, reminding Harry just how dire the situation had become. Despite the Nimbus 2001's legendary speed, Slytherin had racked up 3 quick goals. Had Gryffindor's captain and keeper not been performing miracles in the goalposts, the deficit would have been even greater. Harry's heart pounded. He fought to clear the rain from his lenses and regain his focus. From the opposing side of the pitch, Draco Malfoy spotted Harry's tension and couldn't resist taunting him. "Enjoying the match, Potter? It's quite thrilling, isn't it?" Harry clenched his jaw, rainwater mingling with sweat, as he prepared himself for the next play. Draco's lips curled into a triumphant sneer as he strode onto the Quidditch pitch. With Sherlock nowhere in sight, he finally had free rein to unleash every cutting remark he'd been holding back against Harry. The prospect of letting loose felt intoxicating. He could taunt Potter until the echoes of his own laughter startled the other players. His mind even toyed with something more daring, a perfectly timed shove that might send Harry tumbling off his broom. Yet Draco knew better than to act on a whim. A few rough collisions here and there were par for the course in a Quidditch match, and Sherlock would expect nothing less. But deliberate foul play? That would cross a line he wasn't prepared to risk. Before he could indulge further fantasies of sabotage, Gemma Farley's voice cut through his plotting. As one of the Slytherin prefects, she'd never been one to mince words. "If you don't want to end up like Marcus Flint," she warned crisply, "you'd better apologize to Mr. Potter and Mr. Collin." Her directive churned Draco's stomach. Gemma, a pure-blood Slytherin prefect, defending a filthy mudblood and her Gryffindor friend? Outrageous. The very idea of showing mercy to a Weasley, let alone Potter, made his skin crawl. If Draco ever claimed the title of prefect for himself, he vowed he would never betray his house or his bloodline to protect such riffraff. Malfoy had promised Gemma he'd apologize to Harry and Colin, yet time and again he'd found excuses to put it off. Gemma, however, wasn't so easily fooled. At last, with the big match looming, he had no choice but to set a date. He'd apologize right after the game. In his mind, it was perfect timing. Slytherin was bound to trounce Gryffindor, and a token apology after such a resounding victory would hardly matter. Grinning at the thought of looming over a crestfallen Harry and Colin, too discouraged even to refuse, Malfoy barely noticed Harry hovering above on his broom. Then, with shocking suddenness, Harry wheeled around and shot straight toward him. Malfoy blinked, shook himself free of the daydream, and sneered up at him. "Scarhead," he taunted, "planning to ram me? Even if I lend you the courage." Before he could finish, Harry had already clenched his legs around his Cleansweep 7, no match for Malfoy's Nimbus 2000, and charged headlong. Malfoy's eyes went wide. "You're insane!" he yelled, but his voice caught in his throat as the distance between them vanished. As Harry drew nearer, Draco felt a chill run down his spine. Harry's face was twisted in fury, his very presence radiating a savage intensity, as if any moment now he might turn into a werewolf and tear Draco limb from limb. Draco couldn't help but recall the last time Harry got that look, the moment Harry punched him in the Great Hall. The memory made his heart pound. Then Harry's voice rang out across the pitch. "Gryffindor will win." Draco's pulse jumped. "Oh no," he thought. "He means business." In Draco's mind, Slytherin's unbeaten streak had finally pushed Harry over the edge, and he was about to take it out on Draco. Gulping for air, he veered his broom sharply to the side, weaving between the quaffle players. All the while, he muttered under his breath about Marcus Flint. It had been Flint's brutal collision with Harry last season that apparently kindled this vendetta. So naturally, Harry would come after Draco today. But then, unexpectedly, Harry reached out a hand, his fingers curling in a clear grab-and-twist gesture. No, no, no. Draco's blood ran cold as realization struck. He tugged desperately at his broomstick between his legs, trying to counter the move. And then, before he could react any further, Madame Hooch's whistle pierced the air. A ripple of shocked gasps and whispers swept through the stands as the entire pitch froze, waiting to see what would happen next. Harry lifted his right hand high, the glinting golden snitch clutched firmly in his palm. 150-30, Gryffindor wins, he announced to the roar of the crowd. From the commentator's booth, Lee Jordan's energetic voice rang out. "Ladies and gentlemen, feast your eyes on this. Potter does it again. The boy who lived has just sealed Gryffindor's victory. Slytherin's own seeker, Malfoy, didn't even see it coming. Let's hear it for the King of Fists." A tidal wave of cheering washed through the Gryffindor stands. "Oh my God, Sherlock, that was incredible, just like you predicted," someone yelled. Hermione, unable to contain herself, threw her arms around Sherlock. "We won! We won!" she cried. Sherlock merely nodded, eyes still fixed on the pitch. Below, Marcus Flint was storming over to Draco Malfoy, who stood hunched and silent, bracing himself for the captain's wrath. The rest of the Slytherin team watched impassively, arms folded, offering not so much as a comforting word. On the opposite end of the field, the Gryffindor chasers and beaters were launching Harry skyward in a triumphant toss. His teammates hooted and whooped with delight. Nearby, the three girls who hadn't joined the tossing circle danced in a tight-knit cluster, their excitement bubbling over in laughter and high-pitched squeals. All across the stands and pitch, the house colors flew triumphantly as Gryffindor celebrated a thoroughly earned victory. Chapter 7. A Swift Victory and an Unwelcome Encounter. The two teams couldn't have been more different. On one side, Indoor, riding the confidence of their new Nimbus 2001. On the other, a determined Slytherin squad bristling at the advantage. From the outset, Captain Wood made his intentions crystal clear. Quick match, everyone. No dawdling. True to plan, the game flew by in record time. Harry caught the golden snitch almost before Slytherin had a chance to mount a real defense, making this the second fastest finish in House Cup history. Only last year's match, with Professor Snape refereeing, had been quicker. Back then, Harry had raced through his capture of the snitch to avoid any accusation of favoritism by Snape, who was notoriously partial to Slytherin. Today's circumstances felt eerily similar, and Harry couldn't help but smile at the irony. Across the pitch, Draco Malfoy's triumphant sneer said it all. He'd clearly expected Harry to trip up, maybe even wipe out. Laughable. Ever since he'd begun studying strategy with Sherlock Holmes, Harry felt sharper, more confident in his decisions on the broom. He'd been itching all afternoon to compare notes with Sherlock, dissecting each move, each feint, each dive. But that plan would have to wait. As Harry dismounted and jogged back toward the grand stone entrance of Hogwarts Castle, his stomach knotted. There, blocking the castle doors, stood the last person he wanted to see, Gilderoy Lockhart. In his trademark bright blue robes, immaculate hair gleaming, and that infuriatingly perfect smile plastered across his face. Harry hesitated, intent on slipping around him. But Lockhart moved faster than any witch or wizard Harry had ever seen, quicker even than a seeker on a Nimbus 2001. In a heartbeat, Lockhart had intercepted him, one hand on Harry's shoulder, the other theatrically extended. "My dear boy," Lockhart exclaimed, voice rich with false warmth, "you simply mustn't vanish on me now. The press will be here at any moment. It's all over the Quibbler, you know. Aren't you late for our little interview?" At those words, Harry's color drained away. He managed a weak nod, forcing himself to smile as Lockhart led him toward the castle steps. Inside, Sherlock's keen insights could wait. Harry suddenly had a much more daunting engagement to endure. Gilderoy Lockhart took a deep breath as he stepped into the great hall. He knew exactly the reception that awaited him. The Gryffindor-Slytherin Quidditch match had just ended, and the rumble of cheers still vibrated through the castle walls. Clusters of first and second years, their faces flushed with excitement, spilled into the hall, where shafts of late-morning sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows. The colored panes cast shifting patterns across the flagstones, weaving a living tapestry of reds, greens, and golds beneath the students' feet. At the very center of that kaleidoscope stood Lockhart, his robes immaculate, with Harry Potter at his side. Lockhart clasped Harry's shoulder in a firm, proud grip and raised his voice so every student could hear. "Gather round! Come on, everyone! Before today's match, Harry here, the youngest seeker in 100 years, specifically came to me for advice. It's thanks to the brilliant tactics I taught him that he caught that snitch today and secured the win for Gryffindor." From the edge of the hall came the familiar click, click, click of Colin Creevy's camera, capturing every gleaming smile and dramatic flourish. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Some students nodded eagerly, convinced that Lockhart's coaching had made all the difference. Others arched an eyebrow, wondering whether Harry might have fared just as well on his own. But for now, the applause rolled on, echoing off the vaulted ceiling, and Lockhart was content to bask in the adulation. Tactics or no tactics, the spotlight was his. Lockhart beamed as if he'd just uncovered the secret to eternal glory. "As your defense against the dark arts professor, I've neglected to mention one little detail. I was once an outstanding seeker myself, until I laid aside my broomstick to dedicate my talents to battling the dark arts." He flashed a grin that showcased a perfect row of pearly whites, clearly more delighted by this confession than any lesson he'd ever taught. "I'm convinced my Quidditch experience can still benefit you all. Today's match has inspired me anew. I'm pleased to announce that I'll soon be publishing a book on Quidditch strategy. Do look forward to it." Harry kept silent. It was true he'd sought Lockhart's counsel before the game, so he couldn't entirely dismiss the professor's claim that his victory stemmed from Lockhart's tactics. In one moment of feigned aggression, when Harry pretended to topple Malfoy's broom, he had indeed recalled one of Lockhart's old moves. The anti-slip potion on his boots and own disheveled hair, however, were hardly the professor's doing. In truth, Harry had shown the resolve to win, subtly rewriting Lockhart's boast of Lockhart will win into Gryffindor will win. And as for the golden snitch that literally darted into his outstretched hand, well, even Lockhart couldn't claim credit for that stroke of luck. Believing that was about as likely as claiming Ron Weasley was Merlin himself. The instant Harry offered even the slightest nod of agreement to Professor Lockhart's grand announcement and let slip the news of Lockhart's upcoming book, the younger witches and wizards in the hall erupted into even louder cheers. How wonderful! Someone called, and the whole room seemed to pulse with excitement. Lockhart let the applause wash over him, basking in every clap and shout. He threw back his head and declared with genuine delight, "This is the life I've always dreamed of." Harry hesitated at the edge of the crowd. Did the professor just say that aloud? He cleared his throat. "Excuse me, Professor. What did you say just now?" Lockhart dropped his chin, flashed that row of perfectly white teeth, and winked. "Oh, nothing, Harry." He turned on his heel in his trademark flourish. "Come along, then. I believe it's time for your second lesson in handling your most devoted fans." Harry's stomach lurched. Huh? All he really wanted was to find Sherlock and pore over their Quidditch tactics against Malfoy. And Cho Chang, he'd been dying to thank her for cheering him on before Halloween and again this very morning. But with the students pressing in on all sides, Lockhart's arm linked firmly through his, Harry had no choice but to be swept forward by the tide of admirers. As they moved through the enchanted doors, Harry's mind raced. He was being dragged off for yet another of Lockhart's masterclasses, when all he wanted was a chance to catch his breath, let alone share his plans or express his gratitude. But after all, he reminded himself, he was only 16, and with Gilderoy Lockhart in full flight, resistance was futile. Ron lingered on the edge of the celebrating crowd, brows drawn together. "I still don't see why Harry would be in trouble with Lockhart," he muttered. Hermione shot him a sharp look. "Because he's stuck in Lockhart's orbit, of course. He'll get roped into another of Lockhart's ridiculous schemes before we know it." Ron scowled. Even though Lockhart had proven himself a more than capable defense against the dark arts teacher this term, Ron couldn't shake his dislike for the man's self-aggrandizing flair and his habit of squandering precious class time on pointless stunts. And now, to make matters worse, Lockhart had proudly announced that Harry had consulted him before the match, insinuating that Gryffindor's victory over Slytherin was all his doing. Then Ron's expression softened, a triumphant grin spreading across his freckled face. "But we won in the end, thanks to Harry catching the golden snitch. You should have seen Malfoy's face. It was priceless. He looked like he wanted to kill someone." Hermione's voice rang out, eyes fixed on the pitch. Sherlock gave a small, knowing smile. "Hermione, you seemed entirely untroubled by tonight's match. Was that because you already knew how it would end?" "That's right, my dear Hermione," he replied, turning his attention from Harry to Lockhart. "I said from the start that Harry is far stronger than Malfoy." Hermione drew in a breath. "So we really are going to win the Quidditch Cup this year?" "Evidently," she nodded thoughtfully. Even Slytherin, the reigning powerhouse with its 7 Nimbus 2001s, had been bested by Gryffindor. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw didn't even bear mentioning. Ravenclaw's new seeker, third-year Cho Chang, was athletic and determined, but still finding her footing. Even at her best, she wouldn't match Harry unless he deliberately held back. Hufflepuff's Cedric Diggory, a confident fourth year, had mastered his position, but his teammates lacked depth compared to Ravenclaw. Under these conditions, Gryffindor's victory was almost a certainty. "I just hope we don't have any more accidents this year," Hermione murmured. Sherlock and Ron exchanged a glance, each well aware of exactly what she meant. Last year, Harry missed the final match because of the Philosopher's Stone incident with Professor Quirrell. Forced to compete one man short, Gryffindor suffered their worst defeat in 300 years. "That can't happen again," Ron exclaimed. his eyes blazing. "If anything like that comes up this year, you're not going, Harry. I'll take your place." Chapter 211, Gemma's Inspiration. Just as Ron was gearing up to place another one of his famous bets with, well, nobody in particular, he suddenly fell silent. His eyes went wide, and his voice trailed off. Hermione glanced over, a teasing smile dancing at her lips. "What's the matter, Ron? Not old enough this time? Still can't find a girlfriend before you turn 15? He shook his head, startled. "No, it's not that. Sherlock, I think someone's here for you." Sherlock and Hermione followed Ron's gaze across the lawn. A tall, confident girl was striding toward them. As she drew nearer, Sherlock's face remained unreadable, Hermione's brow furrowed, and Ron looked positively flabbergasted. The girl stopped directly in front of them, her posture straight, her smile bright. "Sherlock, Granger, Weasley, hello!" Sherlock inclining his head, Hermione returned a polite smile. Ron, however, cleared his throat awkwardly. "Ah, Prefect Farley," he began. "Slytherin just lost the match. Don't you think it's a bit inappropriate to look so pleased about it? I've heard some unfavorable rumors about you from Percy." Hermione raised an eyebrow. Percy's gossip had already circulated. Gemma Farley had forced Draco Malfoy into a public apology to Harry and Colin Creevey. In the current atmosphere, right after Slytherin's defeat, her assertiveness was bound to draw controversy. Gemma's smile didn't falter. "I'm allowed to enjoy the moment, Ronald," she replied evenly. "But I appreciate your concern." She turned her cobalt gaze to Sherlock. "I wanted to congratulate you on your victory in the duel earlier." Sherlock's expression flickered, surprised perhaps, but he masked it quickly. "Thank you," he said quietly. Hermione, sensing the tension, stepped forward. "Shall we find a place to sit? It's warm enough to enjoy the afternoon outdoors." Gemma nodded. "Perfect. I have something I'd like to run by you all." As the four of them settled on a nearby bench, the chatter of students faded into the background. Gemma reached into her bag and pulled out a stack of parchment. "I've been working on an idea for the school paper," she began, smoothing out her notes. "A series on unity between the houses, highlighting students who've crossed house lines to help one another. I thought the Malfoy incident would make a great opening piece." Ron blinked. "You mean Draco's apology to Harry and Colin?" "Exactly," Gemma said. "It shows that cooperation can come even from the most unlikely places. And Sherlock, your duel was a perfect example of healthy competition. How about I feature that next?" Sherlock glanced at her parchment, then at Hermione. Hermione gave him an encouraging nod. "All right," he said, lifting his chin. "Let's do it." Ron grinned, and Hermione offered Gemma a supportive smile. Even Percy's rumors couldn't dampen the spark of inspiration Gemma Farley had lit among them. Ron's words left Gemma momentarily speechless. She shook her head, disappointment flickering across her face. In competitive sports, weakness is the original sin. If you can't even own up to your mistakes, you might as well concede from the start. Her tone softened as she continued. "And thank you for your concern, Mr. Weasley, but I believe your friend Harry Potter has far more to say on those rumors than I do. They haven't let up for him, either." Even Ron, never one to blush easily, understood the implication. Gemma was brushing off the gossip. She turned her attention to Sherlock next. "I had planned for Malfoy to apologize to Mr. Potter and Mr. Creevey after the match, but he's still getting chewed out by Flint, isn't he?" Sherlock supplied with a knowing glance. Surprise flickered on Gemma's features before she laughed in relief. "I should have known you'd figure that out." "It was inevitable," Sherlock replied coolly. "Given Flint's temper, he wouldn't let Malfoy off the hook." "Exactly," Gemma agreed. "When I left, I heard Flint shouting at him. Something about the golden snitch being right above his head and him still missing it. He said I shouldn't have dodged at that critical moment," Gemma admitted, voice unsteady. "That I was nothing more than a coward, but—" She trailed off as Hermione surveyed the empty corridor. "Mr. Potter and Mr. Creevey aren't here, are they?" "Harry left with Professor Lockhart," Ron answered, "and Colin went with them too." Hermione tapped her chin thoughtfully. "If Prefect Farley can really convince Malfoy to offer a proper apology, perhaps we should give him a little more time." "All right." Gemma nodded, then offered Hermione a gentle smile as she slipped into the chair across from Sherlock. That soft expression, warm and bright, felt like a breath of spring air, and actually startled Hermione for a moment. They had all expected Malfoy to come around quickly, but the minutes stretched on far longer than anyone imagined. At one point, even Cho Chang drifted by. Naturally, she intended to congratulate Harry on his outstanding performance in the latest match. After all, it was his goal that secured Gryffindor's victory. Yet when she saw Gemma Farley of Slytherin prefects calmly seated with Hermione, Ron, and Sherlock, she paused in the doorway, eyebrows raised. Slytherin had just suffered a crushing defeat at Gryffindor's hands, and here was their prefect chatting with Harry's closest friends as if nothing had happened. Had Gemma come to demand some explanation, or was there something else at work here? Cho hesitated, curiosity warring with caution, before deciding to step inside and find out. Prefect Farley stepped in before Cho Chang could find her words. "Miss Chang," Gemma said, her tone crisp, "our next match is Slytherin versus Ravenclaw. Are you ready?" Cho blinked. "I think so?" Gemma nodded, studying her. "The Nimbus 2001 gives you more speed and stability. If you want to win against Slytherin, you'll need Potter's determination and strength." Cho swallowed and managed a shaky smile. "Thank you, Prefect Farley. I'll do my best." There was something in Gemma's presence, an unspoken authority, that made Cho realize only Penelope and Sherlock ever carried such weight. Hastily, she turned to Sherlock. "Please tell Harry I said congratulations," she whispered, then offered polite goodbyes to the others, and left so quickly it almost looked like an escape. Gemma watched her go and chuckled softly. "Did I come on too strong?" Ron Weasley shook his head. "Not at all. Slytherin's no pushover. But if you want to beat them, you do need a bit of Harry's fearlessness." "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Weasley," Gemma replied with a faint smile. "Weasley," Ron said, half to himself. Gemma offered him a graceful nod. The very same words can carry entirely different meanings, depending on who speaks them. Sherlock inclined his head in agreement. "That appears to be the case." Ron scratched his head. "Percy once admitted to breaking a school rule, and Mum told him it was perfectly all right to bend the occasional regulation. But if Fred, George, or I tried the same trick, we'd be in for a right telling off, probably worse." At Ron's blunt honesty, Hermione and Gemma both burst into laughter. Sherlock, however, sighed. The boy's frankness was almost disarming. "Speaking of rules." Gemma turned to Sherlock, her sea-blue eyes bright with curiosity. "How is your investigation into the Chamber of Secrets proceeding? You returned that book to me so quickly. You must have found something useful, right?" Sherlock shook his head. "I'm afraid not. The book yielded no new information about the Chamber of Secrets. Actually, I picked up most of this in Professor Binns's History of Magic class. Well, the news has certainly spread, thanks to Miss Granger for pressing Professor Binns for details. Otherwise, Madame Pince would be tearing her hair out." "Why would Madame Pince care? What does this have to do with her? All copies of Hogwarts A History are checked out right now. When a book's out for so long, it's bound to go missing, and defending the library is Madame Pince's entire life. She'd be frantic if any van issued." "Hermione, you're so sharp. How did I never realize that?" "Probably because you only ever think about what's for dinner." "Prefect Farley, Professor Binns insists the Chamber of Secrets is pure legend. You've been at Hogwarts far longer than I have. Haven't you ever heard rumors about it?" "Now that you mention it, yeah, someone did tell me once about a hidden chamber beneath the castle. I think it was Bill who mentioned it, but he spoke only briefly. I've forgotten most of what he said." "Why didn't you say so before?" "You didn't ask. Besides, he only brushed the story off. There wasn't much to go on." "You're talking about Weasley. William Weasley, right?" "Yes, that's him. Heh, I remember Bill. He was an impressive wizard. Towering height, that unmistakable Weasley red hair pulled back into a long ponytail, and an earring dangling with a little fan-shaped charm. Ha! I never expected someone as accomplished as Prefect Farley to have known Bill. Compared to your brother, I don't measure up at all. He wasn't only a prefect, but also head boy, and he scored 12 owls. Sincere and warm, always quick with a joke, he carried his responsibilities well." "Well, Prefect Farley, you're no slouch yourself. Percy told me you earned 12 owls too, just like Bill. I'm not the head girl. Oh, you will be by your 7th year, mark my words. In that case, I'll take it as a good omen, Weasley. You can just call me Ron." "All right, Ron." Gemma turned back to Sherlock, guiding the conversation with ease. "Speaking of the Chamber of Secrets, I heard a rumor that might help with your investigation." Sherlock, silent until now, leaned forward. "I'm listening." Gemma smiled and lowered her voice, careful to include Hermione and Ron in the whisper. "They say the chamber was opened once before." Hermione and Ron froze, and Sherlock raised a single eyebrow. "Oh, my family's elders passed it down," she continued, her blue eyes flicking between them. "About 50 years ago, someone unlocked the chamber. The creature inside attacked several students and killed one. Hogwarts was nearly shut down after that tragedy. Fortunately, they eventually tracked down the student who had opened the chamber. He was expelled, and Hogwarts finally returned to peace." Silence fell over the room. Hermione was the first to break it, knitting her brow in thought. "I've combed through countless sources, but I've never found any account like that," she said, glancing at Sherlock. "Even Hogwarts, a history, makes no mention of these events." Gemma shook her head. "Miss Granger, I thought the same when I first heard the story. My family told me that Armando Dippet was headmaster at the time. He was so mortified by the scandal that he ordered the truth buried. The official statement was simply that the student had died in a mysterious accident. To this day, no reliable records survive detailing what really happened." Gemma paused, then leaned forward, her voice low and earnest. "My family elders tell me this is nothing more than a rumor, whispered in a small circle. I can't vouch for its truth." She sat up straighter, meeting Sherlock's eyes with a gentle look. "That's all I know. I don't even know if it'll help you." Sherlock inclined his head in thanks. "Thank you, Miss Gemma." A brief silence fell over the room. Then Sherlock looked up, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Hermione and Ron exchanged startled glances. Unable to contain himself, Ron asked, "Sherlock, do you think there's any chance the rumor's true, that the Chamber of Secrets has actually been opened?" Sherlock stood, smoothing his coat. "I can't say for certain, but Miss Gemma's account has given me a promising lead." He met their eyes steadily. "I believe it's time we spoke with the headmaster." Hermione's eyes widened. "You mean you're going to see Professor Dumbledore?" Even Gemma looked taken aback as Sherlock gathered his things, determination in his stance. At Hogwarts, student leaders, be they head students, prefects, or Quidditch captains, enjoy privileges the average first year can only dream of. They travel in a private compartment on the Hogwarts Express, use secluded washrooms tucked away in the corridors, and, perhaps most important of all, have direct access to the staff. Gemma, as a prefect, knew this better than anyone. A normal student wouldn't get past the receptionist to see Professor Dumbledore, let alone stop by for a chat. Yet that was exactly the impression Sherlock Holmes gave the moment he turned toward the portrait door leading to the headmaster's office. He was moving with the casual assurance of someone going home for the holidays, not on a formal summons to meet the most powerful wizard of their age. Hermione, Gemma, and the others gaped at him until abruptly Sherlock paused, frowned, and dropped onto a bench in the corridor. "Aren't you going after all?" Hermione asked, perplexed. Sherlock glanced around as if startled back to reality. "I'll wait until after dinner," he said. "Professor Dumbledore isn't in his office right now. It's better to bide my time and to await Harry first." Gemma's eyebrows shot up. "You even know where the headmaster is at any given moment?" Sherlock merely tilted his head, offering a faint, inscrutable smile. What had he really planned, and why the sudden change of heart? As the corridors of Hogwarts thrummed on around them, his companions exchanged worried looks. Sherlock Holmes, they realized, was up to something far more complex than a simple visit to Dumbledore's office. "Miss Gemma, you needn't look so astonished. My conclusion was merely the logical one." Gemma was about to ask Sherlock how he'd worked it out when an owl suddenly swooped through the crowd, heading straight for them. She blinked in surprise. "Eileen, what are you doing here?" The short-eared owl she called Eileen circled once in the air before perching on Gemma's shoulder. It gave a gentle peck at her ear, then hopped onto the table and extended its leg, revealing a note tied around it. Gemma untied the letter and skimmed its contents. Her brow furrowed, and when she finished reading, she looked up with an apologetic expression. "I'm so sorry, everyone, but I can't stay to wait for Mr. Potter and Mr. Creevey. Something urgent's come up that I must attend to." "By all means," Sherlock said, inclining his head. Go right ahead. Gemma offered him a grateful smile, gave Mr. Potter and Mr. Creevey a quick nod, and with Eileen perched once more on her shoulder, slipped away. Gemma's robes whipped around her as she hurried out of the library. Ron watched her go, brow furrowed with curiosity. "Sherlock," he called after her, "you must know why Prefect Gemma bolted like that, right?" Sherlock leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. "Not enough evidence to be certain," he replied evenly. Ron sighed, visibly disappointed. In the short time they'd known her, Gemma Farley had already blown every one of his Slytherin stereotypes out of the water, only to dash off without explanation. He was about to grumble when Sherlock held up a hand. "Look at the owl's wings," Sherlock said, nodding toward the parchment-covered desk. "See that faint green dust? Those are moss spores unique to the dungeons. The bird must have flown directly from the Slytherin common room. And notice the singed edges of her letter, an emergency flame charm used to dry wet ink in a hurry." He paused, eyes focused. "Gemma's duties as prefect are already overwhelming. For her to abandon our meeting so abruptly, something serious must have come up in her house. Remember earlier when Gemma warned Malfoy to rein in his antics, threatening him with the same Flint treatment we saw last week? Well, Flint himself has already given Malfoy a sound dressing down, so I'm willing to bet those two have already come to blows," Sherlock said, folding his arms. "I knew you'd see it that way," Ron exclaimed, pumping a fist in the air. Sherlock merely shrugged. "These are just deductions. If this were a case, I'd follow the lead, but for now, there's no real reason to pursue it further." Ron scowled. "I've got to be honest. I'm rooting for Flint. I'd love to see him give Malfoy a proper thrashing." "You might be disappointed," Sherlock drawled. "With Gemma Farley stepping in, she'll see to it that this never goes any further. From the way she handled herself when she left the courtyard, I'd say things haven't escalated beyond a stern warning." Ron slumped. "Oh, that's a pity." Hermione let out a soft sigh. Miss Farley truly is different from the other Slytherins. The conversation drifted on, fueled by Gemma's latest report. Before long, they were debating the legend of the Chamber of Secrets and speculating about Harry's fate now that Lockhart had spirited him away. After dinner, everyone expected Harry to be back in the Great Hall, but he never arrived. And neither did Colin. Hermione shot to her feet. "I'll go find out what's happened," she declared to Sherlock and Ron, then darted away. "She's impossibly impulsive," Ron muttered, watching her go. "We haven't even agreed on anything yet." Sherlock merely smiled. "Consider yourself lucky, Ron. I was about to ask for your help with this little investigation." "Oh, right. Well, okay." Ron shrugged. 10 minutes later, Hermione swept back into the hall, breathless and frowning. "Harry's nowhere to be found," she reported. "Everyone says Professor Lockhart has him helping answer fan mail again." She clasped her hands in frustration. "He promised me last time." "Lockhart couldn't care less about you," Ron cut in. "You're not the chosen one, after all." Hermione ignored the jab and turned to Sherlock. "But I did run into Colin. He's still hanging around the corridor," Sherlock remarked, eyes never leaving the portrait-lined walls. "He insists on taking another photo of Harry before turning in tonight." "He'll be sorely disappointed," Ron muttered, impersonating Sherlock's clipped tone. "Last time Harry answered Lockhart's fan mail, he didn't stumble back into the dormitory until after midnight." Sherlock gave a slow nod. "That's right, he was only in around 1 in the morning." Hermione glanced between them. "So should we get some rest, too?" "I'm going to see Professor Dumbledore," Sherlock announced abruptly. "Now?" Hermione's eyebrows shot up. "Now." Sherlock squared his shoulders. Hermione and Ron exchanged uncertain looks. At last, Ron cleared his throat. "Well, good luck, and we hope you can find out something real about the Chamber of Secrets." Sherlock shrugged. "He might not tell me." He recalled how, during the Madame Norris incident, both Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall had seemed oddly skittish, avoiding his questions, almost as if they didn't believe the attack was tied to the chamber. He frowned. "I sensed their hesitation back then," he said quietly. "They don't even think Madame Norris's petrification has anything to do with the Chamber of Secrets. Unless what?" Hermione pressed, leaning forward. Sherlock's lips curved into a faint, grim half-smile. "Unless there's another incident." Hermione and Ron gasped in unison. Sherlock closed his eyes for a moment, as if steeling himself for whatever came next. Then, with determined steps, he strode off down the corridor toward Dumbledore's office, leaving an uneasy hush in his wake. As soon as Hermione realized it was Sherlock speaking, the strangest sense of normalcy washed over her. She and Ron watched him stride away down the corridor, his cloak flapping around him like a storm cloud. Ron let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. "With Sherlock's track record," he said, voice tight with hope, "he should be able to figure this out in no time, right?" Hermione shook her head slowly. "I'm not so sure. We still don't know whether the Chamber of Secrets even exists. And if it does exist, we have no idea what kind of creature lives down there, or why it chose to attack Madame Norris. The clues we have are scattered and contradictory, and none of them point to a clear answer." She sighed, pressing her palms against her temples to ward off the headache building there. Compared to last term, when she practically ran Sherlock's support network, unmasking the plot against Hannah Abbott's father, tracking down the real thief of Cho Chang's eyeshadow, untangling the mystery of the Greek interpreter, even helping foil the attempt on the Philosopher's Stone, she felt utterly useless now. Each success had come with a rush of adrenaline, a feeling that she and Sherlock made an unbeatable team. But this latest crisis, especially after today's unsettling encounter with Gemma Farley, had left Hermione grasping at shadows. "It's like every time we think we're close," she muttered, "the trail goes cold, and I, honestly, don't know where to begin." Ron reached out, giving her shoulder a gentle squeeze. "We'll figure it out. Sherlock will." Hermione closed her eyes, drawing a shaky breath. For now, that had to be enough. Though the so-called Chamber of Secrets incident from 50 years ago that Gemma spoke of was little more than a legend she'd heard from her elders, Hermione, who knew Sherlock's restless mind all too well, suspected it had nonetheless piqued his interest. Otherwise, he wouldn't be racing off to find Dumbledore at this hour. "No worries," Ron said unabashedly, leaning back in his chair. "We've got Sherlock. Throw every obstacle at him. You'll see how fast he clears them." Hermione said nothing. She clenched her fists beneath the table. She had to do something, anything, to help Sherlock unravel this mystery, or to vindicate Harry. Meanwhile, Sherlock had already arrived at the secluded tower that housed the headmaster's office. A colossal stone gargoyle guarded its base. Behind the creature spiraled an enchanted staircase that turned slowly on its own, leading up to the office door. Just like the 4 house common rooms, this threshold demanded a password. Having been escorted here several times before, Sherlock now stood alone. The gargoyle's stony eyes fixed on him, and it rumbled. "Password." "Lemon sherbet," Sherlock replied without hesitation. The door responded in the same flat, mechanical tone Sherlock had come to know all too well. "Incorrect password." Sherlock Holmes raised an eyebrow. He tried again, quietly enunciating the word he'd used on his last visit. "Dumbledore." "Incorrect password." He tapped his fingers against his thigh, a faint smile playing at the corner of his mouth. "All right. 3rd time's the charm." He cleared his throat and announced with theatrical precision, "Cockroach clusters." At once, the stone guardian crouched before him, quivered, and sprang to life. The carved insect leapt aside with surprising agility, disappearing into a shadowed niche. Behind it, the granite wall split neatly in two, each heavy panel sliding outward to reveal a spiral staircase. The steps themselves turned upward, like an enormous, silent escalator. Sherlock didn't hesitate. He stepped onto the moving staircase and immediately heard a low rumble as the wall slabs ground shut behind him. Up and up he rose, the portraits on the walls watching his ascent in muted silence, until he found himself before a gleaming oak door set into gleaming marble. He reached out and rapped the door with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin. The door swung open soundlessly. Without pause or preamble, Sherlock crossed the threshold. Gone was the corridor's bright torchlight. Here the glow was softer, lamps casting gentle pools of radiance over tall, book-lined shelves, and a vast, cluttered desk heavy with leather-bound volumes and curious glass vials. The hush felt almost intimate, a deliberate invitation to draw closer. Sherlock paused just inside the doorway, taking in every detail, the darkened corners, the spines of ancient tomes, the single lamp flickering on the headmaster's desk. He straightened his shoulders, clipped his heels together, and prepared to demand the answers he'd come for. Albus Dumbledore leaned back in his armchair, casually twirling a crimson and gold candy fur wrapper between slender fingers. His bright blue eyes gleamed behind half-moon spectacles as he regarded Sherlock with a teasing half-smile. "Sherlock, should I be commending you for arriving earlier than usual?" he asked. Clad in his star-patterned dressing gown, Dumbledore showed no surprise at the detective's unannounced visit, only a warm amusement at his punctual improvement. "Albus, see that he's removed from here." Sherlock didn't even flinch at Dumbledore's teasing. The moment he stepped into the headmaster's office, his eyes locked onto the tall, gilded perch tucked behind the door. Perched atop it was an ancient, bedraggled bird, lazily plucking at what remained of its tail feathers. Sherlock hadn't noticed the creature on his previous visits, and it looked positively pitiful now, like a turkey half stripped of its plumage. As it fussed, a few more feathers fluttered to the floor. "Please, have a seat," Dumbledore said cheerfully. "Would you care to try the new Honeyduke's Fizzing Whizbees? They arrived this morning." With a casual flick of his wand, the headmaster summoned a deep crimson velvet armchair to glide silently into place behind Sherlock. At the same time, the Fizzing Whizbees in a silver dish unwrapped themselves and began to float through the air, bobbing like luminescent bubbles. Sherlock lowered himself into the chair, but his gaze remained fixed on the forlorn bird. Dumbledore watched him for a moment, eyes twinkling. "It's been in that miserable state for days now. I keep urging it to hurry up, get on with what it's meant to do." Sherlock blinked in surprise. "Miserable state? Come on, get to it," Sherlock prompted, his tone sharp. Albus Dumbledore, ever composed, folded the candy wrapper in his fingers until it resembled a bird with outstretched wings. Sherlock's eyes narrowed as he rifled through his mental archive. "That's a phoenix, isn't it?" "Extraordinarily quick, as always," Dumbledore said with a warm smile. "Thank you for the compliment." "This," Dumbledore continued, "is Fawkes, and, as you've already guessed, he is indeed a phoenix, and—" He paused, glancing almost reverently at the gilded perch behind him. "It's almost time." Sherlock couldn't help but imagine Fred and George Weasley popping in at that moment, blurting out in unison, "At last, the moment we've all been waiting for." Of course, the twins weren't here, and Sherlock had no desire to play along anyway. No sooner had Dumbledore finished speaking than Fawkes, still perched, erupted in flames. Literally. In an instant, the majestic bird became a glowing fireball, shrieking as it flared and vanished into a cloud of ember and ash. When the conflagration subsided, only a smoldering pile of ashes remained on the polished floor. Sherlock stared at the charred remnants, utterly silent. Soon, a tiny, wrinkled chick poked its head out of the ashes, shaking off clinging dust. In its moment of rebirth, it looked as ungainly as the old featherless bird they had seen before. "Nirvana," Sherlock murmured softly. Dumbledore sighed, a trace of regret in his eyes. "It is the Nirvana stage. Yes, it's a shame you arrived on the very day of its rebirth. At any other time, the phoenix is truly magnificent, its plumage ablaze in rich reds and golds." He paused, studying the little creature with obvious fascination. Phoenixes are among the most extraordinary beings in the wizarding world. They can bear incredible weights, their tears possess powerful healing properties, and their loyalty is absolute. They never harm a living soul, subsist solely on herbs, and, much like diricals, can vanish and reappear at will. Sherlock inclined his head. "Their Ministry of Magic classification is XXXX, and one more thing, their song is enchanted too." Dumbledore's eyes lit up at the reminder. Indeed, a phoenix's song can inspire hope, soothe pain, even stir magic in the hearts of those who hear it. Together, the two wizards watched the fragile chick, already eager to witness the fiery splendor it would display once its new feathers unfurled. "From what I've gathered, wizards believe that it bolsters courage in the pure of heart and banishes fear in those whose hearts are less so." "That's a beautifully phrased explanation, Sherlock." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he stroked his long silver beard. "If we were in class right now, I'd award Gryffindor 10 points for that." "Don't bother," Sherlock replied with a casual wave. 10 points won't nearly make up for whatever Professor Snape is bound to deduct in our next potions lesson." A faint look of exasperation crossed Dumbledore's face. Severus can indeed be a touch short-tempered, but his intentions are always in the right place. Albus Dumbledore leaned back in his high-backed chair, folding his hands as he studied Sherlock Holmes. "More to the point," he said softly. "You've come here because of the legend of the Chamber of Secrets, haven't you?" "Evidently," Sherlock replied without a flicker of hesitation. He laced his fingers beneath his chin and met Dumbledore's pale blue eyes with his own steely gray ones. "Then," Dumbledore went on, "instead of telling you outright what I know, I should ask you this. How much of the legend have you already uncovered?" Sherlock's brow furrowed. He gave a quiet chuckle. "It appears, Headmaster, that you still do not intend to share your knowledge." Before Dumbledore could answer, a loud voice erupted from one of the portraits lining the walls. "You shouldn't even know about that," it boomed. Sherlock turned in his swivel chair and with one cool glance identified the speaker, the portrait of former headmaster Armando Dippet. He raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement playing at his lips. "Headmaster Dippet," Sherlock said, inclining his head ever so slightly, "according to Hogwarts, a history, you were known as a decisive and responsible leader, unyielding in all matters of Hogwarts security. Yet here you are, urging secrecy with rather less firmness than your reputation suggests." The portrait of Dippet bristled. Beside it, another painted face, Firenze the Centaur, rolled his eyes. In the silence that followed, even Dumbledore's lips curved into a reluctant smile. "Portraits of former headmasters speak freely," Dumbledore murmured to Sherlock. "But in any case, let us proceed properly. As much as I respect your methods, Mr. Holmes, the Chamber of Secrets is no mere academic curiosity. If you wish to delve deeper, you must first understand the gravity of what lies beneath these walls and the danger it poses to every soul at Hogwarts." Sherlock inclined his head. "Very well, Headmaster. I await your guidance." Dumbledore tapped a slender finger on his desk, his eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. "Then let us begin. Putting aside everything else, at least we now know the Chamber of Secrets isn't just a myth, and that it truly was opened 50 years ago. So here's the question." Sherlock's steel-gray eyes locked onto the portrait of the former headmaster that Gemma had pointed out, his voice sharpening. "Which student did you catch and expel half a century ago? If his offense warranted expulsion, why did the chamber reopen 50 years later? Was the pupil you punished really Salazar Slytherin's heir?" For a heartbeat, both Dumbledore and the portrait of Headmaster Armando Dippet were utterly still. Then Dippet's frame let out a high-pitched squeal. "Begone! Leave this office at once! Albus, have him removed immediately!" The old portrait's voice quavered, and every neighboring frame trembled, as though Sherlock's words had struck them with a physical blow. Dumbledore rose from his chair, holding up a calming hand. "Armando, please, compose yourself. And everyone else, calm down." Slowly, the tension in the room began to ease under Dumbledore's steadying presence. As soon as Sherlock spoke, the creaking of the portrait frames fell silent. Only Armando Dippet remained, panting heavily, his face flushed with anger as he glared at Sherlock. Albus Dumbledore turned back to him and asked softly, "Sherlock, could you explain why you think that?" Every painted face along the walls swiveled toward him, as if hungry for his answer. Sherlock drew in a breath and met the gazes of the long-dead headmasters and heads of house. "Headmaster, I must admit, the enchanted portraits of this world are marvels in their own right. When I first saw your likeness on a chocolate frog card last year, I assumed it worked much like a Muggle oving image, something akin to a GIF. In retrospect, that assumption was an empirical error. A portrait that contains the memories and personality of its subject is fundamentally different from any mere animated picture in the Muggle realm." He paused, his tone sharpening. "After all, portraits aren't the people themselves. Their emotions and actions are often exaggerated, even magnified, more performance than genuine continuation of life. It really is that straightforward," Sherlock said with a shrug. "If I had to explain it, it's no more complicated than telling you the color of the nightgown you're wearing." Dumbledore's brow furrowed. He was about to speak when Sherlock pressed on without missing a beat. "Headmaster, you should know that this summer Harry and I visited the old Potter house in Godric's Hollow. By conversing with the portraits of his grandparents, I learned that Harry's father once had a close friend who played a shameful part in his parents' deaths. This was later confirmed by Mr. Weasley. In other words, My deductions about the portraits were both accurate and complete. Silence fell, heavy and tense. The surrounding portraits stared at Sherlock as though he were a phantom. Then, without a word from Dumbledore, they dissipated in a flurry of painted brushstrokes, leaving only empty frames lining the walls, just as they had on Sherlock's previous visits to the headmaster's office. Even Dumbledore, an elder wizard seasoned by decades of conflict, felt a tremor of unease at the room's sudden emptiness. Chapter 12. An Unusual Departure. Professor Dumbledore leaned against the marble archway, eyes wide and brow furrowed as the last of the students dashed past him and vanished down the corridor. The great hall fell eerily silent. After a moment, he turned to Sherlock Holmes, a wry smile tugging at his lips. "Mr. Holmes," he admitted, "this is the first time I've ever seen them clear out of here on their own accord. It's rather extraordinary." Holmes offered a half-smile. "You get used to it after a while, especially when what follows could be detention." Dumbledore hesitated, then tapped his pocket. "Well, surely you won't refuse a sherbet lemon first?" Holmes shook his head. "I'm afraid Headmaster hasn't yet experienced Healer Granger's version of dental care. If she isn't testing every single tool in the healer's wing on you, she's not doing her job properly." "Good heavens, Sherlock, I'm never setting foot in a dentist's again," Dumbledore exclaimed, a faint tremor coloring his voice. Holmes suppressed a grin. It was an odd sight indeed. A wizard of Dumbledore's age and reputation, the so-called White Wizard who once laughed and conversed with Gellert Grindelwald himself, flinching at the thought of a Muggle dentist. But Sherlock cared little for the irony. "All right," he said, smoothing the front of his coat. "Shall we find ourselves somewhere less traumatic and perhaps secure an apology from Professor Granger? Or at the very least, an ice pack?" Dumbledore's relieved chuckle echoed down the hall as the two strode off in search of a more agreeable afternoon diversion. Sherlock's frown deepened. "So you still refuse to tell me anything about the Chamber of Secrets?" Dumbledore folded his hands, his gaze calm. "Sherlock, you place so much weight on evidence, yet a single scrap of writing and a petrified cat hardly prove the chamber has been opened." Sherlock's eyes flashed. "I don't follow." He leaned forward, voice low. "Are you more interested in playing the cryptic centaur than in sharing what you know?" Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. "Excuse me?" Sherlock paced the length of the office, irritable. "You act as if hiding information is some delightful puzzle. You know full well about the chamber. You even know the prophecy of the one who will save us, yet you won't tell me the whole thing." For a moment, Dumbledore said nothing, then his eyes narrowed. "What did you just say?" "The boy born to parents who defied the Dark Lord 3 times, born at the end of the 7th Nth, the Dark Lord himself will mark him as his equal, and he alone will vanquish Lord Voldemort." Sherlock stood perfectly still, his voice crisp as he repeated word for word the prophecy Dumbledore had once confided to him. Dumbledore closed his eyes, the lines at the corners deepening. "You know it all," he murmured, "and yet you demand more." Sherlock's reply was quiet, unyielding. "If you truly believe this child is our only hope, then I have every right to hear the rest." A long silence stretched between them, broken only by the faint ticking of the silver timepiece on Dumbledore's desk. The headmaster finally spoke, voice even but grave. "Very well, Sherlock, but be warned, once these words are spoken, there is no turning back." Sherlock's memory was extraordinary, but it was his next question that truly unsettled Dumbledore. "Clearly, this isn't the whole prophecy," Sherlock said, his voice steady. "If it were, you wouldn't place so much faith in it. So, what are you hiding?" For a long moment, Dumbledore simply stared at him, wordless and uncharacteristically off balance. Chapter 14. Dumbledore regarded Sherlock in silence. He could sense that the young wizard before him had grown noticeably sharper and more forceful since last year. Of course, such growth was to be expected. Magic, like its wielder, deepens with age. Left unguided, that power can twist into an obscurus, a dangerous dark arts manifestation that can break free from its host to attack others, or even turn on its bearer. Fortunately, Sherlock had arrived at Hogwarts in time to receive the proper training. He was safe from that fate. Still, whether it was the mounting strength of his spells or the ever-keener observational and deductive skills he'd sharpened in the Muggle world, Sherlock's talents were increasing day by day. Dumbledore shook his head gently. I'm sorry, Sherlock. I can't share the answer to that question. At least, not yet. Sherlock only raised an eyebrow. Again? He asked, his tone calm and unsurprised. Sherlock leaned back in the high-backed chair, arms folded, eyes glittering with impatience. In fact, I anticipated exactly this outcome before I even came today. After all, we went through the same dance last year. He paused, letting his words sink in. If you won't share the full prophecy, then at least tell me what you know about Harry's parents' closest friend in the Chamber of Secrets. That information could be vital. Albus Dumbledore shifted uncomfortably behind his desk. The corners of his mouth twitched as if he were resisting a smile or perhaps a sigh of exasperation. Finally, he shook his head. I'm sorry, Sherlock. I still need an explanation. Sherlock's gray eyes narrowed. An explanation for why you're unwilling to tell me the truth. Dumbledore regarded him with calm, measured patience. Sherlock, you are extraordinary, truly brilliant, and not just you, but your friends as well, Harry, Ron, Hermione. When I was your age, I could only have dreamed of such talents. Even in his embarrassment, the old wizard's pride shone through. Dumbledore pressed his fingertips together, steepling them before his chest as he studied Sherlock. But among them all, you stand out the most. Harry is bold, but often reckless. Ron can improvise brilliantly, yet he never follows through. Hermione is encyclopedic in her knowledge, but her mind can be a step slow when quick thinking is demanded. And you? Sherlock's lips curved into a half-smile, half-sneer. I'm like an integrated circuit, he said softly. I can harness each of their strengths perfectly, blending them into a single flawless machine. Silence settled between them. Dumbledore's eyes softened, with a mixture of respect and something like wonder. Sherlock waited, confident that the next move was his to make. Although Dumbledore had never heard of an integrated circuit, Sherlock's meaning was clear enough from the context. He inclined his head. I understand, Sherlock, he said softly. But please, trust me, give me more time, and give your friends the same. Sherlock said nothing at first. In truth, he had already guessed Dumbledore's unspoken view of the trio. Harry, bold and decisive. Ron, inventive and resourceful. Hermione, eloquent and persuasive. Left to their own devices, they might one day form a truly formidable iron triangle, but it would take years, probably until they graduated, for them to grow into a seamless unit. With Sherlock in the picture, however, the equation had changed entirely. Sherlock's patience snapped when Dumbledore still wouldn't budge. He sneered, Then please, pray with all your heart. Pray? Dumbledore blinked in genuine surprise. Pray that the Chamber of Secrets hasn't been opened. Pray that the attack on Madame Norris was the work of someone who simply knows the legend and wanted to scare us all. You're right, Dumbledore admitted quietly. I could use some hope. But tell me, Sherlock, what leads do you actually have about Madame Norris? Sherlock's eyes flashed. My only lead is that the chamber has been opened and whatever's inside has been set loose, yet you still refuse to acknowledge it. What are you so afraid of, Dumbledore? He rubbed his temples, frustration edging his voice. Only last semester he'd laughed with Harry about how the Ministry would never let a first-year meddle in the Gringotts vault theft. Now, here he was as a second year, still barred from the heart of a mystery. The irony stung. Dumbledore, watching Sherlock's agitation, couldn't help but smile wryly, though internally he was growing impatient. Sherlock's maturity often led others to forget he was still a boy. When Professor Dumbledore caught him lingering in the headmaster's office corridor, he offered a small packet of fizzing Whizbees. Really, Sherlock? Won't you have one? No, thank you, Sherlock replied, his composure as steady as ever. He brushed away the last of his earlier frustration with a quick shake of the shoulders. Since there's nothing more to discuss, I'll be on my way. Dumbledore rose from his chair with a smile. Perfect timing. I was just thinking of heading down to the Hogsmeade kitchens for some hot chocolate. Care to join me? Sherlock glanced at him, but said nothing. Together they left the office tower and set off down the long torchlit corridor. Carved suits of armor stood silent watch as portraits whispered greetings from their frames. After a few moments, Dumbledore asked, Will you be returning directly to your dormitory, or do you have other plans? Sherlock considered the question for a moment. I was called away sooner than I expected. By the time I'm back in the dorm, Harry might still be out. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled in surprise. Harry isn't back yet? Sherlock shrugged. Not that I've seen. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully as they walked on, the warm glow of the torches guiding them toward the stairwell, and ultimately a mug of steaming chocolate waiting below. Where did he disappear to? Sherlock Holmes asked, his sharp gaze sweeping the empty corridor. Albus Dumbledore paused, a small smile playing on his lips. Professor Lockhart dragged him off to help answer his fan mail. Gilderoy? Sherlock repeated, arching an eyebrow. At the sound of the name, Dumbledore's expression grew thoughtful. He regarded Sherlock with a hint of amusement. And here I thought you might be hiding things of your own when it comes to Professor Lockhart. Sherlock's eyes flickered. You knew about Lockhart's past, didn't you? Dumbledore chuckled softly and shook his head. Oh, Sherlock, have a little mercy on an old man. Keep this up, and I'll begin to suspect you've been practicing legilimency. Sherlock remained impassive. From the moment you appointed Gilderoy Lockhart as Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, I've been studying him. I then turned my attention to Professor Flitwick, and your recent behavior only proved my theories right. Dumbledore fell silent, clearly disarmed by Sherlock's insight. The two men exchanged a wry smile as they resumed walking side by side. Then, without warning, Dumbledore halted mid-stride. Sherlock, ever vigilant, stopped just as quickly, every sense on high alert. Stay where you are, Dumbledore ordered. Sherlock's hand had already darted toward his coat pocket in a defensive reflex. Dumbledore offered a brief, approving nod, then stepped forward, placing himself between Sherlock and whatever threat lurked beyond. He drew his wand with a quiet precision and advanced. To the untrained eye, his stride seemed entirely ordinary. But Sherlock noticed that Dumbledore's footfalls left no dust upon the cold stone floor, and each step carried him surprisingly farther than any normal gait could. They stood at the far end of the castle's east corridor, not 10 paces from a grim gargoyle statue crouching overhead. In the blink of an eye, Dumbledore vanished around the distant corner, and reappeared almost as swiftly at the opposite end of the hallway. Sherlock's mind raced. If magic hadn't gone awry, something unusual must have just happened. His suspicion was confirmed when Dumbledore called in a low, measured tone. Sherlock, please join me. Ray. The lamps in the wall flickered as Sherlock hurried forward. The wavering light stretched his shadow long and thin across the polished flagstones, lending an eerie grace to his determined stride. He reached the corner where Dumbledore waited, every muscle coiled for what came next. The gargoyle statue, once a dull ornament, now loomed disturbingly lifelike. Its fangs bared, talons outstretched, and an oppressive dampness crept through the air, carrying a faint, rotten stench that raised the hairs on the back of Sherlock's neck. He swept aside a faded tapestry and stopped short. There, on the cold flagstones, lay a small, gaunt boy. His limbs were unnaturally rigid, splayed in every direction like a broken marionette. His eyes stared wide and glassy with unspoken terror, his skin an ashen, bluish pallor, his face drained of all color. Colin Creevey. Sherlock uttered the name under his breath, then silently set to work. He noted, with satisfaction, that aside from himself and Professor Dumbledore, no one had disturbed the scene. Everything was pristine, ready to yield its secrets. He straightened and addressed the headmaster without looking up. Professor, please remain where you are. I won't be long. Dumbledore blinked in surprise. Sherlock's tone had mirrored his own words from only moments before. But he complied instantly, his eyes watching every move as Sherlock knelt by the boy's side to begin the careful, silent examination. Dumbledore's command echoed down the corridor, yet Colin Creevey remained frozen in place. He lifted frantic eyes to scan his surroundings, as if he expected Sherlock Holmes to materialize at any moment. Holmes ignored Dumbledore after giving the order. He produced his enchanted magnifying glass and swept it over Colin and the corridor. The gangly first-year's pupils were so dilated they nearly swallowed his irises. Sheer terror had leached the color from his cheeks. He hugged his camera to his chest with white-knuckled intensity, his Gryffindor scarf hanging slack around his neck. "The boy's alive," Sherlock murmured, "and he shows the same symptoms as Madame Norris." Holmes glanced at Dumbledore, certain the headmaster had reached the same conclusion moments earlier. Then he turned his attention back to the scene itself. Dark patches of water marred the stone floor, and shallow puddles caught the weak glow of the dome torches overhead. Thin, glistening trails snaked into the shadows behind a discarded suit of armor, lending the corridor an even more unsettling stillness. Spiders skittered at an alarming speed across the corner of the corridor, their tiny legs dragging thin, muddy trails behind them as though they sensed a deadly presence. Sherlock Holmes rose from his examination of the scene. "I've completed my inspection," he announced. Albus Dumbledore stood and watched him expectantly. "And? Any clues?" Sherlock nodded, tapping his notes. Colin was waiting outside Professor Lockhart's office for Harry. His persistence makes it unlikely he'd return to the dormitory without finding him. The dried mud specks and food crumbs on Colin's scarf tell us he'd been at both the Quidditch pitch and the Great Hall. He must have come here to use the nearest boys' lavatory, which just happens to be the one closest to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. He swept his gaze over the faint water stains on the floor. Judging by how much of that moisture has already evaporated, and by the fact that Colin's camera is still warm, I'd say no more than 30 minutes, perhaps even less, elapsed between his last normal moment and his petrification. To carry out such an attack and vanish in under half an hour suggests the perpetrator is either supremely skilled or has some method of remaining undetected. My money's on the latter. Sherlock stooped and pried the little camera from Colin's trembling fingers. Though Dumbledore was hardly surprised by Sherlock's uncanny knack for deduction, he couldn't resist one more question as he watched Sherlock's next move. "Do you think the boy managed to photograph the culprit?" Sherlock said nothing. With deliberate precision, he popped open the camera's back cover. A hiss of escaping steam met their ears, and the acrid tang of burning plastic filled the air. Inside, metal components were twisted and blackened by intense heat, while the film had liquefied into a sticky film that clung to the gears. Abruptly, Sherlock looked up. His gray eyes flashed with a mixture of excitement and anger. "Headmaster, you understand the implication of this, don't you?" Dumbledore drew a long, weary breath. "You're right, Sherlock. The Chamber of Secrets has indeed been opened again." Sherlock's gaze sharpened. "And you still won't tell me anything about it?" "Let's get the boy to the hospital wing first," Dumbledore replied, carefully sidestepping the question. Sherlock fell silent. He already knew the answer. Severus Snape and Hermione Granger each took an end of Colin Creevey, one supporting his head, the other his feet, and hurried down the corridor toward the hospital wing. Around the bend, they ran into Professor McGonagall. The moment she heard what had happened, she sprang into action. "Minerva, fetch Madame Pomfrey immediately." Inside the ward, they gently laid Colin's rigid form beside the still petrified Sherlock Holmes. Albus Dumbledore, who had followed quietly behind, leaned in and murmured instructions to McGonagall. Without a word, she hurried off. Moments later, Madame Pomfrey appeared, still in her pajamas and hastily buttoning a jacket. She froze at the foot of the bed, eyes wide. "Again? He's been petrified again?" McGonagall's voice trembled. "Yes, it's the third time, and each time it's worse than the last." Pomfrey took a steadying breath and set to work, her wand already at the ready. Dumbledore watched over the two students with grave concern as the healer whispered soothing words and began the delicate process of restoring Colin to his normal, unpetrified self. "If I hadn't come downstairs for hot chocolate just now, who knows what might have happened?" Dumbledore's voice trailed off. Sherlock Holmes gave a small nod. "Actually, Albus, whether you'd come down or not, the attack was already underway." Dumbledore sighed, his eyes meeting Sherlock's with unusual hesitation. "Sherlock, it's far too late tonight. And now this has happened." "Late or not," Sherlock replied quietly, "some conversations can't wait." He paused at the doorway, handing Dumbledore a look that spoke volumes. "History tends to repeat itself. This time, however, we'll rewrite the script if you're willing." Before Dumbledore could respond, the soft click of high heels on stone heralded Professor McGonagall's arrival. She paused in the entrance, her brow furrowed in concern at the sight of the two men. "Albus, Sherlock, what is all this about, so late at night?" Dumbledore turned to her, his expression grave. "Minerva, I'm afraid the Chamber of Secrets has been opened once again." McGonagall's face went pale. Across the corridor, Madame Pomfrey stifled a gasp behind her hand. McGonagall leaned forward, voice trembling. "Reopened? But how? This isn't possible. She steadied herself, searching Dumbledore's eyes for answers. Albus, you realize the implications? You understand what this means, don't you? Professor McGonagall paused just outside Dumbledore's office, her heart thudding as she knocked once, twice. When the door swung open, Albus Dumbledore was already leaning back in his chair, his eyes fixed on some distant point beyond the high windows. "Who is it?" McGonagall asked, stepping inside. Dumbledore's reply came softly, almost as if he were talking to himself. "The question now isn't who, but how." He let the sentence trail off, his gaze deep and inscrutable. Behind McGonagall, Madame Pomfrey hovered nervously, her brow creased with concern. Dumbledore ignored them both for a moment, then spoke again in his measured, deliberate tone. "I believe Mr. Sherlock may truly be able to clear his name this time." "Albus, are you saying?" McGonagall ventured, her voice barely above a whisper. Dumbledore offered a small, confident smile. "Justice may be delayed," he said, "but it is never denied." Chapter 215. Is justice delayed still justice? News of Colin Creevy's attack, and the fact that he was now recovering in the infirmary, just as poor Madame Norris once had, swept through Hogwarts like wildfire. Rumors of the Chamber of Secrets, which had all but died away, suddenly flared up again, and students' unease spread through every corridor and common room. First years, in particular, clung to one another as they moved about the castle, forming tight little squads of 3 to 5. None of them wanted to risk walking alone, convinced they might be the next target. Behind the teachers' backs, whispers filled the air as classmates swapped charms, amulets, and protective trinkets in hopes of warding off the unseen threat. All except one instructor seemed oblivious to, or perhaps keen to encourage, this surge in superstition: Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. In his best-selling autobiography, Lockhart had recounted a nearly identical string of attacks in a town called Wonga Doog. According to him, it was only after he distributed enchanted amulets to the townsfolk that the assaults ceased. Now bolstered by his flair for dramatic storytelling and his own flamboyant demonstrations in defense against the dark arts classes, Professor Lockhart's reputation soared. Students who had once doubted his credentials were suddenly clamoring to believe that his famed Wangadugu amulets might save them too. Meanwhile, the question on everyone's lips was the same. If justice has been delayed for this long, will it ever truly arrive? And if it doesn't, what horrors might come next? Professor Gilderoy Lockhart's latest scheme was hard to resist. He'd introduced a group buying package for protective amulets. Students could pool their resources with friends or family, snagging the charms at an extra steep discount. The idea caught on instantly. Even Neville Longbottom, ever wary of newfangled wizarding merchandise, caved in and purchased the notorious Stinky Large Onion, a jagged amethyst shard, and a rotting newt's tail. Neville's Gryffindor mates tried to soothe his nerves. After all, he descended from one of the sacred 28 pure-blood families. Surely he wouldn't be singled out for attack. But Neville's round face was etched with worry. "You all know I'm practically a squib," he fretted. "I doubt anyone will cut me any slack." Sherlock Holmes viewed Neville's caution with thinly veiled contempt, yet the looming threat seemed to spark something in Neville. Determined not to be bullied or overlooked, he began joining Sherlock each morning for rigorous exercise sessions. Under Sherlock's exacting eye, Neville improved by leaps and bounds and, to everyone's astonishment, discovered a real talent for fencing. Meanwhile, Harry Potter was entirely absorbed in Quidditch practice, leaving few onlookers to notice Neville's rapid transformation. The once timid boy from Gryffindor was swiftly becoming someone worth watching, a turn of events no one had seen coming. Sherlock had been waiting for Professor Dumbledore ever since the night Colin was found. He'd tried to be patient. Colin's attack and the assault on the school cat were two very different crises, and as headmaster, Dumbledore must have been under tremendous pressure, but days passed without so much as a whispered update. Sherlock's patience finally snapped. He was about to take the initiative and find Dumbledore himself when Watson handed him a letter. Sherlock tore it open and read, "Dear Sherlock, recent events have compelled me to leave the school temporarily. I intend to return as soon as possible and will then explain everything in person. Please believe that while justice may be delayed, it will never be denied. Albus Dumbledore." Harry peered over Sherlock's shoulder. "This is from Dumbledore?" Sherlock folded the letter slowly. "I thought he would come to me, but I see now how narrow my view was." "I never expected the headmaster to be this busy," Sherlock muttered with a rueful smile. "Then again, it makes sense. Professor Dumbledore isn't only Hogwarts' headmaster. He's the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, chief warlock of the Wizengamot, and a first-class Order of Merlin sorcerer to boot." Harry, Hermione, and Ron exchanged uneasy glances. Sherlock's tone felt harsher than usual, and none of them knew quite how to reply. After a few beats, Hermione cleared her throat. "Sherlock, I don't think you should talk about Professor Dumbledore like that. He really is swamped with responsibilities." Sherlock arched an eyebrow. "So swamped that he can't spare 5 minutes to meet with me and set the record straight? Is that what you're saying?" Harry and Ron shifted uncomfortably, but Hermione pressed on. And he says it himself, justice may be delayed, but it shall never be denied. That means something, doesn't it?" A sneer crossed Sherlock's face. "A comforting slogan, maybe, but does postponing justice still count as justice? I call it a self-deceiving paradox. What does he think justice is? A puppet show that only merits applause once the curtain finally rises. When a murderer feasts on the tears of his victims' families in open court, when evidence crumbles to dust in a locked room, when the bones of the innocent sprout weeds in unmarked graves, do you still call that impartiality? Remember this, my friend. True justice never needs excuses. It either arrives on time or it doesn't exist at all." The courtroom fell into a stunned silence. Hermione, usually so quick with a quip, sat speechless. Harry, sensing the tension, leaned forward. "Then, why haven't you taken this to Dumbledore?" Sherlock met Harry's eyes evenly. "Oh, he's busy enough, of course, but busy enough to avoid a simple meeting and a clear explanation? Absolutely not. He just hasn't given it proper thought. It's exactly the same as last year's business with the Philosopher's Stone and Professor Quirrell." He let out a dry chuckle. "Frankly, his methods remind me of Gemma's. Trying to be responsible for every single student means you're responsible for none. He hasn't learned a thing since last year." Ron jumped in, waving a hand. "I couldn't agree more. And mark my words, Malfoy's behind this. Even if he didn't pull the trigger himself, he's involved up to his eyebrows." Harry frowned in confusion. "What makes you say that?" Ron grinned mischievously. "You've forgotten, old friend, but you told me yourself." After Harry, Hermione, and Neville discovered Madame Norris petrified in the corridor, Draco Malfoy had sneered at them from afar. "You're next, mudblood." Harry replayed the moment in his mind. "Think about it," he said, pacing before them. "The Malfoys, all in Slytherin, always boasting about it. Could they really be descendants of Salazar Slytherin? With Lucius's reputation, it wouldn't surprise me if the key to the Chamber of Secrets has stayed in their family for centuries, passed from one generation to the next. And remember their house elf. She spoke of a mysterious dark arts object. What if that was the chamber's key?" "Exactly," Ron chimed in. "Doesn't it all line up?" Harry's face lit up with conviction. "There's only one conclusion. Malfoy is behind this." He and Ron turned eagerly to Sherlock, awaiting his confirmation. Hermione exchanged an exasperated glance with them before speaking up. "Have you two forgotten the preterm inspection for dark arts artifacts? Nothing, absolutely nothing, contaminated Hogwarts that day." Ron crossed his arms defiantly. "An inspection's only as good as its thoroughness. It doesn't guarantee everything got caught." Harry leaned back, eyes thoughtful. "What if the key to the Chamber of Secrets isn't some dark arts artifact after all?" Hermione lifted a brow. "Salazar Slytherin was one of the school's founders. His relics might easily evade ordinary inspections." "Exactly." Ron grinned, slapping the table. "You know what's been on my mind? Malfoy's been sulking ever since that Quidditch match. He's got to be taking it out on Colin now." Hermione frowned. "That's possible, but remember, Sherlock mentioned Prefect F. Arley earlier. She said Malfoy should apologize to Harry and Colin. And look what's happened to Colin since then." Ron's face lit up. "You think Malfoy targeted Colin just so he could dodge saying sorry?" Harry nodded. "When you put it that way." The three of them traded theories, and with every passing minute, their suspicions seemed more convincing. Hermione watched them for a moment, then sighed and turned toward Sherlock. His sharp gaze met hers. She prompted quietly, So, what do you think happened? Sherlock's expression was unreadable. He shook his head slowly. Lucius Malfoy did not open the Chamber of Secrets. Ron shot up from his chair. But why not? He fits every profile. Sherlock folded his hands, because none of the facts align with that conclusion. Silence fell over the Gryffindor common room as the friends absorbed his words. Their debate abruptly quieted. The trio sat huddled in the common room, debating the mystery of the monster in the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione leaned forward, her eyes bright with excitement. What if it can make itself invisible, or even change its form? Like, it could disguise itself as a suit of armor, or something else entirely. Remember that ghoul we saw at the Burrow last summer? Ron snorted. You really think that thing could harm Madame Norris? He glanced around as if daring anyone to agree. I'd stake a galleon on it. That cat's tougher than any ghoul I've ever heard of. I'm not talking about an ordinary ghoul, Hermione replied patiently. There are tales of color-changing ghouls, creatures that blend into their surroundings or mimic other objects. I read about them in an old compendium of magical creatures. You read too many books, Ron muttered, rolling his eyes. You're learning so much random stuff. It's no wonder your theories get a bit out there. Despite their playful bickering, the school felt uneasy until Dumbledore's departure. After he left, though, the attacks stopped as suddenly as they had begun. Before long, it was the second week of December, and Professor McGonagall entered the Great Hall with her usual stern expression and a stack of parchment forms. As last year, I need everyone who intends to stay at Hogwarts over Christmas to sign up now, she announced. Harry and Ron exchanged a quick glance, then stepped forward together. Harry's heart gave a small leap. Thanks to Sherlock's help, his relationship with the Dursleys had improved, but he still much preferred the warmth and safety of Hogwarts over a winter back in Privet Drive. Ron grinned beside him. The Burrow would be lively enough, but Christmas at Hogwarts had its own charm. We'll be here, Professor, Harry said, dipping his quill. Very good, McGonagall replied crisply, stamping each form. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, enjoy your holidays, quiet ones, if you please. Harry tucked the parchment into his robes. Last year, the Weasleys had gone on to Romania to visit Charlie. This year they were bound for Egypt to see Bill. As Harry and Ron returned to their seats, the castle felt a little brighter, its quiet halls promising a Christmas they'd always remember, safely tucked away from any lurking monsters. All the Weasley children had decided to spend the Christmas holidays at Hogwarts, though Percy's reason was more lofty than his siblings. He claimed his choice had nothing to do with protecting the family's honor. As one of the school's highest achievers, he felt obliged to lend the professors a hand during such turbulent times. Fred, George, and Ron all rolled their eyes at his self-important declaration. Meanwhile, Mrs. Holmes, having learned that Harry and Ron planned to remain on castle grounds, renewed her warm invitation. Would they not join her and Sherlock for Christmas dinner at 221B Baker Street, just as they had the prior year? Much to her disappointment, both boys politely declined, preferring castle festivities over Sherlock's legendary plum pudding. That left only Sherlock and Hermione bound by family obligations, Harry and Ron free to roam the common room or empty corridors at will. The days between Christmas and New Year's passed in a comfortable routine of brisk morning walks, warm feasts, and the occasional snowball skirmish on the grounds. Then one frosty dawn, as Sherlock and Neville trudged back from their early exercises, they were startled to find Ron and Dean already in the common room, whispering in excited tones. It was a rare sight. Both boys were wide awake before dawn and positively brimming with news. The school's starting a dueling club, Ron announced the moment Sherlock set foot in the threshold. Dean flung an arm around his shoulder. Professor Lockhart's in charge. He says he'll teach us proper wand-to-wand technique, defense moves, everything. It'll be brilliant. Sherlock paused, interest piqued. Neville, rubbing his chilly hands together, nodded eagerly. Even Percy, summoned by the commotion, glanced up from the notice Fred had just posted on the notice board. Hogwarts Dueling Club, first meeting tomorrow evening in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. All are welcome. Excitement crackled through the room. A chance to pit skill against skill, to learn new spells under Lockhart's flamboyant but undeniably showy guidance. The prospect was impossible to resist. Across the castle, students stirred with anticipation. Christmas might still be in the air, but for now, every witch and wizard had only one thought. Who could they best in the first official duel? Tonight's the first meeting. Ron burst into the common room, practically vibrating with excitement. Sherlock, you know I've always wanted to join you for morning exercises. Sherlock glanced up from the chessboard, expression unreadable. Ron cleared his throat. Honestly, waking up at dawn is torture, so this dueling class the teachers set up, it's a dream come true. Sherlock's lips curved in a faint, appreciative smile. I admire your honesty. Ron leaned closer. And the best part? No strenuous runs at dawn, just proper spell-casting practice. But do you really think that Slytherin monster will duel us? Neville said nervously, hugging his wand. She's not even a fully trained witch. Dean Thomas slapped Neville on the shoulder. You never know. Every bit of practice helps. He winked and snatched Neville's wand. Now, hand it over. I want to test its balance. Blackie, the small black ferret curled up on Sherlock's knee, wriggled free and darted toward Dean's outstretched hand. Even a simple wand was an irresistible plaything. Ron sidled around them both and playfully jabbed Sherlock's side. So, are you coming tonight? Or going to give us the slip again, like on Ghost Day? Sherlock set the chess piece aside and offered Ron a genuine grin. I'll be there. Chapter 216, Severus Snape versus Gilderoy Lockhart. At 8 o'clock that evening, nearly every student in Hogwarts gathered in the Great Hall. The long dining tables had been pushed aside, and along one wall a gilded stage glimmered under hundreds of floating candles. The ceiling was once again of velvety black, and despite the hall's immense size, the sheer number of people made the space feel pleasantly crowded. Wands at the ready, everyone buzzed with anticipation. Hermione gripped Sherlock's arm as she edged forward with Harry and Ron through the chattering throng. Who do you think will teach us tonight? She whispered. Ron shrugged. Cho says Professor Flitwick was a dueling champion when he was younger. Maybe he'll be our instructor. Harry shook his head. Flitwick's great, but rumor is someone else has volunteered to lead this session. Whoever it is, Ron began, only to break off in surprise when Gilderoy Lockhart swept onto the stage. Draped in a dazzling magenta robe that perfectly complemented his radiant smile and perfectly coiffed hair, Lockhart looked every inch the celebrity he fancied himself to be. Gather round, he called, voice bright and commanding. Can everyone see me? A hush fell over the crowd as hundreds of eager faces turned toward him. Lockhart gave a theatrical bow. Welcome to the very first meeting of the Hogwarts Dueling Club. I am your instructor tonight, Gilderoy Lockhart, author, adventurer, and modestly speaking, quite the undefeated champion of dueling. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged uneasy glances. If this was Lockhart's idea of professional instruction, they had a feeling the evening was going to be memorable. Can everyone hear me? Splendid. Gilderoy Lockhart swept onto the raised platform, flicked his wand, and cast a sonorous charm to magnify his voice. He beamed at the assembled students. As you may know, Professor Dumbledore granted me permission to establish this dueling club. My goal is simple, to train you all in the art of magical self-defense, just as I have countless times in the field. For a more thorough account, please feel free to consult my published works. From the back of the room came a muffled groan. Ron Weasley buried his face in his hands. Oh, Merlin, he muttered, prompting Hermione Granger to shoot him a sharp look. Shush, Ron, she hissed. Lockhart cleared his throat and swept an arm out in introduction. Now, for this evening's demonstration, I will be assisted by... Before he could finish, a voice whispered from Harry's side. Shouldn't Flitwick be his assistant? Harry frowned, but Lockhart went on. Professor Snape! A hush fell over the hall as Severus Snape glided forward in his customary black robes. Standing beside the flamboyant Lockhart, the contrast was striking. Where Lockhart glowed with practiced charm, Snape exuded cool, shadowy authority. Harry exchanged a confused look with Ron. Why Snape? He whispered. But Lockhart was already sweeping into his next flourish, evidently delighted with his surprise choice of partner. Nobody could quite believe what Professor Snape had just done. With his notoriously aloof demeanor, it was the last thing anyone expected. Hermione turned to Sherlock, her eyebrows drawn together. Sherlock, you've got to have an idea why Snape would pull something like this, right? Sherlock glanced coolly at Snape, who stood just beyond earshot, lips pinched in his usual tight line. "It's perfectly simple," he said. "Snape's looking for an excuse to give Lockhart a proper lesson in dueling." Hermione's hand flew to her mouth in a small gasp. Ron, however, beamed like a Cheshire cat and leaned over to Harry. "I'd pay good galleons to see them both end up flat on the floor." Harry only shrugged, not quite sharing Ron's relish. He didn't dislike Lockhart nearly as much as Ron did. "Well," he said, trying for neutrality, "all I can say is thank you, Professor Snape." At the sound of Harry's words, Gilderoy Lockhart swept his bright smile around the room. His 8 gleaming teeth looked as though they'd been polished that very morning. "I'm simply honored," he declared. "For it turns out Professor Snape here is quite the duelist. He's graciously agreed to assist me in a little demonstration before the official lesson begins." A ripple of disbelief passed through the students, but as Lockhart basked in the attention, Harry exchanged a knowing look with Hermione. No one was quite sure what Snape had in mind, only that, whatever it was, the next duel was bound to be unforgettable. "Shall we give him a round of applause?" Gilderoy Lockhart beamed at the assembled students. The moment the first hands clapped, an enthusiastic roar swept the room. Riding the wave of excitement, Lockhart raised his arms dramatically. "Now, let me explain the rules of wizard dueling. Professor Lockhart." Severus Snape's voice sliced through the applause. He stepped forward, eyes narrowed. "May we begin?" Snape articulated each word through clenched teeth. He clearly loathed Lockhart's endless grandstanding. Sherlock had already surmised why Snape had agreed to assist the dueling master, to seize a chance to humble this flamboyant show-off. Lockhart let out a tinkling laugh. "Patience, my dear Snape. I simply wouldn't want our young duelists to feel neglected." He leaned in and gave Snape a cheeky wink. If Snape weren't guarding his secret identity, he might have silenced Lockhart with a well-placed stunning spell right then. But Lockhart, blissfully unaware of Snape's ire, swept his gaze back to the students. "Fear not," Lockhart called out, voice brimming with confidence. "Once Professor Snape and I have completed our demonstration, I shall return him to you unharmed and in perfect health." A fresh wave of shrieks and applause erupted, especially from the younger witches, who adored Lockhart's every gesture. Snape's dark glare deepened at the display of adulation. Yet the duel, at last, was about to begin. Lockhart finally turned to face Snape. The two professors stood squarely opposite one another. With a dramatic flourish, Lockhart dipped into an exaggerated bow, his hands tracing elaborate arcs in the air. Snape, by contrast, merely shook his head in mild impatience. "Oh, Professor Lockhart is ever the gentleman," Lockhart declared to the hushed crowd, voice rich with self-satisfaction. "Whereas Professor Snape—" "Exactly," he continued with a flourish. "Professor Snape didn't even bother to bow, not so much as a nod. Truly discourteous," he concluded, sweeping a hand toward the silent onlookers in a theatrical gesture. A dark gleam flickered in Snape's eyes, and the whispering students fell instantly mute. Without another word, both professors shot their wands forward, points leveled like arrows against their chests. "As you can see," Lockhart announced, adopting the classic dueling stance, "we're prepared to begin under the usual rules." He turned to the assembled students, still holding his pose. "On the count of 3, we shall each cast our first charm. Rest assured, we harbor no intent to do permanent harm." At that moment, Snape's lips curled back, revealing teeth bared in a rare, predatory snarl. Sherlock watched the exchange with a faint, approving smile. This was exactly why he'd come to the dueling club, to see beyond Lockhart's glittering performance and glimpse the true power hidden beneath Snape's dark exterior. Professor Lockhart and Snape raised their wands in perfect sync. Just as Lockhart called out 3, Snape barked, "Expelliarmus!" A brilliant jet of red light shot from his wand, aiming squarely at Lockhart. It happened so fast no one doubted Snape's philosophy of striking first. Yet, the spell never reached its target. It struck an invisible barrier, veering off to the side. Every student saw a brief crimson shimmer, Lockhart's shield charm, flash into existence and then wink out. "Shield charm," Neville whispered, heart pounding. The sight was all too familiar. He still remembered how Hannah's quick thinking had saved him from Lockhart's sleeping charm, and how, under pressure, he'd managed to conjure a shield charm himself once, only to fail every time afterward. Now, watching Lockhart perform it so effortlessly, Neville couldn't hide his admiration. As the defense against the dark arts professor, Lockhart had proven himself worthy of the title. When he made his move, it was nothing short of extraordinary. After Professor Snape's disarming spell shot past him, Gilderoy Lockhart wasn't about to be outdone. With a flourish of his robes and a confident grin, Lockhart raised his wand and cried, "Expelliarmus!" Snape, ever the picture of composure, sidestepped the jet of red light with a deft pivot of his feet. Without missing a beat, he returned fire, murmuring the same words, "Expelliarmus!" For the next minute, the two dueled in a dazzling volley of identical spells. Lockhart occasionally bolstered his defense with a quick protego, but Snape never wavered from his single tactic. Every attack and counterattack was an Expelliarmus, the simplest and arguably most practical of wizarding charms. Despite Lockhart's theatrical flair, each gesture beautifully choreographed as if he were performing on stage rather than sparring, neither wizard gained the upper hand. Wand against wand, they matched each other bolt for bolt until finally their spells fizzled out simultaneously. The hall fell silent for a heartbeat, then erupted in applause. Lockhart sheathed his wand with a grand gesture and beamed at the onlookers. Well, there you have it, a perfect demonstration of the Expelliarmus charm. Basic, yes, but also incredibly effective. Between us, if I'd really wanted to best Professor Snape, I could have done so without breaking a sweat. The students exchanged skeptical looks, but Lockhart's radiant confidence filled the room. Snape, arms folded, offered only a thin-lipped smile as the lesson drew to a close. Professor Lockhart swept into the center of the dueling platform, wand at the ready, and a triumphant smile on his face. "You should know," he announced, voice booming across the hall. "There are few in this world who can match me blow for blow, but to broaden your horizons, I've graciously agreed to demonstrate a truly spectacular wizard's duel." "Professor Lockhart," snapped a colder voice. Snape had already lowered his wand at the end of the turn-based exchange, but he could no longer stomach Lockhart's self-aggrandizing commentary and cut him off sharply. "I don't see any reason to waste time." Lockhart froze, his smile faltering as he registered the potions master's murderously frosty glare. He cleared his throat twice, the color rising in his cheeks. "Ahem, very well. The demonstration ends here. Now I'll come down among you to pair everyone off. Professor Snape, please assist me." From the back of the hall, Ron muttered loudly enough for his friends to hear. "If he hadn't been so over the top, I might have actually cheered." Hermione shot him a reproachful look. "Didn't you hear him brag that he only drew with Snape to broaden our horizons?" Ron rolled his eyes. "You believe that? I'd sooner believe I'm Merlin himself." Sherlock, leaning back against the wall, offered a measured observation. "Even if all he cast was Expelliarmus, managing a draw with Professor Snape is no small feat. His technique certainly rivals that of a seasoned dueling master." "Exactly," Hermione agreed, nodding emphatically. At least someone recognized Lockhart's hidden skill beneath the flamboyance. As Lockhart moved forward to organize the pairs, the students exchanged looks, some amused, some skeptical, but all eager for the real dueling to begin. Ron could play wizard chess like a champion, but when it came to real dueling, he wouldn't last a minute. With that settled in everyone's minds, Professors Lockhart and Snape advanced through the milling students, pairing them off. At the first opportunity, they suddenly converged on Harry. "Professor Snape, what do you want?" Lockhart asked brightly, stepping forward. Snape's dark eyes flicked to Lockhart with a sardonic smile. "I should be asking you that, Gilderoy." They halted before Harry and Sherlock. Snape turned back to Lockhart. "I've decided the Dream Team, the Lion King and the Chosen One, should be split up." Lockhart frowned, crestfallen. "Is that really necessary? They're remarkably good together." Harry's admiration for Lockhart spiked. Finally, someone defying Snape. Even Ron relaxed and threw Lockhart an encouraging glance. But Snape only shrugged. "Yes, really." Lockhart's confident grin vanished instantly. He mumbled his agreement and stepped aside. Ron snorted under his breath. "Just knew he was all talk." Chapter 218, Despicable Potter. Professor Snape's voice cut through the murmur of the classroom. Harry's heart sank. He glanced around. Hermione was only a few desks away. If he couldn't partner with Sherlock, at least Hermione would do. I don't think that's a good idea, Harry protested under his breath, edging closer to her. Snape's thin lips curved into a cold smile. Miss Granger, pair off with Mr. Holmes, he announced, ignoring Harry completely. Confused, Hermione hesitated for a moment, then nodded and moved to Sherlock's side. Harry's shoulders slumped as he pivoted toward Ron, casting a desperate look at Professor Lockhart. Lockhart, ever eager to please, cleared his throat and began forward, notebook in hand, no doubt ready to advocate on Harry's behalf. But Snape cut him off with a harsh swipe of his arm. Malfoy, step forward, Snape ordered Draco Malfoy. Let's see what you can teach the famous Harry Potter. And Mr. Weasley, you'll team up with Mr. Thomas. With a flick of his wand, Snape sealed the pairings. Gryffindor's core four were split apart. Hermione with Sherlock, Ron with Thomas, and Harry was stuck with his rival, Draco. Snape's maneuver was blatant, a deliberate effort to keep Harry from joining forces with any of his closest friends. Harry stood abruptly, masking his frustration with a curt nod. As Malfoy strutted over, a victorious smirk plastered on his pale face, Harry locked eyes with Lockhart, silently pleading for backup. But they both knew Snape had won this round. Sherlock and Hermione chatted quietly at the front of the class, oblivious to the tension brewing behind them. Ron shot Harry a sympathetic glance from across the room before turning to his new partner, and Malfoy, chuckling softly, claimed his seat next to Harry. Harry clenched his fist. Splitting them up might have been Snape's intention, but it only made Harry all the more determined. He would prove, no matter the partner, that he was the best in the class. Hermione and Ron both exhaled in relief, silently thinking, that was far too close. Thank goodness our opponents were people we knew. Across the way, Harry's face was tight with bitterness. As usual, the chosen one was left to shoulder the brunt of things alone. Draco Malfoy sauntered forward, a self-satisfied smirk playing on his lips. He clearly believed that in a proper wizard's duel, he'd have no trouble besting Harry this time around. When Professor Snape made no move to preside over the contest, Gilderoy Lockhart practically leapt back onto the stage. He swept an arm out theatrically and called, "Face your partners, bow." Most of the dueling pairs complied politely with a formal bow. Only Harry and Malfoy remained standing, barely inclining their heads as they glared at each other. In that tense moment, Harry suddenly realized what he was up against. He could almost hear Malfoy's thoughts. "Potter, today you'll pay for that punch you gave me." A surge of determination flared in Harry's chest. He'd never let Malfoy have the upper hand. Lockhart raised his wand like a conductor's baton. Wands at the ready. When I count to 3, cast the disarming charm. 1, 2, 3. At once, both boys sprang into action, their wands flicking in perfect unison. Professor Lockhart's voice rang through the great hall. "Remember, only disarm. We don't want any accidents." He brandished his wand theatrically, cleared his throat, and counted aloud. 2, 3. Harry raised his own wand over his shoulder, heart pounding with confidence. He'd just watched Snape and Lockhart spar, and between that lesson and Sherlock's special training, he was sure he could outpace Draco Malfoy. Faster, more precise. A clean, disarming spell, just as they'd been taught. But Malfoy had other plans. On Lockhart's count of 2, his silvery wand lashed out first. Harry barely had time to lower his guard before a jet of red light struck him square in the chest. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the gathered students. A few shouted, "How low?" Hermione, Ron, Cho, and Neville, standing at the front, clenched their fists, eager to rush forward and defend Harry themselves. Severus Snape stepped between the benches and the dueling stage, his dark eyes sweeping the crowd. Unimpressed by the outcry, he said coldly, "Dueling isn't about being honorable or fair. It's about victory or defeat." He fixed Lockhart with a glare. "Perhaps you'd care to remind them why we're all here?" Lockhart hesitated, wand raised, as the students fell silent, waiting for their self-proclaimed hero to answer. "When you truly face danger, will you still expect your opponent to play by the rules?" Professor Snape's voice cut through the hall, and the entire room fell silent. His question was so pointed, so brutally honest, that no one dared argue. It made perfect sense, and yet it infuriated me. On the stage, Draco Malfoy had just launched a cowardly sneak attack on Harry, trampling every code of fair dueling. But thanks to a year of rigorous training with Sherlock, Harry was no longer the frail boy who'd arrived at Hogwarts. He stumbled as if struck by a frying pan, but he remained standing, ready for retaliation. Seeing Malfoy's foul play, Harry's restraint snapped. "Expelliarmus!" he snarled, thrusting his wand forward. A brilliant scarlet beam shot from Harry's wand, catching Malfoy squarely in the chest. Unprepared, Malfoy flew backward, skidding across the stage before collapsing with a thunderous thud. Just one decisive spell, and the match was won. From the Gryffindor benches below, the first years, the little lions, erupted into triumphal cheers. The slippery snake couldn't climb the pole this time. Even a sneak attack couldn't save him. Faced with overwhelming power, Malfoy had no chance. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff cheerleaders joined in, just as they had during the Quidditch match. Slytherin had become quite unpopular lately. As expected of the Chosen One, Penelope Clearwater whispered to Cho Chang, his skill rivals that of some older students. Cho's eyes shone with admiration as she watched Harry. On the stage, Malfoy lay flat on his back. His wand, disarmed by Harry's Expelliarmus, skittered across the floor toward its owner. Harry leapt forward to catch it, but before he could, Professor's hand shot out like lightning and snatched it up. Snape studied Harry with an inscrutable expression. "Your Expelliarmus is surprisingly proficient, Potter." Harry, still panting, managed to smile. "All thanks to your excellent instruction, Professor." He didn't intend it as flattery. After all, it was Snape who'd taught them Expelliarmus last semester, back when Quirrell's kidney had been stabbed by Sherlock and Snape was filling in as defense against the dark arts professor. Professor Snape's eyes narrowed to slits. Though the boy's tone sounded earnest, Snape heard only mockery. He had seemed composed a moment ago, but now he spun on his heel and bellowed, "Malfoy, over here, now!" His voice boomed across the dueling hall, carrying on to the neighboring platform. "Granger, stay focused," he snapped. At the far end of the polished stage, Sherlock Holmes stepped back half a pace, narrowly evading Hermione's stupefy. "Your wrist's too telegraphed," he observed coolly. Hermione's lip trembled as she bit it, wand tip quivering. Drawing a steadying breath, she thrust her arm forward and intoned, "Immobulus!" A stream of frosty magic shot toward Sherlock. He didn't dodge. Instead, a translucent shield materialized before him, the freezing charm shattering against it in a shower of icy sparks that glittered like miniature fireworks. In the same instant, Sherlock flicked his wand and delivered, "Expelliarmus." There was no flourish, just a clean, decisive hit. Hermione was hurled backward, skidding several paces before collapsing hard to her knees. Her wand spun from her grasp and arced skyward. Sherlock advanced, hand steady, and caught it in midair with effortless precision. The onlookers, still buzzing from Harry's earlier victory over Malfoy on the adjacent platform, erupted into applause as Hermione sank to the floor, defeated. Sherlock offered his hand to help her up, his expression composed but not unkind. The duel was over. Hermione sank to the floor with a sigh, staring up at Sherlock. Worried he'd only retrieve her wand and leave her there, she reached out her hand. Sherlock glanced at her, then hooked his arm under hers and hauled her to her feet. Brushing dust from her robes, she managed a rueful smile. "I know I'm no match for you," she admitted, "but I didn't expect to lose so completely. I didn't even last one round." Sherlock handed her wand back without a word. "Then practice more," he remarked coolly. Hermione shot him a scowl in response. As their duel wrapped up, the rest of the matches in the hall drew to a close. A pale green mist still lingered in the air, evidence of the magic that had just been unleashed. Ron and Dean lay sprawled on the floor, both gasping for breath. The only concession to luck was that Ron still clutched his wand. All around them, students nursed minor bruises or rubbed sore arms. Some had even flung their wands aside and writhed on the ground. Professors Snape and Lockhart moved through the crowd, demonstrating a few restorative charms here and there, as they efficiently cleared the stage and tended to their battered charges. Professor Snape's scowl at Lockhart softened just a fraction when he noticed the dark arts teacher addressing the students. "Gilderoy, perhaps it's time we taught them how to defend themselves against hostile magic." Lockhart swept his gaze across the assembled first years. "Excellent idea, Severus. Now, I need 2 volunteers. Let's see. Finnegan and Finch Fletchley, why don't you 2 give it a try?" Seamus Finnegan's face turned beet red before he could protest. Professor, I really don't think." Snape glided forward, voice low and ominous. You may not believe it, but Siamus can turn a simple shielding charm into a small explosion. He paused to let that sink in. If we pair him with Justin here, I'm not sure there'd be much left of poor Finch Fletchley except what you could fit in a matchbox, if we managed to find it at all. A ripple of nervous laughter ran through the younger students. Lockhart, undeterred, raised a hand. Well then, who would you recommend, Severus? Snape's lips curved into a sneer. Why not have Potter and Malfoy demonstrate again? They didn't have quite enough excitement earlier. Wonderful. Lockhart clapped his hands, beaming. Harry, Draco, if you two would step forward, please. Reluctantly, Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy moved to the center of the Great Hall as their classmates fell back to clear a space. The gathered students watched eagerly, bracing themselves for the next spectacle in the brewing rivalry between the boy who lived and the Slytherin heir. All right, Harry, Professor Lockhart said, beaming down at him. In a moment, Draco will point his wand at you. Here's exactly what you do. Lockhart lifted his wand and began to trace an elaborate pattern in the air, intricate loops, flicks, and swirls weaving together in a dazzling display. Harry watched, wide-eyed and bewildered, trying desperately to commit every motion to memory. He failed utterly. Not a single flourish stuck. Fortunately, he could still recall the basic shield charm Professor Flitwick had taught him. On the sidelines, Snape observed Lockhart's performance with a cold sneer. He strolled over to Draco Malfoy, bent down, and whispered a few simple instructions before returning the boy's wand. Malfoy straightened and grinned smugly. Snape's lesson had evidently been far clearer than Lockhart's ostentation. Harry swallowed hard and glanced up at Lockhart. Professor, could you show me that spell-blocking method again? Of course, my dear Harry, Lockhart declared, undaunted. He raised his wand once more and demonstrated the exact same convoluted routine. Upright flicks, downward swishes, a twist here, a loop there. Harry gaped. This second demonstration was nothing like the first. He had no idea which sequence was correct, and no idea how he was supposed to remember all these ever-changing gestures when Draco raised his wand at him in just a few moments. Chapter 219. Never harm Sherlock. Bloody hell! Ron muttered from his perch beneath the stage, watching Harry plaster on an uncertain smile. Is Lockhart's wand having a breakdown? I'm guessing he's demonstrating some outrageously powerful charm, Hermione replied, barely suppressing a grin. I hope so, Ron whispered, brow furrowed. Up on the platform, Sherlock stayed perfectly still. He caught Harry's pleading look, those wide, anxious eyes begging for help. Lockhart's instructions had been hopelessly convoluted, 2 entirely different wand movements for a single spell. No wonder Harry was on the verge of a meltdown. Sherlock refused to stand by. With a quick, subtle motion, almost like throwing a light jab, he signaled Harry what to do. Almost at once, relief flooded Harry's expression as the meaning clicked into place. Lockhart, entirely oblivious to their silent exchange, finished his grand demonstration with a dramatic flourish and turned to Harry. Need me to show you that again? Harry swallowed. He could feel his heart thudding in his chest. He couldn't handle a third, even more confusing variation. No, Professor, he managed, voice firm though his hands shook. He readied his wand, braced himself, and prepared to nail the spell on the next try, thanks to Sherlock's timely hint. Gilderoy Lockhart beamed as he clasped Harry's shoulder. Just remember one thing, Harry. Defeat your opponent. Do exactly as I showed you. Harry's stomach twisted in nerves, but he nodded. I'll do my best. Lockhart took a step back and raised his voice for the gathered students. All right, 3, 2, 1, begin. Harry lunged forward, fully intent on blocking Malfoy's first spell. This time, however, Draco made no attempt to cheat. Instead, he responded with a show of skill that left everyone reeling. The moment Lockhart called begin, Malfoy swept his wand in a precise arc and shouted, Serpensortia! With a crackle of magic, a long, glossy black snake burst from the tip of Malfoy's wand, thudding onto the wooden floor between the duelers. Its scales shimmered in the torchlight, and it flicked its forked tongue as it coiled, ready to strike. A collective gasp swept through the crowd, and students scrambled back to clear a wide space around the newly summoned serpent. Whispers of awe and fear rattled through the onlookers. This was the transfiguration charm Snape had discreetly taught Malfoy, one of the simplest animal conjuring spells alongside the basic avian charms. But seeing the slick, sinuous creature materialize in person was far more terrifying than anyone had anticipated. The snake's dark eyes locked onto Harry, its presence an unsettling reminder that Malfoy's advantage in the duel had just grown far more dangerous. The serpent lifted its scaly head and coiled its body into a striking posture. Snakes were notoriously swift. No one could predict if it would suddenly lunge from the ground. Yet Harry felt oddly calm. He forced himself to recall the intricate wand movements Lockhart had just taught him. Even though he wasn't sure he was doing them right, he raised his wand and called out, "Barrier Charm!" To his amazement, the spell worked. A bright blue-green spark shot from his wand's tip, streaking straight for the black snake Malfoy had conjured. The creature's tongue flicked once in anticipation. Then, under the charm's effect, its entire body seemed to slow, as if someone had pressed the slow-motion button on a Muggle movie. That menacing, ready-to-strike serpent was suddenly reduced to a comically sluggish coil, its tongue flicking so lazily it looked almost harmless. A hush fell over the dueling stage. Even Professor Snape, whose expression rarely betrayed him, stared at Harry with genuine surprise. Harry never would have guessed that Lockhart's ridiculous dueling posture might actually work, yet there he was, putting it to use. The barrier charm he'd just cast, meant to hold back an opponent or trap a magical creature for about 10 seconds, was textbook wizard dueling. Managing to pull it off just as Malfoy seized the initiative felt like a minor miracle, and Harry could hardly believe he'd done it. Before the duel, Sherlock had warned him that if Lockhart's theatrics failed, his only recourse might be to settle things with his fists. But with the snake Malfoy had summoned frozen mid-slither, there was no need for hand-to-hand combat. Harry took a steadying breath, raised his wand, and struck again. Expelliarmus! A brilliant jet of scarlet light shot across the room. Malfoy, still reeling, lost his balance and slammed heavily onto the floor. His wand flew from his hand in an arc and landed squarely in Harry's outstretched palm. Harry allowed himself a triumphant smile. That was far more satisfying than any punch. Harry lunged for Malfoy's wand, but before he could reach it, Snape was faster, snatching it from the air. The entire dueling chamber fell silent. Twice now, Malfoy had been undone by the very same Expelliarmus, both times at Harry's command. Snape held the wand aloft, his face a mask of cold fury and humiliation. He'd clearly been coaching Malfoy. Today's defeat stung all the more for that. With a final, contemptuous glare at the sputtering Slytherin, Snape turned his eyes to Harry. He bit back his usual taunt about Harry's impressive Expelliarmus, unwilling to hand Harry another triumph. At that moment, Malfoy's black serpent, its barrier charm collapsed, slithered violently back into attack mode. Still smarting from Harry's brief control, the creature lashed out, its hiss echoing through the room. But instead of striking Harry, the enraged snake coiled and lunged toward the nearest figure, Sherlock Holmes. The detective staggered back, eyes wide in shock. Harry's heart hammered in his chest as he realized the danger. Harry's hand shot to his wand, ready to cast the barrier charm Lockhart had taught him. But as he prepared the intricate flourishes, he realized with a jolt that it was already too late. The spell's elaborate motions took far too long, and the snake could strike Sherlock at any second. Instinct overrode caution. Harry didn't know why he did it. He simply knew one thing, loud and clear. That snake must not hurt Sherlock. He skidded forward on silent feet and bellowed, "Let him go!" In an instant, the black serpent, eyes full of venomous intent, went limp, collapsing onto the floor like a length of heavy, drenched hose. Harry's heart thundered in his chest. His shouted command had worked better than any of Lockhart's charms. Somehow, he just knew the snake would not rise to strike again, though he could not explain why. He turned, beaming, to Sherlock, only to catch him regarding Harry with an inscrutable look. Harry didn't mind. Relief overwhelmed everything else. Sherlock was safe. Harry suppressed a triumphant smile. Even someone as perceptive as Sherlock Holmes couldn't have predicted his solution to the snake trap. At last, he'd drawn a look of genuine surprise from Sherlock's usually implacable face. But then Harry realized that Hermione, Ron, and everyone else were staring at him as if he'd grown a second head. Nervous whispers rippled through the great hall. What were they all looking at? Before he could make sense of it, Gilderoy Lockhart swept forward, waving his wand in a grand arc. In an instant, the black snake dissolved into a wisp of smoke and vanished. Professor Snape made no move to intervene. Instead, he fixed Harry with a gaze so layered, surprise cloaked in calculation, that it sent a shiver down Harry's spine. Lockhart, too, was regarding him oddly, as if Harry had just performed the most astonishing feat of magic ever witnessed. This didn't add up. Harry had simply uttered 2 words, "Follow me." Everyone had heard him. How could they be so stunned? His confusion must have shown, because at that moment Sherlock Holmes spoke up, his clear voice cutting through the buzz of astonishment. Harry felt an unexpected surge of confidence. Without hesitation, he fell in step beside Sherlock and headed for the exit doors of the Great Hall. Hermione and Ron were right behind him, their expressions a mix of relief and curiosity. Together the 3 of them slipped into the corridor beyond, leaving a hall full of questions and no small amount of scandalized gossip in their wake. They slipped out into the corridor and watched as the other students moved aside, eyes downcast, as if afraid to be seen with them. Harry frowned, glancing over his shoulder. "Sherlock, what's happening?" "This isn't the place to talk," Sherlock replied coolly, eyes sweeping the empty hallway. "And mark my words, this Christmas and everything that follows won't be exactly merry." Harry's stomach nodded. He'd never seen Sherlock look so serious. Completely at a loss, he fell into step behind him, Hermione and Ron padding silently behind. Because the dueling club was in full swing, the Gryffindor common room lay deserted. Ron was the last through the portrait hole. He darted a quick look down the corridor before snapping the door shut. Harry stared at him in confusion. "Sherlock, will you tell me what?" Before the detective could answer, Ron practically shoved Harry into an armchair. "Blimey, Harry, why didn't you ever tell us you're a parcel-mouth?" "A parcel? What?" Harry blinked. Ron ran a hand through his hair, exasperated. "You can speak to snakes, that's what. Why keep something like that secret?" He opened his mouth to speak, but Sherlock held up a hand. In a calm, measured tone, he said to Harry, "What you just did is called parcel-tongue, sometimes referred to as parcel-mouth. It's the language of snakes and other serpent-like creatures, and of the rare people who can converse with them." Sherlock paused, letting his words sink in, then offered Harry a small, knowing smile. "Your reaction in that moment told me 2 things. First, you didn't realize you had this gift, and second, you assumed it was nothing remarkable." "Nothing remarkable?" Harry's eyes widened, and he sprang to his feet. "But you all heard me just now. I told that snake not to harm Sherlock. Anyone here could have said that. I just happened to speak faster." Chapter 220. You're getting impatient again. When Ron heard Harry insist that almost anyone could stop the snake's attack, he groaned. "No, they can't. Actually, very few people can. Sherlock's right. This isn't a common gift. It's extremely rare. Harry, this is serious. Really serious." "Why? What's so bad about it?" Harry asked, feeling a flicker of irritation at Ron's dramatic tone. "Calm down," Sherlock said with a wry smile, fixing Harry with a steady look. "I know you're eager for answers, my friend, but take a breath first." "All right," Harry admitted, drawing in a slow, deliberate breath. "But you need to know, aside from me, no one else understood what you were saying to that snake. I'd bet a galleon most of them thought you were encouraging it to attack me." "How could they think that?" Hermione exclaimed. Harry jumped to his feet, voice cracking with indignation. "How could I? How could I ever want to hurt you?" "See?" Sherlock said, a hint of amusement in his voice. "You're getting impatient again." "Am I?" Harry crossed his arms, his cheeks flushing. "Yes," Ron and Hermione said in unison. Harry fell silent, first glaring at Ron and Hermione, then shifting his stare to Sherlock. He drew in a shaky breath. All right. This is actually the 2nd time I've done this." Ron and Hermione exchanged astonished glances. Sherlock offered a small, encouraging nod. Harry sighed again. "Honestly, it's a long story." "Then make it quick," Sherlock urged. Even in the tension of the moment, Ron couldn't help but chuckle. Hermione shot Sherlock an apologetic look, but when Harry was ready, he truly did keep it brief. "Last year, before school even started, I didn't know I was a wizard. The Dursleys dragged me to the zoo, and I somehow managed to let a huge python loose. It lunged at Dudley, and afterward, I spoke to it. The snake told me that, despite its tag saying it came from Brazil, it had never actually been there." Hermione and Ron stared at each other. Jaws dropped. Sherlock, however, merely smiled, and then, eyes locked on Harry's, he delivered the insight Harry needed. "Harry," he said gently, "you've been working off a false assumption that's made you miss what really happened." Sherlock's quiet voice cut through the charged silence of the corridor. Understanding Parseltongue has never been an ability all wizards possess. Harry froze, his hand inching toward his wand. "What? You mean it isn't common?" Before Sherlock could answer, Hermione stepped forward, her brow furrowed. "No, Sherlock's right, Harry. Parseltongue is extremely rare, and it almost always runs in families. In fact, the whole reason Slytherin House uses the serpent as its emblem is because Salazar Slytherin himself could speak to snakes." Harry stared at her, disbelief written across his face. Hermione paused, her expression tightening as she sorted her thoughts. "Every known Parselmouth so far," she added quietly, "has been a direct descendant of Salazar Slytherin." At the mention of Slytherin's name, Harry finally understood the looks he'd caught from other students, those furtive glances filled with suspicion and unease. Before he could say anything, Ron broke the silence with a shaky laugh. "Great. Now everyone in Hogwarts is going to think you're Salazar Slytherin's great-great-great-great-grandson or something." "Impossible," Harry blurted, his cheeks burning. He squared his shoulders. "I'm not related to Slytherin. End of story." Hermione's expression turned grave. "Harry, this is nearly impossible to prove. Salazar Slytherin lived 1,000 years ago. Records from that time are fragmentary at best. Based on what little we know, you could very well be his descendant." Harry leapt to his feet. "No, absolutely not." He backed away, flailing his arms as though he could brush away the suspicion by sheer force of will. Hermione and Ron exchanged a concerned look. Harry couldn't bring himself to meet their eyes, or Sherlock's, who was watching silently from the edge of the common room. He hurried to the window and pressed stay, his forehead against the cold glass, staring out as snowflakes drifted past the castle battlements. "Am I really descended from Salazar Slytherin?" A hollow ache opened in his chest. He knew nothing of his father's family. Dudley and Petunia had always forbidden him to ask about his magical relatives. Desperate, he tried to speak in Parseltongue under his breath, but not a single hiss emerged. Perhaps he could only manage it face to face with a snake. In his mind, two small voices battled each other, one insisting he was innocent, the other whispering he was exactly what Hermione feared. Harry's mind felt like a battlefield, two insistent voices dueling in endless argument. The first whispered, firm and indignant, "I belong in Gryffindor. If I were truly of Slytherin's blood, the Sorting Hat would never have placed me here." But the second voice, cold and taunting, shot back, "Oh, have you forgotten already? The Hat did, at first. It wanted to sort you into Slytherin." Harry's chest tightened. "Even if I am a descendant of Salazar Slytherin, so what? I've never hurt anyone." "See, you admit it," the sneering voice cut in triumphantly. "You're his heir." He tried to answer, but the accusation swelled inside him like a choking fog, twisting his thoughts until he could barely breathe. Then another voice, gentle, certain, broke through the haze. "That doesn't matter, Harry." He whirled around. Sherlock stood in the doorway, those steely gray eyes locked on him with calm concern. "Did you open the Chamber of Secrets?" Harry demanded, his voice rough with anger. Sherlock's lips quirked in disbelief. "Of course not. I don't even know where it is." Harry's frustration flared, but somehow a bit of the suffocating fog lifted. He opened his mouth to argue, but found himself blinking back at Sherlock, unsure how to continue. In the sudden silence, the two inner voices fell quiet, at least for a moment, and Harry forced himself to take a steadying breath. Sherlock pressed on, eyes narrowing. "So you did egg on that black serpent Professor Snape summoned to attack me, didn't you? Just as everyone here assumes, you spoke Parseltongue to it." "That's impossible," Harry insisted. "You know Isn't that enough?" Sherlock interrupted, stepping beside him and gazing out the window. "Don't let other people's opinions cloud your judgment. What they think is irrelevant. Sherlock, Most people are content to wander busy streets and jostle through crowds," Sherlock went on. "But walk with me, and you see the battlefield." He turned abruptly to Hermione and Ron, a wry smile playing on his lips. "Frankly, I find this notion preposterous. 1,000 years after Salazar Slytherin, one of his supposed heirs winds up in Gryffindor? If Slytherin himself heard that, he'd vault out of his coffin and tear them all a new one. Hermione and Ron exchanged looks. Sherlock's logic was hard to argue with. Harry felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Not only was it impossible that he was descended from Slytherin, if he somehow was, so what? He was still Harry Potter of Gryffindor. As long as I stick with Sherlock, nothing can scare me. Yet Harry soon realized that his companion's calm didn't reflect the rest of Hogwarts. Ever since the dueling club incident, dark rumors had spread like wildfire. Anyone who speaks Parseltongue must be a dark wizard. No righteous witch or wizard can talk to snakes. Salazar Slytherin was called the Serpent Speaker for a reason. Those messages scrawled on the walls? They're Potter's warnings to Muggle-born students. First, Mr. Filch's cat's attacked because Harry insulted the caretaker. Then Colin Creevey ends up injured. Apparently he provoked Potter too. Better check your family tree before you're next. Students sped through the corridors, laughing or jeering, each theory more outrageous than the last. Sherlock, overhearing these conversations one afternoon, could not contain himself. He doubled over, roaring with laughter. Honestly, I never knew people could invent such elaborate fantasias. Ron, standing nearby with a glow of mischief, chimed in. And that's not all. Just yesterday, a handful of Hufflepuffs ran up to Harry declaring their pure blood. It was meant as a warning. Sherlock blinked. They actually did that? Ron nodded. Sherlock shook his head in disbelief. Hogwarts, it seemed, had never been so quick to judge or so eager to gossip. Ron adopted an exaggerated, pompous tone, as if quoting some aristocratic pure-blood wizard. If you're planning on coming after me, let me remind you, my family's been pure-blood wizards for 9 generations. My lineage is as impeccable as they come. Harry cut him off with a sharp glare. I don't care how pure your blood is. His voice trembled with anger. And look, you're rushing ahead again. He paused, drew in a slow breath, then continued more evenly. All right, I'm not impatient, so tell me this. Why on earth would I attack Muggles? What would I stand to gain? Ron shifted awkwardly. Well, people are saying you hate the Muggles you live with, your aunt, uncle, and cousin. A bitter laugh escaped Harry. After everything the Dursleys put me through, is it any wonder? I'd love to see those rumor-mongers try living under their roof for a week. Hermione reached out, placing a calming hand on his arm. Don't let it get to you, Harry. You know who you are. Keep doing what's right and let them chatter. At her gentle words, Harry's anger finally ebbed. He managed a crooked smile. You know the funniest part? I heard the Dursleys are in full panic mode, scrambling for seats on the Hogwarts Express so they can go back home for Christmas. They'd told everyone they'd stay here in Little Winging until New Year's, but the moment they thought I'd be at school, they changed their plans. He shook his head, half amused, half exasperated, as Ron and Hermione exchanged sympathetic looks. The chatter of passing Muggles drifted by, but for once Harry didn't seem to mind. I never realized I could have so much influence, Harry admitted with a rueful grin. Come on, don't brood. Join us for a drink, Ron called out, already slipping into full holiday mode. Besides, you've got our family here with you. Harry wasn't just surrounded by the Weasleys. Percy's friend Penelope Clearwater had also chosen to stay at Hogwarts over the break. Officially, her reason matched Percy's, helping Professor McGonagall maintain order during these turbulent times. Whether that was her true motive, only Penelope knew for sure. Rumor had it that, before term began, Sherlock had quietly hinted at something more between Percy and Penelope, and those in the know had connected the dots. Yet Penelope was one of the few who heartily dismissed the gossip about Harry being a descendant of Slytherin. Cho Chang shared that same dismissive attitude, and her confidence had already swayed several Ravenclaws. In fact, Harry had more good news. Cho was staying at school over the holidays, too. Earlier, she'd sought him out to share her plans. My parents are away this break, she'd said with a shy smile, so I'm sticking around. That way, I can finally teach you that charm we've been talking about. Watching Cho's hopeful expression, Harry felt all his worries begin to melt away. On the last day of term, Harry and Ron made their way to the station to see Sherlock and Hermione off home. The fallout from the dueling club was still being felt. Every young witch and wizard who spotted Harry steered well clear of him, weaving around him to reach the train. That only drew more attention to Cho Chang and Ginny Weasley, who were standing right beside him. Chapter 221, Hermione Granger versus Luna Lovegood. "Sorry for holding you up," Harry said, sounding genuinely apologetic as he fell into step beside Cho Chang and Ginny Weasley. Ginny waved her fist in mock indignation. "Not at all. Don't mind them. They were talking nonsense." Cho gave Harry an encouraging smile. "We're friends, Harry. Helping each other is the least we can do." Harry met their eyes and felt a warm surge of gratitude. Across the aisle, Ron shot him a startled look, as if to say, "Why am I even here?" As the Hogwarts Express gathered speed, Hermione pressed her face to the open window. On the platform, Harry, Ron, Ginny, and Cho waved until the curve of the tracks and the train's acceleration made them shrink into specks of color. Only when the engine rounded a bend did Hermione finally pull her gaze away. "They're ridiculous," she muttered, flinging her hair back. "Just because Harry can speak Parseltongue, everyone's convinced he's the heir of Slytherin. How shallow!" Luna Lovegood, seated opposite Hermione, inclined her head thoughtfully. Silver hair framing her face, she said gently, "My dear Hermione, if you weren't Harry's friend, you'd probably think exactly the same thing 9 times out of 10. Do I need to remind you?" Sherlock's tone was cool, almost amused. "From everything we know, you could very well be his heir. You told Harry that yourself." Hermione froze. She had no clever retort, and did he really have to voice it now? The Hogwarts Express lurched forward, and the houses outside blurred into streaks of gray and green as the train gained speed. They swayed slightly on the narrow platform. "You're right," she admitted, rubbing her arms against the sudden chill. "Never mind. Shall we find a compartment?" Her pulse fluttered. This was their first trip on the Express alone together, and the novelty made her heart race. Sherlock glanced at her, inscrutable as ever, then nodded. Without another word, they slipped into the crowded corridor. They peered into each compartment through the glass panes, but every seat was taken. Hermione realized they'd lost precious minutes saying farewell to Harry and Ron. Around them, heads turned, curious faces pressed against the glass, whispered conversations fluttered like birds. A few students nudged their neighbors, nodding conspicuously in their direction. Only after they'd inspected several full carriages did Hermione understand. Everyone here knew Sherlock Holmes, and watching him travel with Hermione Granger was quite the spectacle. Her cheeks warmed under the watchful eyes, but she lifted her chin. They would find a seat, one way or another, before the train carried them all the way to Hogwarts. The Hogwarts Express was alive with rumors on that cool autumn afternoon. From compartment to compartment, students whispered that Harry Potter must be the heir of Slytherin. He'd opened the Chamber of Secrets and unleashed the monster. Naturally, those closest to him felt the weight of suspicion. Hermione Granger sat in uneasy silence beside Sherlock Holmes, acutely aware of every sideways glance and hushed remark. A familiar knot of discomfort formed in her chest, reminding her of the loneliness she'd endured in her first year. She longed to look away, to ignore the stares, but couldn't bring herself to do it. Sherlock, however, remained utterly unfazed, reclining with an air of calm that only deepened Hermione's envy. He seemed to absorb none of the tension around them, as if the rumors simply washed off him like rain. Hermione stole a glance at him, wishing she shared even a fraction of that composure, but her own restlessness held firm. Relief finally came when they reached the last carriage and spotted Neville Longbottom. His round face was slick with sweat, and one hand clutched a wildly squirming Trevor. As Sherlock's roommate and dueling partner, Neville was one of the few who still believed Harry innocent. He hurried over, eyes bright with concern and loyalty, and Hermione felt a surge of gratitude. At least they wouldn't face these whispers entire lie alone. Neville burst into the carriage, breath coming in rapid bursts. "Sherlock, Hermione, it's completely full. I can't find a single empty seat." He'd grown so used to training with Sherlock in their makeshift fencing lessons and joining Hermione at the Death Day party that he'd long ago stopped calling them Holmes and Granger. Hermione caught sight of him, and her face brightened. She slipped past Neville, peering into the compartment ahead. "Wait, there's space here. Only one person's inside." Neville shot her a warning glance and hushed her. "Shh! That's Luna Lovegood in there." "Huh? Luna Lovegood?" Hermione cocked an eyebrow, then couldn't help smiling at Neville's anxious expression. Don't be ridiculous. She's perfectly nice. Right, sure. Before she could finish, Sherlock had already pulled the door open and stepped into the compartment with utter confidence. Hermione blinked in surprise. So decisive, she thought, and followed him inside. Neville clenched his jaw, then hurried after them. Standing in the doorway, he offered what he hoped was a polite smile. "Hello, Luna Lovegood. Would you mind if we took these seats?" Hermione added softly, "We promise not to disturb you." Inside, Luna looked up with her usual dreamy calm. She gave them a serene nod, as if she'd been expecting visitors all along. "Of course, please, sit." And with that, Neville, Sherlock, and Hermione settled into the compartment, grateful at last to have somewhere to rest as the train lurched forward toward Hogwarts. Hermione glanced at the girl sitting by the window. Her dark blonde hair hung in unkempt waves down to her waist. Her eyebrows were almost invisible, and her pale eyes seemed to bulge ever so slightly. Hermione had heard the nickname Loon attached to Luna Lovegood, but this was the first time she'd met her in person, and now she understood why Neville had detoured to another compartment rather than join her here. Luna had an unmistakably odd, ethereal air about her. Her wand was tucked behind her left ear. She wore a necklace made of butterbeer corks, and she was casually reading a magazine upside down. In short, the girl was delightfully eccentric. What surprised Hermione most, though, was that Luna's greeting entirely bypassed her. Her eyes landed on Sherlock instead. A few seconds passed in silence before Luna spoke, her voice bright as if greeting an old friend she hadn't seen in years. "Sherlock, long time no see." Sherlock lifted an eyebrow. "Not that long. It's been less than a month since we last met." Luna tilted her head, smiled, and conceded. "In that case, you're right. It really wasn't that long." Neville, who'd been standing nearby, nearly lost it at Sherlock's deadpan correction. He clenched his jaw to stop himself, but when Luna nodded so earnestly, he exploded in laughter. "Ah!" Luna's pale eyes flicked to him. "I don't know who you are." Startled, Neville straightened. "Oh, I'm nobody." He cleared his throat. "But you two know each other?" Meanwhile, Hermione's attention was fixed on Luna and Sherlock. Earlier, she'd caught just a fragment of their exchange, Sherlock's offhand remark that exceptional intelligence is one of humanity's greatest treasures. She'd been trying to follow along, but Luna's inscrutable smile and Sherlock's clipped replies made it impossible. Luna, humming softly under her breath, flipped her magazine upside down and used it to shield her face. She remained silent, her luminous eyes peeking over the top. Hermione's patience snapped. She drew in a sharp breath, her annoyance bubbling up. It was one thing for Luna to dodge her questions. She wasn't used to being ignored. But this? Acting as though Hermione didn't even exist? She turned back to Sherlock, searching his expression for clues. What on earth was going on here? Hermione watched the pale girl seated next to Sherlock Holmes. The girl offered only a slight nod when Hermione's eyes flicked her way. "We met once, about a month ago at the school gates," Sherlock said quietly. Hermione's stomach clenched. So they did know each other, but seeing was believing, and there was something about that girl that didn't add up. Outside the window, the Hogwarts Express thundered through empty countryside and rolling hills. The sky shifted from bright sunlight to looming clouds in an instant, drenching the compartment in alternating warmth and gloom. Neville Longbottom, sitting across from them, cleared his throat. "Sherlock, do you think Malfoy is the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets?" Neville refused to believe Harry could be the heir of Slytherin and had zeroed in on Draco as his prime suspect. Sherlock let out a soft chuckle. "My dear Neville," he said, "you're overthinking it. Malfoy doesn't have the capacity for something like this, and we don't even need complex deduction to see why." Neville frowned. "Why not?" "Because," Sherlock replied, "if Draco Malfoy had really unfurled a monster and petrified students, he'd have made sure the entire school knew, and he'd be bragging about it non-stop." Neville considered this and finally nodded. Draco's rage over people suspecting Harry rather than him made far more sense than the idea of him hiding such a dark deed. "Then who could it be?" Neville asked, brow furrowed in thought. Hermione gave him a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, Neville. If it were that easy to figure out, Sherlock wouldn't have gone home for the holidays. He'd have stayed at Hogwarts and solved the mystery himself." Neville's eyes lit up. "You're right, of course." At his sudden realization, Sherlock, Hermione, and Luna burst into laughter. Luna's cackles were especially loud and high-pitched, causing Hermione to glance at her in surprise. "Lovegood, what's so funny?" Luna clutched her chest, still giggling, tears of mirth welling in her wide eyes. "It's just so absurd." Neville, meanwhile, stared back at them, completely puzzled. Sherlock and Hermione hadn't intended to be hilarious, but seeing Neville's blank expression and Luna's relentless laughter, they couldn't help but join in. Luna laughed so hard that the magazine in her lap slipped to the floor. Sherlock's gaze followed it. With a flick of his wand, the magazine floated neatly up onto the table. Hermione picked it up and read the cover aloud, an amused smile tugging at her lips. The Quibbler. Sherlock's attention was caught by a laughably exaggerated cartoon on the magazine's cover. Cartoons, after all, exist to magnify their subjects' quirks, and although he'd never met the man in person, he immediately recognized Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic. Sherlock had studied Fudge's photographs before, a short, round-faced man crowned with a shock of white hair. Here, he'd been dressed up in a pinstriped suit, a brash red tie, a sweeping black cloak, and scuffed purple boots, topped off by an absurdly tall, dark green top hat. In one hand, the caricatured minister clutched a bulging bag of gold. In the other, he had a terrified goblin by the throat. Above the scene, the headline blared, "How far is Fudge from taking over Gringotts?" Curious, Sherlock cracked open the magazine and began to leaf through its pages. Neville Longbottom, sitting nearby, leaned over to see what had caught Sherlock's eye, and promptly froze in surprise. "Good heavens," Neville whispered, pointing at the table of contents. Ancient runes unveiled, broomsticks from the moon, the Minister for Magic who baked goblins into pies, corruption in the Quidditch League, how the tornadoes run rampant. Sherlock glanced at the list, his brow arching. "Well," he murmured, "this promises to be entertaining." He turned back to the first article, determined to see just how much truth lay beneath those sensational and sometimes outrageous headlines. Except for the opening feature, every other headline in the Quibbler bristled with the kind of self-aggrandizing flourish that would make Gilderoy Lockhart blush. And frankly, these were even zanier than anything he'd ever written. "Sherlock, look at this," Neville began, but his limited English left him flustered and unable to go on. Sherlock gave him a calm, almost indulgent glance. "No need for surprise," Hermione snorted. "Honestly, everyone knows the Quibbler is complete rubbish." She never finished her sentence. Sherlock's sharp gaze had already shifted to Luna. "Luna," he said quietly, "is your father the editor of this magazine?" Luna blinked, her usual dreamy tone gone. "You knew that too?" Sherlock simply pointed to the editor's credit, Xenophilius Lovegood, and said, "I merely deduced it." Hermione froze at the confirmation, but the moment passed quickly, and she let out a silent sigh of relief.